What is up, guys? Zach in here.
Rick in here.
And welcome to our 7 Deals in 7 Days challenge. We just got off of 6 hours of content just doing this 7 Deals in 7 Days challenge. And for the people that weren't able to experience this challenge live, guys, it was a live challenge we just did, just showing to kick off 2024 in wholesaling real estate. What we're going to do is share here the entire challenge. No breaks, no interruptions, straight for you, so you can sit down this entire day and learn everything from start to finish wholesaling real estate in 2024. We're super excited about here to break this down. We've had our editors working hard to put this challenge in a format where you can consume it with the highest engagement, like you were there live with us. So we're super excited to share it right now so you can get started wholesaling real estate in 2024. Without further ado, let's get into it. What is up, guys? Zach in here.
Rick in here.
And welcome to the 7 Deals in 7 Days challenge. And this is going to be basically a virtual live event, if you will. Basically, this is going to be if you were to go pay your guru $8,000 for one of those hibby-jibby seminars. We sit down and we do a complete event on exactly 2024, how to actually become the best wholesaler ever. Guys, you have to understand 2024 is going to be the greatest year ever to get into wholesaling real estate. What we're going to do systematically today in the 7 Deals in 7 Days challenge is show you systematically how you can get 7 wholesaling deals in the next 7 days. Now, for some wholesalers, maybe it's just getting your first deal in this week, right? How to get your first deal in 7 days, how to get your first deal this month, right? But for some of you guys who are action takers, 7 deals in 7 days, this is just a kickoff. You know, this is the start of the year challenge that we want to start doing. And I think it's really going to kickstart people up. We're going to have challenges for you, homework at the end of this, and we're super excited for this. We're going to cut the fluff. I swear to you guys, if you did go out here and pay $7,000-8,000 for a seminar, right? Somewhere $2,000-3,000, right? You paid all this money to go learn how to go actually out here and wholesale real estate. And there's thousands of people going to be watching this. If thousands of people pay thousands of dollars, we're going to give you the same value, same content, and the same information because this is what you need to know. And after running a live event, finally, we know exactly how to do it, and we're doing it right here live for you. And so we're super excited. We wanted to do this live. We wanted to really take our time. This is not a regular live stream. This is a 2-day live event. So today and tomorrow for a decent, very long time outside of our regular live streams. We're going to go nuts, and we're just going to sit down and break down everything you need to know from A to Z about how to wholesale real estate, right? We talk about this on some of our live streams all the time, or just in general talking to sellers like, hey, I don't have 10, 12, 15 hours to go sit down and show you all of wholesaling real estate like right now, right? Yeah. I got 30 minutes, right? But guess what? We sat down today and tomorrow of exactly just sitting down everything you need to know to get started in 2024 for wholesaling houses. So we're excited. We're ready to go. We're pumped up. Let us know, guys, where you're coming from. I'm super excited for that and ready to hear what you guys are talking about, right? I got some people, Port St. Lucie, Florida. We got some people all over the country. We got we got a lot of Florida people here. We got Utah. Shout out to everyone out here watching this. We are excited, everyone around the entire country. We're pumped up, ready to go. And so this is going to be the 7 Deals in 7 Days challenge. Now, we are live. We are ready to go. We are excited. We are pumped up to get you rich in wholesaling real estate, guys. Wholesaling real estate has completely changed my life, and it's completely changed your life, and we're ready to go. And so just really quick, a quick recap of who I am and who you are. My name is Zach In.
My name is Rick in.
And basically, let's kind of talk about our stories, who we are starting out really quick, and then let's kind of break it down and start this challenge. So who are you?
I'm Dad. So I took the traditional route, like a lot of you that are probably watching this, and I went to school. I didn't get good grades. I am a full ADHD child. I didn't know it till late in my life. I went on to college. I did my 5.5-year stint there. And I got a finance degree because I wanted to know about money. And then I went in the corporate world. I did sales for 12 years. I hated every minute of it. I didn't believe in what I sold. I didn't like the structure. And I was extremely limited at how much money I could make. So I waited 12 years to get to this point to find an avenue where I could be more free, express my ADHDism, I call it. And I stumbled across real estate investing, and I specifically found wholesaling by complete accident. Nobody on the internet. I went to a meeting. I found it. I said, that sounds like the most exciting thing in the world. That's amazing. And I didn't want to sell cars. I didn't want to sell houses. I knew I didn't want to be a realtor, so I limited that right off the bat. And I dove in. I did it while I had a full-time job. Not only did I have a full-time job, I had a big fat mortgage. I was way in over my head in debt, and I had 2 small children. And so I started doing it, and it took me about 8 to 9 months. I replaced my income with my wholesaling operation. To be honest with you, I was terrible when I started out. I had no idea what I was doing, and I failed a lot. And the only difference is I just stuck at it because my why, my belief was this was my way out so I could get freedom. And a lot of people are like, oh, Rick, you got so rich wholesaling. I'm here to tell you, I did it more for freedom of my life and my time. And then what happened is I got really good at it. I quit my job, one of the greatest days of my life, firing my boss. They begged me to stay, offered me promotions, threw a bunch of money, and I still walked because wholesaling was so attractive. And then what happened is, fast forward, I got to spend a ton of time with my kids. I got to go to every sporting event, and I just spent a ton of time with them. And I remember Zach saying to me once before, like, Dad, you're always around. I don't understand what you do. And he had always had a hard time explaining it to his friends and his parents. And it just led to a conversation. And honestly, I never made this guy do real estate, but I'm going to let him explain the story. But here's the key, guys, is if you really want to lead and make a change and a spark in your life and your families, you have to do it. Your boss isn't going to do it. Some company's not going to do it. It has to be you. I took a risk when I was 33 years old. I tried every avenue my parents gave me. It was a nightmare. It was what we call the matrix. And a lot of you are stuck in it. I took a leap of faith. I busted my butt. Failure was not an option because I was deep in a hole. And fast forward, I've been doing this 21 years now. And because I made that decision 21 years ago is why I'm standing in front of you, why this amazing human being's in front of the camera with you. And the best thing you do if you ever want to lead your family out of a matrix type lifestyle is you have to lead. You can't talk about it. We can talk till we turn blue. The world's full of talkers. We need doers. And the best way to do it is actually take action and do it. So don't tell your kids what you want to do, what you accomplish. Go do it. And then if you want them to break from the matrix and they see you can do it, it's a much easier path for them. So I'll let you kind of chime in.
Yeah. So basically, a quicker version of this is he started wholesaling real estate 2003. 2003.
Yeah,
so
24.
20 plus years ago. And he made a decent amount of money wholesaling houses. I mean, I would say not like a stupid amount, but like he made a good living on it, right?
A lot more than my corporate job.
A lot more than a corporate job, but nothing nuts, right? Like nothing crazy. And then basically I was a bag boy and I was stuck in my little matrix, right? And I never really got into real estate. I always said I was in real estate, never really did anything with it. And then eventually I saw a check on his desk and I was like, whoa, what is that? I should make that. I'm making $8.25 an hour. It was $8 an hour now, $8.25 an hour because they changed minimum wage in Florida back then. And I decided to go into wholesaling real estate. And basically I asked you, what do I do? And you basically said, if you want to learn it hard enough, you'll go do it. And I was like, oh, so he's not going to help me. Great. So I went on YouTube and I searched wholesaling real estate, and every wholesaling real estate YouTube video in 2016, swear to you, look it up, were 4-minute videos.
Yep. There wasn't much.
Wholesaling, find a motivated seller. This is what a motivated seller is. Oh, you want to know actually what to say to the seller? Oh, please join the webinar below. And it was all sales. Like there's no one teaching anything good about wholesaling. Like there's no really information out there. And I said, okay, well, YouTube's not going to help me out. When your library, there's some real estate books that taught about wholesaling. And I found out the only thing I could do is bandit signs. It was an old school method. It was the only one in that book. And I basically said, okay, well, guess we got to do it. And that's what I did. Put bandit signs out myself outside my high school wrestling tournaments, made $20,000 my first deal in high school at 17 years old. Eventually made $100K just kind of solo by myself in high school. went to college, learned how to cold call because I was in the dorm room and I wasn't really that good at, there's no bandit signs locally where I was at that I was doing well. Then I came back and you're like, wow, Zach's doing pretty well. Why don't we partner up? And basically that's when we exploded our business because he was doing old school marketing tactics. I was kind of doing this new cold calling thing. We mashed together and he added direct mail in the business. I added cold calling together. Then I added some SMS and crazy things. And we went from making 6 figures kind of separately to 7 figures, insanely scaling up from there. And basically 7 years later, when I first started wholesaling, we make millions of dollars wholesaling real estate locally and virtually. Yeah, that's pretty much our story. I started YouTube 4 years ago, just showing, hey, I'm 19, I'm making $50,000 on a wholesaling deal. Look at me. And just kind of documented my journey. And eventually to the point now where I was like, hey, I was telling you, when I started out, no one taught wholesaling for free. I went on YouTube, I had no help.
It's a nightmare.
And I was thinking like, it's unfair because I had a dad who's really good at wholesaling. He kind of showed me the way. Like, that's really bad. Like, that's unfair. Like, it sucks, right? Because like, what if you're broke, right? You're living, let's say, I see this all the time because in bad areas we wholesale and like there's slums, there's really rough project areas, right? What if you need to get out of that situation? I know wholesaling real estate is the only way. You got no money at all. You can produce 20 grand in a month legally, okay? And you can help your family on a bad situation. We're talking about all these things. But the problem is the knowledge is hoarded like gold. And it's just like, it's behind these gurus and these $20,000 paywalls. And I was like, man, like, I want to help that out, because wholesaling really changed the trajectory of my life and your life. Why don't we just give our best stuff for free? And you said no. He said no.
So let me clarify the story. So first of all, I fully admit I have ADHD. And honestly, if you have it, it is a superpower in wholesaling. Outside of it's a little bit rough, but I actually did some marketing products, 2012, like early and type that. And honestly, they sold like wildfires and everybody got mad at me because I made the products really cheap, well under $100. I did one at $47, well surpassed anything I did. But the problem is I would not commit to do like the coaching circuit because honestly, I had a bad taste in my mouth. I didn't like that everybody wanted 10 to 20 grand to kind of learn this basic thing. I go, it's so simple. So I wound up teaching him. If you ever teach your kid something, it's not the easiest thing in the world because I was not going to put a golden spoon in his mouth. I made him do everything. I made him do the work. Mm-hmm. And what I did is when you teach other people, you learn a lot. When you teach your kids, you learn even more. And what I did is I simplified the wholesaling process. I got rid of all the fluff, all the complication, all the murky waters and said, listen, it's real simple. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to find someone that needs to sell their house. I'm going to teach you how to talk to them and you're going to write a contract and move forward. And that's it. And by teaching him, the light bulb went off. Honestly, if I just tried to teach him the camera by myself, I would probably be all over the place. He's really good at organizing my thoughts. He goes, Dad, you got so much great knowledge up in your head. And this is where we are. So I couldn't ask for a better business partner. Plus we do wholesaling together and we talk to you guys and teach you it for free.
Exactly. And so coming back to our point here, he went in like, why are you getting it all for free? And so I was like, well, because no one, basically I learned for free. I'm going to be kind of their dad, I want to be their Rick kid. And that's what we did. We started teaching wholesaling for free. And 4 years later on YouTube, we got a lot of people following us. And we have a free wholesaling course. It's called freewholesaling.com. We have over pretty much 250,000 people in it actively. So it is the largest wholesaling course in the country by far. And the cool part about that is it is the only course from A to Z, talking about marketing all the way to selling the deal, creative finance, everything, that is taught 100% for free. It costs no money at all. You can watch all the access, all the content, everything, stuff YouTube doesn't even allow me to post, like privacy policies, screen shares, be pulling garden lists, all these things. And we have that, right? And to this day, we're still the only wholesalers to teach wholesaling for free. So that's who I am, it's who you are. And that's kind of what we're here to talk about today. So you kind of know a little bit about us now. And we're here to just show you how to wholesale real estate for free. So this is the 7 deals in 7 days challenge. We are excited to break this down for you guys and break it all down so you can be a successful wholesaler. So let's talk about this. Let's get into it and let's share. And so first and foremost, we got to talk about the newbies out here, right? Mm-hmm. What is wholesaling real estate? Wholesaling real estate is the process of writing up a contract to buy a piece of real estate. We are writing up a piece of paper to buy that piece of real estate, a house, property, whatever. And then we sell that contract. Let me clarify this. We are selling the contract, not the house, to a landlord, to a house flipper, for basically a cash buyer for a profit. So to make this a little easier, a little more simple, I find somebody who wants to sell their house. Let's say you want to sell your house for $100,000.
Mm-hmm.
I write up a piece of paper I agree to buy Rick King's house for $100,000. You sign that. I will go find a landlord who, let's say, lives, in the same city, but he owns a rental property next door. I'm going to call the guy because I called the Zillow for rents or something. Like, hey, are you looking to buy more rentals? Yeah, of course I am. He's got a lot of money. He's a rich landlord. Well, do you want to buy the one next door? I'll give it to you for $110,000. What? Really? On the market, I have to buy these things for $140,000. Of course I'll buy it. Okay, well, here is a little thing called an assignment of contract. I'm basically just selling this piece of paper. I have it for $100. I'm going to give it to you for $110. You just pay me $10,000 for it. So just a $10,000 finder's fee for finding this deal that's way under discount that I'm going to make a ton of money on. Deal. And then in 30 days, you close, you sign the assignment contract, and you make $10,000 just as a finder's fee. And for every guru, shmuru, bluru, whatever you want to call it, that's a wholesale, like it's illegal. I don't care. Wholesaling real estate is legal in all 50 states. Let me make this very, very clear. In all 50 states in the United States of America, wholesaling real estate is legal. Some people, in Philadelphia, it's illegal. No. Philadelphia has an intent law. Arizona has these are all laws, but the act of wholesaling a house is completely legal. The only one's Illinois where you need a license. I'll fight anyone on this. Oh, in Oklahoma and Nebraska, that's a stupid law. It's actually about how you market the contract, and the act of wholesaling is still legal. We show you at wholesaling.com the legalities of everything, but just go through the course. I'll show you how to do it. But it's legal in all 50 states. Do not stress out. You can wholesale real estate and do it. I don't care how old you are. I don't care what you look like. I don't care where in the world you live in. Got an internet connection and a will to do it, you'll do well. And so why should you listen to us, guys? Let's talk about this again. We've helped over 250,000 wholesalers learn wholesaling real estate and get their first deal to ones that make millions of dollars a year. We are the largest wholesaling educators in the world, I would say. I ain't no guru, but we've taught more wholesalers than any other person in the history of wholesaling real estate. It's pretty impressive. Why is that? Is it because we're just so cool and sexy and great? No. Honestly, it's just because we're free. We're really the only free people. And so I'm just being honest. Why do people use Google, not AOL? Because AOL cost money back then, and Google just said, hey, let's do it for free.
Yeah.
Easy, pretty simple process, right? And it's just for all my haters out here, I get plenty of haters. We got plenty of guru-fueled haters. If you don't believe us, let me just show you some proof, okay? Now, this is just from 2023, and this is basically the first quarter of 2023. I don't know what it was. These are people just publicly posting and thanking us for, hey, Zach, thank you so much. We got this deal. Appreciate it. You go to flipwork.com. It's all in there. But these are all people who individually have done deals from us.
Have we called any of them and say, please give me a testimonial, or try to trap a newbie in a corner? Go, listen, you get this deal, you've got to rave about us. And I got to tell you, that was my experience when I worked with gurus. Like, you got to give us a testimonial. Now I'm like, I haven't even, I did a deal. I need to do more. And I'm here to tell you, all our testimonials they're free. They're organic, and people put them up there because they actually got help and they figured out how to do it. And so many times you guys see these testimonials that are just wild childs. So
exactly. And so we've helped a lot of people out. If you don't believe us, we even have videos where people will break down step by step what they did. So a lot of you guys will go back and be like, oh, those checks are fake or whatever, it's Photoshop. Well, I sat down and I asked these people, send me the HUDs and share exactly your entire story and what you did. So I'll even show you for free what the people individually did to get that deal. And some of these people are insane, right? We got 70 grand his first month, Daryl, 50 gains, $50,000 in 6 months, 30K in 2 months, 72 grand in 5 months, right? Look at this guy right here, $165,000 his first 6 months wholesaling real estate, guys. These people all giving it out step by step because they learned from me absolutely for free. Insane, right? I can go, okay, we got $50,000 first deal, 101,000, right? It's just unbelievable the amount of people we've helped. And I can go on and on forever about this, right? We just show the proof, we show the checks here, but we help so many people out, and we're here to help you out with this. So we are here for the 7 deals in 7 days challenge. This challenge is focused on the wholesaler looking to make the most amount of money possible in 2024. That is it. We want to really kick you off in 2024 with the best plan and strategy possible for success in wholesaling real estate. Now, we are going to give you our personal promise here, all right? We will give you this promise, okay, me and Rick. You will walk away today and tomorrow with this entire challenge with a plan of action. I will give you a promise. We will not be giving you a guru pitch fest. At the end of this video, it's not like, okay, well, here it is for $4,000. Wait, slash it to $2,000. No, slash that to $500. You can join our program, or we'll show you this, and it's $3,000 every single month, and then you go on a boat and do it. No, okay. And yes, I will be completely transparent. We have Flip the Brick Plus, where obviously people can pay to get more of a one-on-one experience with us. But because of all the haters out there, we let everyone join that for free if you just send us a JV deal. The point of Flip the Brick Plus, and I'll be completely frank with you, is to promote people and actually get them to want to send us a JV deal every single year, because I want to do thousands of JV deals and do more deals than all the gurus combined. Love flexing on the haters. So Flip the Brick Plus is a great one, but like, guys, you can join it for free. You all have a path to learn from me for free. Send me some JV deals, right? But the point is, there's going to be no pitch at the end of this. This is just going to be an education and shown for you. I want you guys to understand this. Why? We're the only ones to have a live event and actually give the entire live event for free. We're still giving it out every week, portions of it. Why are we the only ones that give our live events out for free? Because at the end of our live events, people say, hug us, they say thank you. And at the end of it, there's no pitch fest at the end. There's no, oh, here's that. No, it's just education and just give. And anyone went to a live event saying in the comments, like, we just give. Like, it's crazy. The people in there, they literally, some of them pay, but like a good more portion of them send us JV deals, and they just literally came there for free. And there's a completely different atmosphere when you come to an event and you know you're not going to be pitched, and you know it's just raw content. It's like right there, because people are much more engaged. They're much more appreciative, and actually they're much more productive. Because if you're going to sell something, you have to hype it up and over market it like everything else is wholesaling. So we do it completely opposite, just like we do freewholesaling.com. I've never been in an event where you don't have to worry about that. And you actually have to work. You have to apply the stuff, and you actually have to practice it. We role play, we write contracts. We go heavy on marketing. And honestly, it's been a dream of mine to do this for 20 plus years. And luckily, this all came together and it works out wonderfully. So when you come to one of our events, which we do twice a year with Flip with Rick Plus, we just immerse. We started like basically at 7 a.m. And then I think we crashed at like 11 or 12 at night. And then we just do it the next day. Want to grab a bite to eat? Let's grab it. I don't do all this fancy stuff. I just want to teach you wholesaling. Everything we do is about wholesaling. I never forget the first deal I did. And I replay it in my mind every day, because I know the feeling a lot of you are having. And what we're here is why we're doing this fest right now is to just get you information so you can get started and get rolling. Yeah. And so there's no pitch at the end of it. We're here to give it all for free, spend tens of thousands of dollars to throw these live events out for you. And people say, oh, wow, Zach spent tens of thousands of dollars and I literally spent no money to come here. That's the point. That's what we do. And so let's kind of get into it and let's break it down so you can learn exactly how to get rich wholesaling analysis. And so this is our promise to you. We're just going to educate here. There's no pitch at the end of this. We're ready to go. Now, you're going to get asked this. What's in it for us, right? Why is, I hate to say it, but everyone's used to getting scammed, right? I get it, okay? Now, if you haven't watched me for long enough, you know there's going to be no pitch at the end of this. But what's in it for us? Why is Rick and Zach giving this apps for free? I'll be completely honest with you. Money, okay? We're doing this for money. And, a good portion of this is going to be for legacy, right? We want to be the person that helps people change their lives and everything. But we do a lot of this stuff because of money, right? Because honestly, I just not do this anymore, and I can just have freewholesaling.com and help people out. But we're doing it for money too. And what I mean by money, it's not taking money out of like getting credit cards out. It's just do more wholesaling deals, right? And so what I mean by this is we're not going to charge you a $7,000 program. We're going to give you a legacy and help the people out who have no money, no options to get into wholesaling real estate. We want to do over 1,000 wholesaling deals in 2024, hopefully 1,500 to 2,000. And the best way to do that is to educate people for free, You guys send me a JV deal at sellmypaper.com and we make a ton of money. We are doing this for money to a point. And another reason is because when our influence grows by selling people out for free, right, by showing people how to wholesale for free, people know who I am. And it's not a guru type like, oh, ego thing. But when I have a JV deal and it's in like, let's say, Killeen, Texas, I can go on my Facebook group, which has hundreds of thousands of people, and say, hey, who's got buyers in Killeen? And they want to do a deal with me. And they were like, wow. And I'll get 50 messages and I'll get the deal sold. And so having an influence and doing this stuff, it's for free, obviously, but to grow my influence means I can make more money on my wholesaling side. And so this is basically a play for me to become the best wholesaler in the entire history of wholesaling, the Michael Jordan of wholesaling, right? Because if I'm able to do, God willing in the future, 5, 6, 7, 8,000 wholesaling deals in a year, hopefully I want to grow that out really well. I think I can by the time I'm, your age, right? In my 40s, in my 40s and 50s, that's a lot of stinking money, right? And at that point, there'll be no wholesaler that will do as many deals as me. And it was all because I helped people out. And Tony Robbins says this, and we love Tony Robbins. He does some guru stuff, but we love Tony. He always said this, and this is completely true in anything in life. And I want you guys to truly, truly understand this in your heart. The more you give, the more you receive. And you cannot maliciously do it, though. And what I mean by that is, I'm not going to give $10 to a homeless man tonight and expect to get $100 back. And actually, the karma, I don't know, I ain't going to get no foo-foo woo-woo stuff, but every time you give $10 to a homeless person, you usually making $100 of just something, right? Yeah. Something good happens in your life. And I'm not getting personal stuff, but like whenever I've done something good and I don't break it, I'm not a guru. This is what gurus do. They have $100 to a homeless man. So here you go, homeless man. Here's $100. And they put it on social media. Yeah. But what I mean by this is the more free stuff I give, and the guy that makes $165,000 in 6 months and changes his family life, that comes back to me. And I probably get $300,000 just in my net of just helping one person like that. And so why do I help you guys out and help people make tens of millions of dollars for free that you have never gotten without us? Because it's going to come back to us to make us more money, but we're not doing it for that. But we do know the more people we help, the more money we make. And so it's kind of worth our time to do it, right?
Yeah. I mean, the more people I can help by, just with the free wholesaling, freewholesaling.com, the Flip with Rick Plus, the more money you guys make, I can get you freedom of your time, get you financially free, and then you can give back to the community. And that's what it's all about. And when we talk about like giving, I'm all about anybody that helps anybody out. But for God's sakes, just give from your heart and don't film it. Like, that's called advertising. That's not giving. You just give when no cameras around. Remember, if you ever want to find out what a man or a woman's made, see how they act when nobody else is around, because that's the true character of what people are. So me and Zach thrive on authenticity. This is who we are. I don't change. I don't give you a pitch. All I am is a doer. This is what I do, and this is how I do it. Wholesaling is simple. And because we are a wholesaling channel, all we do is focus on it. You will never hear us talk about things that are not related to wholesaling because there's zero benefit to you. We are an expert in this field. This is what we teach and nothing else. Other than we make fun of each other here and there, but that's about it. So it's up to you guys, man. I was in your exact same position 21 years ago. And I'm here to tell you, I stuck it out. I had some hard times, but I got through it. And once I mastered wholesaling, life got really, really easy because I now work with my mind. I stopped working with my hands and my labor. And if you're stuck in that position, you want to work out, we can help you dig out of that hole. But remember, you have to account for yourself. No one's going to bail you out. I had to learn this the hard way. No corporation's going to bail you out. Your parents are going to bail you out. It's only you. And once you realize that, you just got to find the tool to leverage your skills. And if wholesaling gravitates to you, obviously you're watching this channel, I think me and Zach are an excellent fit for you. But it's up to you. You guys always vote with your time and you vote with your money. That's most likely why you're here.
So let's break this all down and let's get it. And so, yes, if you do have a JV deal, send it to sellmypaper.com. I will let you know. So we're not pitching you anything. The one things we do tell you about is two things. It is number one, sellmypaper.com right here. If you have a JV deal, you want to send it to us. Heck, we want to do a $20,000 deal. We make 10 You make 10, we can 50-50 it. Sometimes we have other partners, we have to switch up the splits. Sometimes it's a 33% split, sometimes 50-50. It depends where in the country you are and how difficult it is to JV your deal if we have to negotiate from there. But if you want some splits and we can make tens of thousands of dollars for us sending you a JV deal, that's why we do it. Like if you send me a JV deal and I have someone on my team do all the work for me, I don't really have to do much, and I can make 10 grand basically you sending a deal in a day.
Yeah.
Why would I charge you $5,000 for a one-on-one coaching call once a week? Like, stupid, right? I know, guru. So do that. Also, if you don't have a JV deal to send me because you don't have any leads, you got to learn how to wholesale. Go to freewholesaling.com. It's right there. And I promise you, that is the best course to learn wholesale.
Hey, Zach, is there any cost with either one of these programs you just showed?
No money at all. And so let's break this down and let's get into it and share exactly how to become the best wholesaler possible. So welcome to the challenge. So this is what's in it for us. Now, let's kind of break down the wholesaling process from start to finish. I've kind of used this chart a lot. And this chart does change sometimes, but it's pretty much what wholesaling real estate is, right? Marketing, locking up the deal, finding the buyer, the walkthrough, and then closing it. This is basically a 30-day process. Marketing is going to be the process of us finding that distressed property with basically whatever we want. We can call sellers, we can text them, we can do whatever we want. Day 7 through 14, this is going to be locking up the deal, basically calling the seller up, signing the agreements, buying the house, and taking pictures of it. And then basically we find the buyer, we find that end buyer, that rich landlord, house flipper to buy the agreement for you for a profit. Then we're going to do a walkthrough on the deal, right? We're going to walk the buyer through the property to see if they actually like it. If they do, they sign that assignment of contract. Then closing day, we get our check and we make our money. This is the wholesaling process. We find a distressed property. We put the property under contract. We find that rich landlord or house flipper. They go check out the house. They sign the assignment, and then boom, we close. Wholesaling real estate. This is a 5-step process. Simple. Whenever guru is going to really complicate this, it's really simple. It's a 5-step process. Now, what I personally found wholesaling real estate is just 3 parts. Okay. Wholesaling real estate can be separated into 3 simple parts. And if I'm going too fast, let me know. I can always slow it down. We got a lot of ground to cover here because I want to help you as much as possible. Wholesaling real estate is just 3 parts. Number 1, finding people who want to sell their house for cash. Marketing, right? People who want to sell their property. Number 2, negotiating and writing up a contract for a certain price. This is negotiations, all this stuff. This is what we call acquisitions, right? And so this is the second part. So we find people who want to sell the property, and we write up a contract at a certain price. That's acquisitions. And the last part is selling that contract to a rich landlord or house flipper for a finder's fee, basically dispositions. 3 steps, right?
Simple.
Yeah. And so it's that simple to do in wholesaling real estate. The first 3 parts. Now, if you have any questions about this, let us know. But that's really the 3 parts of wholesaling houses. Now, let's kind of talk about the first part here. This is finding sellers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so let's talk about this.
So there's 2 ways you can find a seller. And honestly, you have to start with step number 1. So you have to create what we call a marketing list. And that list is really, really simple. You need to get a list of prospects. So it's just a list. So nobody goes into wholesaling and just randomly starts knocking on doors. Listen, driving for dollars is probably the only exception. We'll go into that later in detail. But you need to create a list. How do I create that list? Simple. Don't overthink it. One of the easiest ways is what we do is we call pulling a government list. Why do you say government list? None of the gurus ever talk about this because they can't manipulate it to make a profit of it. The reason why I focus on government lists is rule number 1. This is how I made my first few deals. This is how I still make deals in 2024. Why? Because government list will point you in the direction of the most motivated sellers. And don't kid yourself. To get a great wholesale deal, you have to have some sort of motivation, either the house or the property, or in the perfect world, the seller needs to sell it real quick and the property's in really rough condition and you can move it. But either way, you have to have some sort of triggering event for them to even consider to take our offer. Why not? They'd put it on the market. So if you want to learn how to get all the list, and we'll go into deal, but we're going to help you out with today is you can go to freewholesaling.com. I have everyone in grave detail in there. But I like government lists. Guys, wherever you see smoke, there's usually fire. Now, not every smoke plume is a fire. Sometimes it's like just a discharge from an old car or something like that. But let me ask you, if you were a firefighter, would you hunt and say nobody ever called and said there was a fire and you had a clear horizon? What would you look for? Would you look for the fire or the smoke? Mm-hmm. So you got to look for the smoke. The smoke are the government lists. They work really, really well. Now, I'm here to tell you, just because they're free, don't kid yourself. You're going to have to earn these lists. What do I mean by that? You're going to get turned down a lot on these lists. Why? Because you're not the only person chasing them down. But if you have the fortitude, if you can overcome the resistance with persistence, you can get these leads. And I'm telling you guys, you have to deal with motivated sellers. One of the biggest challenges I see 21 years in doing wholesaling is the modern day wholesaler kind of forgot this. And they start chasing all these deals. And some point, someone taught someone, just look for anybody selling a property. That's not wholesaling. It's not. You're going to drive yourself nuts by doing that. You've got to find motivated sellers. So the first act you have to do is you have to create a list. Now, one of the easiest ways, if you're like, Rick, I don't even know how to pull a list on any software, I'll give you the easiest way. Driving for dollars. Just hop in your car and go look for rough houses. They actually have courses on this. I don't know why. I'm going to give you a 1-minute crash course on it. Look for people that got high landscaping, boarded up windows, tarps on roof. The property looks like crap or it looks like vacant. Put it on your list and go out there and get it. That's the easiest way to start.
Wholesaling.com, we went in the car.
We have a whole video on it.
We went in the car. We're like, all right, let's give 30 minutes. Let's see what we do.
Yeah.
Just easy. Like it's just, so like everything we talk about again is that it's at Wholesaling.com. But Zach, can you sit down and tell me what parts of driving for dollars and that we did a full video. We put in Wholesaling.com of literally me driving in a car showing you, okay, this house has this issue, this is why I chose it, right? We actually have tutorials on there too. Like it's FYI, but that's how we find deals, guys. It's marketing, it's finding motivated sellers. We also have to use the right marketing channels, right? We talk about the lists and then we got to talk about the right marketing channels, the best way to actually reach out to these sellers, right? The way I look at wholesaling marketing wise is with lists and marketing channels, right? List is going to be the baked and the channel is going to be the rod and reel. And we love fishing here, so we talk about fishing a lot here. If you hate fishing, go pay a guru 10 grand. I don't know what to tell you. But wholesaling and fishing is very similar, and we're pretty good at fishing. So that's why we're good at wholesaling, right? And the thing about bait and a rod and reel is you get the most premium $10,000 rod and reel, rod out there, the best Mac Daddy rod out there that'll never break or whatever. And if you have like a piece of cheese at the end of the hook, you ain't going to catch a marlin. Okay, it ain't going to happen. On vice versa, though, you can have the greatest bait of all time on the hook. And if you have a really bad rod, catch a marlin, the thing snaps in half and you don't catch anything, right?
Yeah.
And so a lot of you guys have this, right? You have the most best list possible, and then you have just a terrible marketing channel and their scripts suck and it doesn't work. And vice versa, you might have the perfect scripts, but your list is terrible, right? And so it is better to have a decent list and a decent marketing channel than having a really good list and a bad marketing channel, right? If one's bad, it's not going to work. And so that's kind of what we talk about. But when they're both good, it's game over. And this is what we're here to talk about today, finding these sellers and getting these deals right now. Now, again, it's important to pull the right lists. And this is what we're talking about right now, pulling the right list, right? And when I look at lists, this is basically a data set of people that are more likely to sell the property at a discount. Now, remember, wholesaling real estate, we are trying to find people who want to sell their property for less than the thing is even worth.
Yeah.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. And why would people do that, Zach?
They want to do it because they just want to get rid of it, right? Ever think of trading in your car? Think of going to a used car dealership or pawn shop. They don't want to go clean up the car, fix up the check engine light, make it look nice, meet a guy behind a 7-Eleven at 4 p.m. on a Tuesday, and he potentially hurts you, right? You don't want to deal with all that. For an extra $1,000, I'll just let the dealership make the money. I don't have to deal with it at all. And I don't deal with the hassle and the stress of it.
So speed, convenience, and easy. And the one thing a lot of people overlook why people want to sell to a wholesaler, like people want their dignity and pride. But sometimes they sell some really challenging houses and they don't want to be judged because a lot of realtors, let's face it, oh my God, look at this house. How am I going to sell it? So speed, convenience, and most importantly, in my opinion, dignity. Because if you do what you say you're going to do and you help them solve their problem and they don't want people constantly looking at their house, judging them, financing contingency. This is the reason people will sell you a house on a discount. And everybody watching this, you all either been in a house that's got issues or you know somebody in a house that has an issue. Guys, wholesaling does not stop with strangers. I've helped out friends. I've helped out families. Everybody is associated with real estate. So one of the techniques we teach you is just even start with your circle of influence. Once people know what you're doing, all of a sudden you start gravitating. Like, pick a color out. Like if you're looking for something red, you can't find it. Once you think about it, it's there. Same thing with wholesaling. Most of you haven't thought about it. You're just getting started. So once you get into it, you're going to notice everything. You're going to notice every house that's out of order. That's why you want to be a wholesaler and help people out of these situations.
Exactly. And so these are the three lists. So list you can get from the government, list you can actually pay a software for, and then list you can earn. So government list or list you get from a courthouse, you can get from any government source that we teach at freelisting.com. This can be really anything, right? Code violations, water shutoffs, fire damaged properties, right? Heck, you knew the arrest records. Like, these are so many lists that and there's probably, I think, 20, 25 different type of government lists. And they're pretty easy to pull if you know what you're doing. And we teach in freelisting.com how to do this. You also use a paid list, basically using a software, which we show. And then there's earned lists, basically lists that you can actually go out here and earn yourself. Trying for dollars. Heck, there is reverse trying for dollars, door knocking, all these things that you just can't pay a software or get from the government. You actually have to earn it yourself. Those are really good too. And so those are the right lists to be pulling to actually find good wholesaling deals. Now, what are the top marketing channels? Now, there are a lot of marketing channels out here that we can use with the right list. Personally, these are going to be the 5 that I recommend probably the most out of all the other ones, right? This is going to be cold calling, basically calling sellers up, seeing if they want to sell the property. I promise you it's not as scary as you think, all right? There is SMS text blasting, just texting sellers, oh, Zach, but the regulations and blah, blah, blah. You don't have to go pay a software. Now, I do highly recommend smszach.com for paying a software to do it, but you don't have to do that. You can just use your personal cell phone. You can use a free service like googlevoice.com and actually text these sellers out. It's incredible what you can actually do. You can actually text these sellers out. And you can do, heck, thousands every single month without paying a dime with no regulations. You can use whatever script you want. Now, I teach you should be using AI to help make different scripts. Every text should be different. AI really does a lot of the effort for you here. Digital bandit signs, again, no wholesaler talks about this. There are some gurus that charge $3,000, $4,000 to learn how to do this, but Rick's been doing this for, I believe, 14 years. But you can put bandit signs out digitally online, basically letting people know that you're looking to buy some houses for cash on Craigslist, the Facebook groups, right? There's so many ways we can do this. And then we can just put bandit signs out, right? There's We Buy Ugly Houses type signs. That's how I got my first 100K. Some markets really suck for it. Some aren't. Just know that FYI. And then one of our personal favorites, which is reverse drawing for dollar sticky notes. And what reverse drawing for dollar sticky notes are basically sticky notes. And we can just write something like, hey, this is Zach. I had a quick question about your property. Please give me a call back. Now, I do that because it gets the most amount of people calling you back and contacting you back. And you get a lot of wholesaling deals by doing it. I promise you. It's insane. And you put the sticky notes on houses, people will call you back. It's like direct mail. And those are the top marketing channels I would say right now. Now, we didn't put direct mail in this because I don't think you guys should be, if you're a beginner, be spending money on direct mail. If you want, you can go to mailingmastery.com. We teach you how to do it, but I'm not the biggest direct mail fan for a beginner. Now, what I firstly found about marketing, marketing is always going to come down to some factors, but marketing is a volume and consistency game. The person that can market for the longest period of time consistently and not stop is going to help you out the most. And the one thing that I've always found with marketing, right, is it's like driving a car. You can't get from LA to New York City with 1 gallon of gas. And what I mean by that is you should have some decent expectations. And what I mean by that is a lot of you guys sometimes have a volume problem and you don't understand this. And what I mean by this is if you're in LA right now and you want to drive to New York City and you put 2 gallons of gas in your truck, and you're stuck in the desert because you're like, how did I not get to New York City on 2 gallons of gas? Oh, I don't know, because you have 30 miles to the gallon and you went 60 miles and you ran out of gas. And a lot of guys will cry to me, Zach, how do I get to New York to LA with only 1 gallon of gas? It's like, what? Like, I guess you could walk if you really want to, right? There's going to be some gas you got to put in the car. you have to refuel a couple times and consistently drive and do it. And some of you guys are like, how do I get to New York to LA in 2 hours? Just driving. It's like,
ain't gonna work.
And so you have to have some reasonable expectations. What I mean by this is if you want to get a wholesaling deal, right? One wholesaling deal, you should not expect to make 10 calls. You're probably gonna have to make 300, 400, 500 calls to get some good leads and good sellers. The problem is a lot of you guys expect after the 5th call to make $50,000. I'm probably, I'd be a billionaire, okay, if I could do that, right? It's not possible, right? And so there's just, but I personally found there's a certain amount of leads, calls, texts, whatever you want that I'm going to show you right now that you have to do to actually get wholesaling deals done. And we're going to kind of share at the end a little more. It's going to be pretty exciting, but I want you to truly understand this fact that when you're doing wholesaling deals, you have to know exactly in wholesaling real estate how much you have to do for your marketing. Marketing is a super important factor. It's something that I highly recommend, and I don't think a lot of wholesalers truly can understand this the right way. So we should understand this too. You have to put some volume in here to get some deals done. It's really important. Now, this is going to be our kind of chart. Now, you can screenshot this if you want, do whatever you want to do, but this is a pretty important chart. We have found statistically with wholesalers, this is what it takes to get a wholesaling deal done. So let's kind of break it down.
So hold on, I gotta get a drink.
Okay.
Sorry.
And so one deal is going to equal what we have found.
Okay, I got it. Sorry, guys, I gotta clear my throat. So remember, this is just kind of an average. All real estate is local. So like, I'm just going to give you some generalities here. And remember, you are the determining factor of like how this is going to work. So let me pull it back up here and show it to you. We'll walk you through it. So if I'm going to do reverse driving for dollars, so that's basically when you put the sticky note on it. I like to use the yellow ones because it's the most common of them. And so the biggest question is like, Rick, how many do I have to do to get a deal? On average, you're going to have to play at least 400 notes. It could be more, it could be less. I've done things where I've had people stick them on the doors 50, 60, and I've gotten a deal. But over time, the more you do it, the law of averages will typically work out. That would be 400. So can you go out and put 400 sticky notes on it? Anyone can do that. You got to go get the right list. To me, the best ones you can do is going to be code violations, pre-foreclosures. They're two of my favorite to go out there and do it because these are people that live in the homes. The second one is when we talk about a general contact list for a government list. These are the bigger, broader ranges on them. People are like, Rick, how many leads do I have to filter through before I get a lead? I'm going to tell you, this number is going to scare some of you, but it's the truth. And so many of you don't get the truth. You're going to have around 2,000 contacts just to get a contract. Why? Now, here's the really cool part. If you consistently do this on a month in, month out basis, these numbers start to compile because you get people in real estate, especially in wholesaling, it's all about timing. So the more contacts you make, the better. So if we're talking
about what a contact is.
Okay.
And so a lot of people think, I just have to hold 2,000 government leads and get a deal. No, 2,000 contacts.
Contacts.
What I mean by that is if I call 100 people, on average, I'm probably going to reach to about a third of them. And so that means you're going to get 33 contacts. A contact is a hello. All right. And so this is really important because everyone says, I called 10,000 people, but how many of those people picked up the phone?
Yeah.
And so there's a big difference because like if 5,000 people picked up the phone versus only 10 people picked up the phone, I boasted 10,000. It's really important. It's like the gym. You know, a lot of people think, I worked out for 2 hours today at the gym versus the guy that only worked out for 30 minutes, but he went crazy. And the guy at 2 hours just on his phone the whole day on the treadmill, right? It's not about how many hours you spend or how many calls you do. It's how much actual work got done. It's all about the quality of the work too. It's quality, it's volume times consistency. It's not about consistency. It's not about volume. It's volume times consistency. This is the really important. So contacts are hellos. He'll actually reach out to from texting, whatever you want. But about 2,000 would equal a deal from a government list.
Yeah, and keep in mind, guys, we're not paid by the hour. We're paid based on productivity. So the average person goes a corporate job 8 hours. They only work like two and a quarter hours, like the studies show. So just be efficient. It's not how many hours you work, it's how productive you are. So a lot of you go, I pulled a government list. I got 2,500 people. I didn't get anything. How many of those people did you actually contact? Let's do the math. You got to be honest with yourself. We got to get the truth to get results in wholesaling. The next one we talk about is a paid list. And a lot of people mess this one up. So on a paid list, this is one of the services you use like listrei.com. You pull it, super convenient. I love doing them this way. We like to use prop streaming, use batch, and then basically we pull. Now, I might have to get a list of 10,000, and how convenient that a lot of these services, you get up to 10,000 with your subscription. You're going to have to make 6,000 contacts. Why? These are the law of averages. Guys, I've been doing this a long time. Have the numbers ticked up? Yeah, but there's more people wholesaling. And with the advent of technology and multiple line dialers and stuff, you think it's going to go up. But it's all proportionate in the amount of work you're going to do. Keep in mind, 6,000 is about the people you actually talk to. So if I had a list of 10,000 and maybe I connect with a third of them, that's going to be about 3,300, whatever it is. You got to keep going. So many of you guys are setting the bar so low and you want to know why you're not hitting a deal. It's because you're manipulating the words you're using it. So when you talk to me and Zach, and we do one-on-ones all the time, we've been doing them for years, I say, tell me what your plan is. I go, well, I have a list of 10,000. Of those 10,000, how many people did you reach out? Well, I've gotten like 200 of them. Dude, no wonder you haven't gotten a deal. You've got to make these numbers work. You're the person that has to push it through. So when you get a paid list, think about it. You have to go contact, so you have to shoot bigger. Remember, the two biggest cures in wholesaling are tons of leads, quality leads, and a ton of action. If you can do those two things, I can teach anybody wholesaling. But if you whine and cry and you manipulate how you're going to use the definition of stuff, I can't help you because those are excuses. You can either make an excuse or you can take an action. You can't do both.
I agree. And so that's government list. So basically paid list, government list. And then the last one is if you want to pay for the marketing, right? You send some postcards out, right?
Yeah. So listen, I've been doing direct mail. I got into it early, actually at the end of my first year in wholesaling, because somebody introduced it to me. It was brutally hard. I had no idea what I was doing. And honestly, it took me years to figure out. And I'm here to tell you today in modern wholesaling area, I'm here to tell you, you've got to mail more. But the one plus you got to understand when you think about direct mail is these are inbound leads. Everyone's like, oh my God, it costs so much money. Nobody even reads the mail anymore. Guys, anyone who tells you direct mail doesn't work, it's just because they don't know how to work it themselves. You have to commit to 3 months minimum. I teach everybody that works with me that and Flip with Rec Plus on how to do this. I have like a doctorate in this degree. I don't think very few people have mailed as much as I have. So on average, you are going to have to have a contact rate of basically 8,000. You have to send out 8,000 postcards. You're like, are you kidding me to get a deal? Listen, son, when you get better and you get skilled at it, the numbers go down. When I first did postcards, I was literally freaking out when I was sending out 400 and 500. Now, 10,000, no problem. Why? Because whatever investment I make in direct mail, once I have the skill sets, which we teach at freewholesaling.com, and I work with people at Flip with Rick Plus, if I spend $3,000 or $4,000 on postcards, I know I'm going to make a 3 to 5 times return minimum on average. So why do I say 3 months? Why? Because postcard, they're hit and miss, but over time leads build up. And once you develop a robust CRM, just a simple Podio, and you follow up on your task, remember, real estate's about timing. And once you do that, so say if you spent 8 or 9 grand on postcards, but you made 30. What if I told you could go to Vegas? I go, listen, if you spend 8 grand, you're going to get 30 grand back. Every one of you would take me up on that. That's all direct mail is. Most of you do it once, you quit, you freak out. And the biggest thing I have to teach people in direct mail is get over the expense. It's not an expense, it's an investment. But I don't want you starting out in direct mail. I always tell you, I need you to go out and find a deal. The best way is start with your free list, your government list, get a deal, get your first one under contract. And then people goes, what's the number to get started in direct mail? Get 5 deals under your belt, and I will show you how to blow up your real estate business. Why 5? I got to make sure you're going to cut it in wholesaling. And I'm talking to you. You actually have to do the work, because if you can't go out and get 1 deal and then get another 4, direct mail is not going to help you. Okay. So I want people to be successful. We teach you all on how to do it for free. Don't start out with direct mail, but it's something we use as a leverage to scale your business in wholesaling.
And so now we know how to find these deals. Now we got to learn. We can't go from LA to New York with 1 gallon of gas, right? We got to put some work in. What we want to do if you want to do 7 deals, though, is you got to multiply that by 7. This is pretty important. So, okay, if I want 7 deals in 7 days, so what you got to do, right? Guys, you want to go from New York to LA in 7 days, you have to drive this much and you have to put this much gas in. This is what the numbers look like. No guru is going to tell you this stuff. So you want to do 2 deals this month, do 4,000 contacts, do 800 reverse trying for sticky notes, right? This is what the math statistically after 250,000 wholesalers we've helped. This is what it is, okay? And also, a lot of people get this confused, but it's about having the right market too. And the real question here is, how do I pick a good market, right? Maybe you're in a good local market, but you have to learn a decent population and a decent median home price is going to be really important to see if you have a good wholesaling deal. What I've personally found, if other wholesalers are doing well, do it and don't reinvent the wheel. To find a good wholesaling real estate market, right, it really comes down to 2 factors. I have statistically found everywhere, okay? 2 easy factors. If we can get the whiteboard here.
Okay.
2 simple, easy factors, all right? We're not going to complicate it. We're not going to make it crazier than it needs to be. 2 simple factors. Let's switch.
Okay, go.
Let's switch real quick here. All right. 2 simple factors. You can tell we're professional gurus at what we do. All right. So there's 2 simple factors. Forgive me. Terrible handwriting, all this stuff.
Make sure they can read it.
They'll read it fine. Okay. 2 factors. If you want to find a good wholesaling real estate market, okay, we need a 100,000 population. Okay. We need one. If I look at a market, okay. So I look at let's say I look at the whole United States of America, right? So this is the whole United States, right? There's a market here, there's a market here, there's a market there. There's all markets everywhere, right? How do I figure out this market? Let's say this is where I live. How do I figure out if it's good or not? Does it have a 100,000 plus population for the county? Yes or no? So we'll do a little check mark, okay? Check, it does, okay? And then we got to look at the second thing, that's number 1. And then number 2 is going to be the median home price. So what is the average home price on the property, right? And so all I have to do is, let's say we're doing Dallas, right? Dallas has a decent enough population. And what I'm going to do is just look up Dallas County space median home price Zillow. Heck, let's just do it right here. I'm going to look at Dallas County median home price Zillow. And what happens is Zillow's going to pop it up. And it's going to show us right here. I share my screen, what the median home price is. And boom, the median home price is $304,000. So we got to learn. So my criteria is the property hopefully the median home price should be below 400,000 to 500,000. 304, is that below 400,000? Yes, it is. So is the median home price below 400K? Check. That means it is a good market. Now, if I did San Francisco, let's kind of do this again. If we're in San Francisco, California, right? It's got the population. So let's do this one, San Francisco, right? It's got the population, but the average home price is like 900 grand. So no, it does not meet the criteria for a good wholesaling market. FYI. So that's pretty much how you figure out if a market is going to be decent or not in wholesaling real estate. Pretty simple, right? And so that's how we figure it out.
Guys, the bigger the population, the more robust your cash buyers are, the more demand for those homes in that area. And comment says, I mean, if you're at 95, it's not the end of the world, but like if you're at 22, it's most likely not going to work.
But we're even getting questions like this from Brandon. Brandon, I'll talk slower. How big the county should be? $100,000.
No, population.
Or more. 100,000 or more for the county. That is it. How big should the county? It should not be smaller than 100,000 in the county. Did I stutter? No, right? I'm like Stanley from the office.
So it doesn't matter the physical size.
It doesn't matter. It can be millions of. I don't care. Detroit, it's got 600,000 people in the city. That's a great wholesaling market.
Yeah.
And there's markets where there's 120,000 people in the county, and I do really well there too. The 2 criteria, no guru ever tell you about this. That's how we do it. And so What I want to do, that's just how we find the right market, right? And now what I want to do here is kind of break down kind of the more important parts, right? When I think of marketing and actually the people watching this, what they need to do right now to get their first deal, I truly believe that there are a couple marketing challenges you should be doing. And so what we're going to do is kind of break down exactly some key important parts that you guys probably want to talk about. And this is number one. I want to do a full breakdown on trying for dollars or reverse trying for dollars, because I feel like the majority of new wholesalers need to do this. And I want to show you exactly how to actually find sellers' phone numbers, because I think those are the two biggest problems we have. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have Matt here. He's going to talk with us here on exactly how to do it, so we kind of learn how to do this the right way. Okay. So yeah, we're going to break it down. So I'll talk to Matt. I'll give you a little breather.
I'll be right back. Make a couple calls. I'll be right back.
Make a couple calls. We got to go from there. But that's what we're going to talk about right now. We're going to really share exactly how to do this and break it all down. So we'll break it all down and we'll get it. So got Matt here. What's up, Matt?
Hey. What's up, Zach? How we doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. So we're here to talk about probably the biggest, the biggest way people starting out from watching our stuff get their first deal. And that is from Drying for Dollars. And the majority of them use dmzach.com to drive for dollars and find the phone numbers, right? And so we're here for you to talk about exactly what you have found, because I mean, you've helped a lot of wholesalers get their first deal drying for dollars, of exactly how you have done it, how people really with practically free skip tracing to the point, using 911 information basically on how to do it and get some wholesaling deals. And so let's talk about it.
Let's do it. And first of all, love to see that you guys are coming on here, giving away just a ridiculous amount of value on this thing. Even when you're playing musical chairs over there, you and Rick are a great team. So, happy 2024 to everybody. Really, really excited to kick this off and just make this the best year you've ever had when it comes to real estate, whether it be you doing your first deal here or, you doing your next 10 deals and beyond. So really excited to break this down for you guys. Just a little bit of background, why we have any, just context on why we have any, ability to talk about this at a credible level. I know on our end, again, Matt Camp over here with Deal Machine. I work on partnerships over here. You may have seen me on here with Zach and Rick before, but our mission is to give everyone the power of real estate investing using technology, and really proud to say that we're the highest rated, most reviewed app out there to go do this and to go find off market deals. And we've had literally over 10,000 deals done by our customers doing exactly what we're going to teach you today. So that's what we're going to break down getting into this. I mean, we've had hundreds of YouTube videos on our YouTube interviewing people talking about like, here's exactly step-by-step what they did to go do deals. And between this tech and the breakdown that we give you, whether you're using Deal Machine or not, and then just all the free knowledge you're getting through this challenge and through freewholesaling.com and everything that Zach and Rick do, you guys are set up for a killer year. So that's the goal today, is really to help you guys understand, where do you find those amazing discounted deals, those motivated sellers, right? And so I'll break down some best practices. I'll do it step by step. And then just a quick little teaser. If you guys stay on this, the whole thing, by the end of this, we're going to be doing a massive giveaway on our end too. So Zach, do you want to tease anything on that right now?
Yeah, or do you at the end of today, we're going to give, first and foremost, this is a smaller one. We're just going to give away 50,000 skip traces, which is going to be pretty cool. I mean, I could probably give 1,000 skip traces to, people watching and just do a bunch of those. Yeah. But I think let's give out 50,000 skip traces for free for whoever wants this. We gave out 100,000 skip traces for 100,000 subscriber. And it's pretty exciting. So let's do 50,000 skip traces to one lucky person who's actually watching this live. You have to watch it on the Flip with Rick YouTube channel, though. And so we're going to look at the comments on there. And by the end of this, we'll give that out too. And then something else, right?
You know what, Zach? I'll say on one end, the 50,000 skip traces, we'll throw in with that an entire year of Deal Machine free. So you're getting all Deal Machine Pro for that. So we'll give you all that for that one. And then two, we'll do that one person live is going to get that. If you're watching the replay, because I know a lot of people are going to be watching these replays and all of that, by the end of this, we'll call it a week from now. We'll call it a week from now. If anybody follows through and actually follows up on our, if they're just going to try out Deal Machine and do a free trial and say like, hey, let me check this out and try to put not this knowledge into practice. We're going to go through everybody who started that out, who tried this out in the last week, and do one more giveaway for you guys too. So we'll double it, man. We'll put in another 50,000 skip traces with another year free Deal Machine for the replay people too, if that works.
A lot of people want those skip traces, so
let's do it.
We're excited.
Perfect, man. So we've got a couple awesome giveaways we're doing throughout this whole thing. to kind of start us off, I know you got into talking about like, hey, step one is finding motivated sellers, right? Zach, do you want to maybe talk just a little bit about, on the driving for dollars side? I've been tuning in as you guys have been walking through this, but is there anything in terms of your kind of like, driving for dollars story you wanted to share as I get into this and really talk through exactly how to do this?
Yeah. And so one thing I've always said, a lot of wholesalers and the majority of them watching this, they're getting their first deals from driving for dollars and reverse trying for dollars in these strategies. Because, we got a question here I thought was really interesting. He said, let's see, where is it? Let me try to pop it up. There's actually so many questions being asked, but let's see if I can find it here. It was a really cool question about basically, is driving for dollars even worth it anymore? Let's see if I can find it really quick. Oh, here it is. Rowan said, does driving for dollars work in today's age with so much tech? And I think this was a really great question because driving for dollars with the more tech and how anyone can pull a high equity list now, driving for dollars actually matters even more. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that is when every wholesaler and their mom can go pull a list and get all these basically high equity leads and vacants and basically all this type of lists, and you got hundreds of thousands of wholesalers who just click a button and get a list. When you actually put your eyes on the prize, actually go in the car, look for the house, and that is probably not on a specific listarea.com, dmzac.com, zacdata.com type list, right? None of these softwares can pull it, right? Heck, I love dmzac.com, the list pulling you got, but there's some deals that are just, they're $30,000 deal that if I pull the high equity, it's just not on there. And it's not because the data sucks. It's just because it's hidden, right? And the only way to find it is by putting your eyes on the ugly house and actually putting sticky on the door or putting them on your list and cold calling them. Easy, simple as that. And so with all the tech, everyone thinks you can kind of hands off everything. But no, right? It's like people thinking, oh, we have the internet now. No one has to work a manual wage job anymore, right? No, people got to lay the wires for the internet and all this stuff, right? No, with the more tech, it's actually more important to kind of go old school with the strategies because every wholesaler is just pulling the same lists. And unfortunately, with dmzac.com, skip tracing is basically free now. So it kind of sucks even more. So yeah, it's actually more important to reverse try for dollars and try for dollars now.
Yep. Yeah. And I will say on the D4D side in general, I know, Zach, you talked about like, hey, you need a great list to go wholesale and you need a great marketing channel, right? And it's better to be doing a good job of both rather than having one lack versus the other. When it comes to driving for dollars, like the reason is the best list out there is because it is your earned list. Like it is a list that only you have. You're finding those hidden deals. You're taking action and getting out there where when other people just won't put in that work, like you're going to stand out and go find those diamonds in the rough and land those deals that others aren't willing to put in the work to do. So you're going to find those sellers. You're going to find those motivated sellers, one, that are the most motivated in your market because they've got that rundown house. They've got a situation where they're dealing with a property, whether they don't want it anymore, they can't deal with it anymore, they can't list it. They've got like a major problem that you can bring a ton of value to the world by solving. And then secondly, like you're fine, and with that, like you're not a deal maker, you're a deal finder. You're finding people who want to sell the house that way. Secondly, you're finding people that are the least competitive leads out there because since they're hidden, they're not as easy to find. They're not ones that you have to go out and are going to show up on every list. Like it's not going to have a million people going after that property always. You're going to find those diamonds in the rough. So they're the best quality leads out there. The number one indicator of a motivated seller is the condition of the property, the physical condition. And then secondly, they're the least competitive leads out there because you're finding those properties that not everyone else is already talking to. So the goal when you're going through this, guys, just to begin with, I know Rick covered it briefly. Rick had mentioned like the front yard landscaping. That's a great one. You're looking for, again, like the tarp on the roof, the siding falling off, gutters in bad shape, broken board up windows, weeds growing through the concrete, window AC units, even things like that. I always use this example, and this is coming up actually here too. Our first hire got his first deal actually using Deal Machine, practicing what we preach when he was getting out there driving around and looking for houses and found it was like March and he found, Christmas lights up or Halloween decorations up rather. So it's just like, okay, they're missing some major holidays. They don't care about the appearance of the property. There's just something off here. and being able to find those little things all the way through to the really drastic, clearly, the rundown house, right? All of that is going to be the number one indicator of finding motivated sellers. So look for that. I mean, and it can be as simple as literally, I mean, I know, Zach, you were going through the qualifications of what a good market looks like, right? It can be as simple as starting in your own backyard. Like, don't overthink it. If you fit those other parameters that Zach just went through, get out there and start driving. And whether it be you take different routes to work or driving around town, or you're biking or you're running, like however you're getting out there and doing it, we're going to give you technology to be way more efficient and track those routes. But just being able to get out there and start, not put any more barriers in front of yourself, but just simply look for those signs, drive around, start building that list. I mean, you're putting yourself, you're leading with action. Like, you're putting yourself in a great place to start this year. So
I agree. I'm excited.
Awesome. So I have this shared here with you guys. You want to pull this up here, Zach? I can. Is there anything else you want to cover before I jump into the?
Yeah, no, we can break this all down. We just got to be a little careful with.
Oh, lost you there, Zach. There we go.
Both of y'all in there. We got to be a little careful with the privacy policy here.
Cool.
And so, yeah. So FYI, dmzach.com, you click it, phone numbers do pop up, but I got to be careful because YouTube will shut this video down pretty quick. Always, I'm recording everything, so if they do that, we can be fine on it. But just FYI. But yeah, let's break it all down.
Yeah, perfect, man. So showing this off. Oh, can you hear me there, Zach? Here we go. We're getting there. Okay, perfect. You got me? Audio check. Sound good? Hopefully.
Yeah, you're all set. You're all set. I got to show your face on it, so you don't worry about
perfect.
it.
Oh, I got you. Okay, cool. Awesome. Thanks, guys. So going into this right here, I'll break down again step by step exactly what to do this so you don't have to overthink it. First and foremost, I know Zach was talking through setting goals, right? On like, and Rick as well, of he's got so much experience of between mail and sticky notes and the reverse D4D and all these different strategies in terms of marketing channel. The one thing I can tell you on our end, because it is highly variant based on how good you are talking to sellers, you're going to get better over time. So it's going to take less leads the longer you do this, and the more you market to them, it means they're going to have a higher response rate, which means if you put 1,000 leads in your system and market them consistently over time, down the road you might get some answering to you as well, right? So these numbers kind of are all over the place in terms of really averaging how many leads it takes to get to a deal, and it's highly variant based on your market as well. But what I can tell you is just across the board, when you're looking at who succeeds with this long term, the number 100 is really the magic number. And that doesn't mean 100 leads will equal one deal. It doesn't mean like, and when I say lead, I mean address, I mean property added to your list that you're marketing to. It doesn't necessarily mean that 100 can get to that deal. We do have people all the time who we get these stories like Rick was talking about. We get these stories of, I've reached out to a few people and I did a deal, or I'm on my, my free trial with you guys and I did a deal. Like, that does happen. We have those. You can find those on our YouTube channel. But what I'll tell you is that the number 100 is an awesome indicator of if somebody is serious with this strategy, building the right processes in place and starting to build momentum. It's like, talking about getting in the gym, like Zach said, getting in the gym, you start to build the right habits. You start to do this consistently over time. You start to say, oh yeah, I'm going to go in the morning and I'm going to do it Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and what have you. Like, you're thinking through, you're very intentional about this. That number 100, when you get intentional about getting to 100 rundown houses to start to reach out to, looking at the data, that is the place that people stick with this long term. That's really the turning point of where it starts to click for people. They start to have exciting conversations. They start to get leads. They might get a deal, they might not, but you're starting to really build momentum and snowball from here. So the first thing I do want to challenge you guys is, as quickly as possible, when you can get to 100 rundown houses like that, 100 houses that need your help, like, that is a great place to start. Using this tech, and again, if you do dmzach.com, that's just a free trial to try the stuff out. We made it a 7-day free trial also to coincide with the 7 days and 7 deals in 7 days challenge. So that way, if you want to try it out through these 7 days, awesome. We've got it all set up for you here. What you're looking at with my screen share is there's a desktop version that's right here. There's a mobile app as well. And it's incredibly simple. You open up the mobile app and, you'll have access to both. You drive around and, the mobile app is great for getting out in the field and driving for dollars, getting out there, and it's going to lock onto your location. You're going to drive down the street And you'll notice right here, as you drive down the street, I've got the map pulled up right here. And, again, for privacy policy, that's why I'm on the screen like this. So that way, we cover up anything we need to. But as I'm driving down the street right here, I've got Sydney Street in St. Louis. You'll notice I've got all these black dots around me. All these black dots, those are all individual properties. Those are all properties that as I'm driving down the street, I'm at the corner of McNair and Sydney in real life. On the app, I'll see it's right there for me. Cool. I click on any property right there. Awesome. It's going to pop up. Again, good job with the the screen share there. Works for the privacy policy there. Click on that. It's going to pull up that information, and simple as that, you're good to go. Like, don't overthink it. Click on that property, hit add lead, and move on to the next one. And so as you continue to build that list, as you continue to drive for dollars, you've got all these blue pins that'll start to pop up around you. That's just a visual representation on the map of all your list of leads, right? Every time I click on a property, it's going to go over here. I can hit add lead, and it'll help me move on to the next one, help me pin that property and keep going. So as simple as that, you'll want to know right away, you've got the black dots around you, you've got the blue pins around you, and you've got this map that's going to move with you as you drive down the street in real life, or as you bike down the street or run down the street. So that's the map there. You can toggle over to satellite view. I know a lot of people like that just because, it helps you really identify the properties in real life. It visually looks a little bit better to make it easy for you to use. But as you do this as well, you'll also notice, and this is under my box on there, but the route tracking that this is going to give you. This is an awesome feature to just help you, again, as you're driving for dollars, you want to know, like, hey, how do I be as efficient as possible? How do I, save as much time as possible and cover entire areas? If I know my market is a great market to drive for dollars and I want to get out there and add as many leads as quickly as possible, how do I just blanket entire neighborhoods, my entire city and county? Well, the route tracking feature will help you with that. The route tracking is, as I drive down the street, you're going to see a little tail pop up behind me, a little green tail. And you'll notice that the tail over time, let me move to 63109. I know that's an area that I've driven a bit here, and I've done some demos there as well. 63109 in St. Louis. You'll see some lines start to pop up as I zoom in on that for you guys. Here you go. So you've got these green lines popping up, right? These green lines are all routes that I've driven within the last 6 months. And at 6 months, you'll see, hey, that turns yellow. That's, between 6 months and 12 months. After 12 months, you'll see this little segment right here. It must have been a demo I did, since it's a small route, that turns red after a year. So you can just visually look at the map really quickly and easily, continue to add leads, continue to drive around, look for those rundown houses, click on the property, hit add lead right inside the app, really simple and easy. Boom. Now it's a blue pin rather. But as you do this, you're going to see all these individual routes pop up around you to make it really easy to cover that area, to blanket entire communities, and know that I can really focus on specific geographical areas for farming like this. So that is one awesome place to start. Zach, I do want to get into just a little bit about the data on the property. How much do you want me to just talk about that, or how much do you want me to show? Just to make sure I cover the privacy policy.
I mean, you can show it. Just be careful with it. Obviously, if this ever gets taken down, I can always just show the recording of it. But yeah, no, you can show the data of it. Freewholesaling.com is the full thing.
Yes.
I just don't want this thing getting taken down. Obviously,
absolutely.
But you should be fine. You can pop out the phone numbers. It should cover it. So.
Okay,
cool. How it goes.
There we go. We're learning on the fly here. Awesome. So, as we go through this again, every individual property that you add becomes a lead inside Deal Machine, right? So you've got your map at the top, you've got your leads tab, and you've got your mail tab. Again, the mobile version looks a lot like this, but squeeze down on your phone. And when you add those properties, when you click into that, what you're going to see is data start to pop up here. You're going to see things like, hey, here are data around the equity in the property, estimated equity percent. Here's mortgage information, in terms of the interest rate and, coming in and being able to really dig in here. You're going to see a lot of the data that's most important pop up right away, where it's just simple and easy to show immediately in terms of like property characteristics, things like square footage, year built, even individual things about the house will pop up right there. Land information like parcel, even parcel IDs, things like that, school districts, flood zones, all kinds of info there. Tax information, transaction history, all right there. And then even awesome kind of next level data. This is newer stuff we put in here is rehab and repair cost. It'll even come in here and say, well, hey, here's the average dollar per square foot it takes to repair a property in this area. Here's our general building condition code that we've got on this. And here's our, if we're going to add those or multiply those together, the repair cost times the general condition code in, by the square footage, it's going to come out to a $62,000 rehab. It's very back of the napkin math, but at least give you some pretty good general information about what a rehab on this property could look like. So in terms of the property card data, that's all stuff that, again, when you're driving for dollars, you're looking for the physical condition of the property. But when you want to take it to the next level and dig in, especially on the dispo side that we're going to be getting to here, that property data can be super, super helpful. And probably the most relevant thing I will mention in addition to that would be these property tags right here too. When you click on a property, you'll see like, hey, is it high equity? Has it been recently sold? Is it free and clear? Is it, in foreclosure? It'll give you a lot of kind of initial call outs on the properties themselves as these property tags that as you go through and start adding these properties, it'll make it really simple and easy to call out, oh, hey, here's another layer of distress. It's a foreclosure or a pre-foreclosure. Awesome. Like it's helping me really identify what are those best leads in my system. So, route tracking, again, going to track your routes, going to add leads, going to drive around, just simply click on those properties, hit, don't overthink it, look for those signs of physical distress. And as you continue to get better and better at this, we have some next level features. Like we have a tap to add mode right here where you can tap to add properties instead of, to make it kind of rapid fire adding, right? We've got things like viewing past routes to really, again, look at the map and figure out where have I been recently, where should I go next? And even things like, adding a driver so you can add somebody in your account to drive with you or for you. So that way I've got Elliot right here be a driver. All I have to do is just add him into my Deal Machine account if you're on Pro to go out there and team up and do this together. And or if you hear the term bird dog, there you go. That's bird dogging inside the app for you too. So Zach, is there anything on the D4D side? I want to cover virtual D4D as well, but is there anything I missed that you want to make sure I hit before we do that?
Yeah, I think it's pretty important, especially when it comes out to the drawing for dollars. It's just if there's any type of motivation with these sellers, this is what we're going after, right? And the reason why we're taking this time out for virtual drawing for dollars and drawing for dollars is it's the fastest way. And we're talking about like we can break down this chart really quick. I'm not going to kick it out, but like you kind of look here, right? We look at this chart. Why am I pushing drawing for dollars and reverse drawing for dollars so much? It's because 2,000 versus 400. It's a big difference. 6,000 versus 400, 8,000 versus 400, right? There's a big difference. There's a huge difference between this. And why we're breaking this down so heavy here is because it's faster, it's more efficient, and I don't want you guys to get burned out by getting no deals when you have this opportunity right here. And heck, even if you're virtually wholesaling, the ability with dmzack.com out here to go find that ugly house, virtual drawing for dollars, click it, the phone number just pops up and you call right there, gets you going. The reason why I feel like dmzack.com is perfect and why we kind of added this for the challenge is it's going to push you to eliminate all of your excuses. And what I mean by that is, and we're going to talk about it when we're going to give you your homework for today, is most people, the hardest part of just getting them to start is just getting in front, having the seller say hello, and then the phone's like this. That is the hardest part with most of the sellers. And the best cure for that is, I got to do the just get tracing. It's hard to do it. All the excuses are eliminated with the software. Heck, you can use truepeoplesearch.com, cyber background check. You can use all of those. But like the ability to find that ugly house, put it in there, and just the phone number pops up instantly. Or while you're driving for hours, you can click the button and the phone number pops up while you're driving. That eliminates your excuse of why you're not getting out here and doing volume. Like I said, volume and consistency. This is going to be the fastest way to get your first wholesale. And that's a free trial too. It'll help you guys out a lot.
Love it, guys. So what I'll go through. So if you're going to physically drive for dollars, that's what the playbook looks like. I'll show you the next level in terms of, I had a lot of people in the chat asking about virtual driving for dollars, to be able to do it at, anytime, anywhere. And it's essentially like clicking for dollars at that point. You can do it on mobile or desktop as well. So I'll show you how to do that really simply and easily as well. And then we'll take it again to that next level. Okay, how do I get in front of these sellers? Well, reverse D for D. We've been talking about that today. I'll show you exactly step by step how to reverse D for D. And then finding seller phone numbers. I'll tackle that here for you guys too. So on the virtual D for D side, I know I have a lot of really good comments and questions in the chat and saying like, hey, I'm doing this virtually. Fantastic. We've got you covered. That's got a great place to go for that for you as well. To make it really simple and easy for you. Essentially where you can start, you've got this little orange button on the left side here. And on the mobile version as well, you'll hit free drive. And then you've got a couple options. It'll say, or you hit start driving for leads rather. And when you drive for leads, it'll give you free drive, which is driving around wherever, planned route, which we'll get to here in a minute. That's part of reverse D for D. And then virtual driving for dollars, which that virtual drive right here, you can do on mobile or desktop. And when you're bringing that up, you click on start driving, and simple as this, you click anywhere you like and in front of any property, hit start driving right there. And it's going to take virtual driving for dollars, import that directly into Deal Machine for you, Google Street Image right there for you. And just like you would in real life, you're driving around looking for that motivated seller. You're looking for signs of physical distress. And, this is awesome this time of year if you're in a market where it's, one, if you're in a market that Zach talked about is just, a San Francisco or somewhere that's not a great market for this, or it's too small, not 100,000 people. Hey, virtual driving for dollars, great option here. You can do this any time of day or night. If you got a day job that's just hard to get out there and do, something where you're driving around at, a daytime, like, hey, this is great. If you're in a market that's got a ton of snow, I know it's going to snow here eventually in St. Louis at some point, hey, I won't miss those days. I got my virtual driving for dollars option. And just like you would in real life, it's still going to track your routes. You're still going to see like a little tail pop up behind you in that bottom left corner right there. But just like you would, hey, you're going to look at properties. You can look at them. You can see these signs of physical distress, right? You can see properties that have, you can see like things, there's a lot going on within these properties right here in terms of, rundown, again, all the signs we're talking about here, the overgrown grass, that's a great one. All of that's right there for you. And in that bottom right corner, you've got add lead. You hit add lead, and that's all you need to do. You've got, it makes it just very, very simple and easy, just like you would in real life where you're driving around. It's going to pull up the information for you. You've got even, if you are physically driving for dollars, you do have kind of like an augmented reality option too, where you can actually point the phone at the property and hit add lead. It'll pop up right there for you. That's pretty cool. It's new as well, or newer. But the virtual option, as you click down the street, going to look very, very similar. Don't overthink it. Look at the property, clearly overgrown right here. Cool. Hit add lead. It's going to pin that house and just move on to the next one and keep going. So just like, again, this is something that I will mention. It's a numbers game. So it's all about consistency. It's about getting out there and building that list right away. It's the fastest way to build a list like that of physically distressed houses. I will mention the one pro tip on virtual D for D I get all the time is like, hey, yeah, I see that, this photo was taken in June 2022. Is that a reliable photo or not? Well, one, Google Street Image, in most places with 100,000 person population or more, like Zach's talking about, Google Street Image is very up to date in a lot of those places. So it's usually only going to be a year or two old typically. I will mention, even for the older ones, say this was taken, June of 2012, like a really old photo. Well, look at the condition of this property. Go in and let's see if we can see, we've got some transaction history right here. It was last sold in December of 2021. So I can see that really simply and easily right there inside Deal Machine as well. And knowing that it was December 2021 and this photo was taken in June of 2022, we know it's the same exact owner that purchased this property. It still looks like this. So, hey, could be still a really good lead. I'd highly recommend comparing that transaction history, that last sale date, to the condition of the property. And if it's still the same owner, even when it was a rundown house, even if it is an old photo, hey, it's still, I would consider that a good lead. Because it's still, that's still the person who owned it when it looked like that back then, means it's highly likely in somewhat similar condition. So I would say when you're virtual driving, add that to the mix, in terms of how you're evaluating those properties. But outside of that, don't overthink it. It's going to give you a route summary just like it would in real life. You can see I drove, 0.09 miles. I drove for 3 minutes. I added 2 leads. That's all right here on the right side behind me on the live stream right there. And you can see that's pulled up on the map right here, tracking your route. And there you go, man. So, Zach, do you have any other pro tips on the virtual driving side before we get to reverse D for D here?
Yeah, when you're virtually drawing for dollars, the key here is if you see any motivation, you go from there. One thing I'll tell you is there's two ways you can do it too, which I do like. Number one, you can actually pull some government lists, and in dmzag.com, you can do this. I think it'll show it. You get like 100 code violations. You can pop it in Deal Machine and dmzag.com, and you can actually get a route of those, and you can actually see, oh wow, they're really ugly or they're really not. Heck, you just put the government list in there, import it, and then you can just get the skip traces too. That's another good part you can do.
Yeah.
But really just making it simple. If there's some sort of motivation, just pop it on the list. Even if it's something slight, just do it all day, every day. When you're virtually drawing for dollars and drawing for dollars, I like to avoid bank-owned properties, obviously. Corporations, it depends, right? I like it they at least owned it for at least 2 to 3 years because some ugly houses get bought from the bank or someone. But I don't really try to judge too much. If it's ugly, it goes on the list. Simple as that.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah. So what I'll tell you, in terms of, as you're building that list, like you just got to a great tip there in terms of like how to use government lists and all of that within the platform as well. Step one, again, is build a really, really high quality list. However you're getting in, you guys went through earned list types. You said paid list types. You said government lists. Fantastic. We got you covered on the earn list side with physical driving for dollars, and then we've got you covered on the earn list side with the virtual driving for dollars. Now, reverse D for D, if you're out there and you're wanting to drive around, and again, that's just driving around, putting sticky notes on the door where you're saying, hey, I have a question about your property, give me a call. Here's the phone number, make it really simple and easy. Like, don't overthink that either. But if you're going to drive around and do reverse D for D, one, that's a strategy that has amazing response rates. Like, I know you were comparing that to direct mail before, Zach, but like, the reverse D for D, like putting a sticky note in somebody's door, people pay attention to that. Like, people are going to give you a call. When we see our customers doing that, like they are getting phenomenal response rates from doing that strategy. The one thing is inside Deal Machine is if you want to do this as efficiently as possible and effectively as possible, like get the best leads as fast as possible, map the whole thing out. We have a planned route mode inside Deal Machine where you can actually go in, and you just talked about it, Zach, like put your government list in there. Put, you're already driving for dollars. Awesome. Put that sticky note on the door while you're doing it. Go in here and you get, on Deal Machine starter, you get 10,000 leads. On Pro, you get 50,000. On Teams, you get 500,000. Like, go in there and take full advantage of that by importing lists into Deal Machine. Or you can even go in and pull a list inside the app to be able to drive that. And what planned route mode is when you hit start driving on the mobile app, it's going to say, hey, do you want to free drive? Again, that's just driving for dollars. Do you want a virtual drive, or is what we showed you? Or do you want to do a planned route where that planned route will say, hey, select a list that you have in Deal Machine, and it's going to give you turn-by-turn navigation to every single one of those properties as fast as humanly possible. Like, it'll map it out for you. So whether you're importing lists, whether you're already doing D for D, I'll show you guys here really quick. If you go, Zach, if you want to pull up the map here one more time for them again. Yeah. I think I can show this off for you guys. You were going through a couple of great paid lists in addition to this. So if you're inside Deal Machine, you do have a paid list option as well. Like, this is really the new Deal Machine where we've upgraded our map, and that you've got this search bar on the top. You've got this properties bar on the bottom where it says hit build list on this bottom right corner right here. That's something where if you want to go in and you can put in any kind of property criteria, like on the house itself, you can put in seller criteria on their motivations itself. If you want to come away with a paid list, in addition to your driving for dollars earn list, in addition to the government list that Rick's talking about, you can go in here and do things and just say like, hey, yeah, go in and show me. Let's see if I can pull up St. Louis City. St. Louis City Mo. It's going to outline the entire city. So I can just click on that to begin with. And then I can just start filtering out and say like, hey, yeah, show me all of the pre-foreclosed properties inside city limits right here. Awesome pre-foreclosures. That is whittling it down right now. It's seeing real time 12 properties. Fantastic. I've got that right there. Build this confirm build, and then to reverse D for D that thing, you just hit drive this list inside the mobile app, and it's going to give you turn-by-turn navigation to go to all 12 of those right there. You've got that option for you. You can also go in and I want to make sure I give you guys as much value as possible. So a couple other quick lists that we see really, really great. You've got pre-foreclosure. Is another great one. in this strategy. So if you go in and let's just do 63109, for example, I can go to my filters up top, click on more filters, type in tax delinquent and say, is it tax delinquent? Yes. Well, let's see. Oh, let me take off pre-foreclosures. There we go. We've got 390 properties that are tax delinquent in 63109. Hit build list, and then go reverse D for D that. Go in there and hit the planned route mode. It's going to give you turn-by-turn navigation to go to every single one of those properties. That's one example. Liens are another one. You can go in here and say, like, hey, yeah, show me properties that, again, I clicked on the filters, and you can say, does it have an active lien? Click on yes, active lien. Now I'm down to, let's see here, we've got 1,172 properties inside these borders that have an active lien on it. Fantastic. Hit build list. It takes literally 10 seconds to build that list, and then it's ready to go, ready to drive, ready for you to get out there and do that. And you can even get more targeted too. One last example here for you guys, Zach. You can do things like, hey, let me target like the downsizing cliff, the silver tsunami of people that are, getting ready to retire and maybe want to downsize their property. Well, I've got 63109 as an example. So I'll keep that pulled up, and you can go in here and say, well, hey, I'm going to look for property owners that are older. So, senior owned. So let's do contact age is greater than or equal to 65. And we have this demographic data you can tap into to be able to say, like, hey, let me look at the owner age, so older age that owns the property. We'll call it free and clear. So that way, they've got 100% equity in it right here. And then we'll call it a living, a larger house. So we'll call it like square footage is bigger than living area square footage is bigger than 2,000. We'll call it that. And you can just start to layer in these things on top of each other where you've got older owner, free and clear property. They own the whole thing. They want to cash out. Living area is big. It's in this area. We've got 1,000 properties that fit that. Awesome. Pull that list, reverse D for D that list right there. Like, you can get as minute and specific as that on the spot. You can get as broad as just one area, or you can import a government list or go D for D. And you've got all these opportunities right here to take action right now today and get out there and reverse D for D for this stuff. So, Zach, is there anything on that side, like the paid list side, you wanted me to touch on? I know we're focused on D for D mostly here.
Yeah, I mean, DMStock.com's got plenty of great like paid list stuff too. But I would say the majority of the wholesalers right now, we should be focused on the drawing for dollars, reverse drawing for dollars. Now you can just do the paid list. That's fine too. But I would say the majority of your success is going to come from drawing for dollars, reverse drawing for dollars right now, unless you got the means to do it right. I think cold calling and texting these type of leads are going to be the best one outside of the sticky notes. And just stick to that one. But once we get these leads, we've got to figure out how to get the phone numbers.
Exactly. Yeah. So, and the reason why I bring up the paid list as well is because that's kind of the gateway into reverse D for D, guys. Like, to reverse drive for dollars as fast as possible. If you have a list, a government list, a paid list like that, and then you just hit, again, planned route mode, drive that list, it's going to give you turn-by-turn navigation to get to all of those. So you can go out there, and while you're reverse D for D'ing, like, absolutely drive for dollars. And on top of that, like, look for those rundown houses while you're out there driving around and putting sticky notes on the door. But to give you that best practices of what we see work over and over again, it's reverse D for D by driving a list, and also drive for dollars while you're out there. Right. So, awesome. Cool. So when we give you guys all that to start with, like Zach had talked about, that next step is, okay, now that I've got this, killer list of leads, really, really high quality, motivated list of leads, what do I do with them? Like, how do I actually reach out to them? How do I get contact info and, be able to call, text, email, reach out to them directly in a variety of ways? Well, like, the data you need for that is already ready to go inside the machine. And that's something, like, it's been awesome to announce this with you, Zach. I know this was something we recently really are trying to change the game in the industry. And, this is something I'm always curious on this. Put in the comments how much you're spending on skip tracing right now today. I would love to see that, see if anybody's out there and that we can really, really help. But the awesome thing with this is, Zach, again, you helped us announce this, but we're trying to kill skip tracing from that perspective. Like, we want you to never have to pay for that again. We want you to get out there, and every single Deal Machine account, every single DMZach.com account, it comes with those that contact info already preloaded, ready to go. So you don't have to get nickeled and dimed. We have people in here. Let's see. We've got people in here. Skip tracing, even the skip tracing, like 3 cents a skip trace, that can be, the cheapest that you probably can find out there that's quality at all. Like our goal is to give you guys nothing else to pay for.
Really about 10, 12 cents. If you're
there you go. 10, 12 cents. Awesome. There you go. So being able to get out there and have it ready to go and save you the time because it's in the app right there for you, and just click on there. Literally nickel and dime. Thanks, Matthew. Love it. To be able to click on it and be able to see that number right there to take action on. Like, think of it like you would with Amazon Prime having free shipping all the time. Well, for any member, Deal Machine member, you get free unlimited contact info to reach out to these folks. Or if you click on any property inside the app, you'll be able to pull that up. And I'll try not to show the actual numbers themselves there, Zach, but you can click on any property and see like, hey, yeah, here is the individual associated contact with that person. You've got the 2 phone numbers right here. You've got an email address right here. Just selecting any property on my list and be able to dig in and see like, yeah, here, it's owned by an LLC who's owned by this person, likely owner. You can see even things like likely resident who's renting that individual property, things, both of those in there. And you've got phone numbers and email addresses to dig into right away. And demographic information as well. I know I mentioned this earlier of like, if you want to look at, even things like, digging into who this person is, do they own a portfolio, things like, is it a senior owner, tired landlord, all that type of stuff. It's really kind of the ultimate cold call prep tool for you there, where you can go in and adjust your conversation because you know more about that individual when you start clicking into this data and get to know them virtually and ask even better questions than somebody who's coming in completely cold and blind in terms of who this person is. So anything that we do, that's our goal, is to just save you as much time as possible, give you the contact info right there, ready to go, not charge you any more for it, give you the best leads possible, through the Drive for Dollars, through Reverse D for D. And, in terms of the quality of it too, Zach, I do want to mention one thing really quick here, just because I get that question all the time, is like, hey, if this is free contact info, free skip tracing, like how good is the quality, right? One thing, we know on our end, like, this is, bad data is going to cost you guys money, right? Like bad data is going to lead to mistakes. And so we spend a crazy amount on our end to be able to make this happen for people, where it is the same data that, 911 call centers are using, that, 90% of the caller ID in the US is using. Like a lot of the top banks, a lot of the top financial institutions, they're using this data. So it's something that we've upgraded our data, really try to make it as the best in the industry in terms of accuracy around all that. And, excited to kind of give away as many of these as possible too, man. So appreciate you bringing us on to be able to walk people through how to build that list, how to market to them, and just give them as much value as possible today through it.
Yeah, of course. And, the reason why we gave out all the wholesaling real estate information for free, still you used to have to pay 15, 16, 17 cents to skip trace. That's still bottleneck in this industry if you get some good leads and data. And so that's why I'm trying to, make DMZI.com basically the best way to get some free skip tracing if you want to get the skip trace. Now, there's other services you can always use too, but I'm telling you, for the beginners out here, the people watching this, you want to get 20, 30, 40, 50,000 skip traces done like this instantly, and it's super, super cheap. It's DMZac.com. it's calculating it. It'll cost like a third of a penny per thing. It's half. It's something crazy. It's an insane amount. And so basically you have it, the app, you just literally get the skip traces with it. And I think it's probably going to force a lot of people's hands to give out skip tracing for free, which ultimately helps the people in wholesaling out. So I'm here to help out DMZac.com because they're trying to help out the wholesaling community by forcing everyone else to give out wholesaling information and the data for free. So pretty excited about that.
Absolutely, man. Yeah. That's like you said, if you're on our starter plan, again, that's 10,000 leads that you get with that. So, if you're spending even 10 cents a skip trace, that's $1,000 in free value built into that right there for you. So we just want to give away as much as possible for you guys. I know on our end, in terms of the giveaways, there's 2 that I'll give you guys. One, for today, we're going through this if you want to comment, Zach, is this cool if they comment, I want free skip tracing with DMZac.com? Is that the best way to do this giveaway?
That works. Yeah, just
awesome.
put that.
There we go. So if you comment, I want free skip tracing with dmzack.com, you enter to today's giveaway. Everybody live on here, we're going to be giving away one of those to you guys as well. That's going to be 50,000 free skip traces, which is our pro plan. And we're going to be, so unlimited on pro is 50,000 leads. That's 50,000 free skip traces for you. A year of Deal Machine is going to come with that. So if you add up all that, I mean, that's over $5,000 in free value when you talk about the software and then what the skip traces could cost you. So that's going to be one winner. And then if you're watching the replay, because I know a lot of people are going to watch the replay a week from today. So we're going to go through on January 11th, and we're going to do that again. If you started a free trial at dmzack.com between now and January 11th, we're going to go through and pick one of you guys randomly out of a hat and give away the same thing, 50,000 free skip traces. That's our pro plan with a year Deal Machine there. So yeah, man, we're excited to do this for you guys.
Awesome. Well, Matt, I really appreciate it, man. Pumped up for you helping the people out. And I'm pumped up, man. I really appreciate it. You just you let me know who's the winner. I'll let you decide. And you tell me who. So you choose the winner right now, and then we can go have the guy message you out. Because it'd be hard to get their information.
Yep. I want free skip tracing. Here we go. Here, let's give people a few minutes. You want me to message it to you directly in a few minutes here? Is that okay, Zach?
Yeah, sure. Go message me who it is, and we'll go from there, man. I'm excited.
Perfect, man. Love it. Keep it up, guys.
All right. Appreciate it, guys. Boom. dmzack.com. Awesome stuff. Matt will check out, and he'll tell me which one's the winner, and then you just got to message him or reach out to him right there. But the point of why we talked about dmzack.com is because it's the best way for people to eliminate their excuses. And that's the one thing I hate about new wholesalers. They will have all these excuses why they can't do it. That's just the best way, the most money and time efficient way to get your first deal. I truly believe drawing for dollars, reverse drawing for dollars. But if you have other reasons, let's say you want to do some more virtual stuff, right? Even if you're virtual wholesaling and you get a bunch of leads and you got to skip trace them, you don't want to go through True People Search, cyber background checks. You can use other ones. Now, if you have no money, you don't want to spend for dmzack.com, you can always use two websites I love. Let me write them in the comments for you guys. One is called truepeoplesearch.com. Let's put it right here. And so if you want to find someone's phone number, you have no money, there's a website. It's called truepeoplesearch.com, which is a really good one. And the other one's called cyberbackgroundchecks.com. I love cyberbackgroundchecks.com too if you got no money. That's another really good one too. Let's go pop it up here. Let's go here. And then the other one is the cyberbackgroundchecks.com if you have no money. We're getting too many comments. People want their 50,000 skip traces for free. But the point is, if you want it, you just sign up for there and you can get it too. Now, let's talk about some other things really quick too. And just we're talking about wholesaling on a consistent basis, right? And I want you to kind of have an understanding here of wholesalers, right? We have wholesaling is there's two wholesalers. There's two lines in here, okay? And so this is a pretty simple chart, right? People that get a deal and the people that get no deal. All right. These are the two wholesalers that we have, right? That watch this channel, right? Now, I want you to understand the matrix between these two. All right. And they all have one thing in common. Okay. Number one, let's do this here. All right. Excuses is, oh my goodness. All right, how do I write this? I'm just gonna. So this is let's talk about the difference between a successful wholesaler and not. Number one, and we got to understand this. The wholesalers that get no deal, they're always going to make an excuse. Oh, I just don't have the right mentor. I don't have blah, blah, blah. If you want to be rich and successful, you cannot let an excuse get in front of you. An excuse is just going to be a roadblock. So if you are running around here trying to get to your goal, which is money, all right, we're walking to that goal. If I have a roadblock right here called an excuse, oh, I have an accent. I have this. I'm tired. I have a kid. You're never going to get to this money goal. When you have no, and you know what an excuse is? I want you to understand this. It is a cloud. It is a fugazi. It's a fake thing. It is a mentally created thing in your mind of why you can't become successful, right? And so what you gotta do is eliminate the excuse. I have no money. TruePeopleSearch.com. I got no money. You can go out here and pull a government list. Oh, I got no money. TruePeopleSearch.com. You can Google Maps and do this, right? Oh, I got no money. You can actually go out here, and this is shocking, do a virtual market if you're in the wrong market, pull code violations, let's say Lake County, Florida, True People Search, and start calling these people up with Google Voice. Oh, I have no internet. You go to the library. Like there's nothing should stop you from getting to that cash, that money, what we're actually destined to get, right? And I don't care what you want, but that's number one. Excuses are made. When you make no excuse, and here's the problem. Excuses for a good wholesaler, they don't have excuses, right? Excuses aren't even a word. They don't say the word excuse. They say this. They say problem. And I want you to understand this. Problems, okay? And so a broke wholesaler, a one that's not going to become successful, they're going to say excuses. I can't do this, and this is why I can't become successful. A successful wholesaler that gets deals, they have problems and they have solutions. I have no money. That's a problem. Well, the solution to that problem is to do a free marketing strategy, right? And the problem is most wholesalers don't understand this concept. If you can replace excuses with problems and solutions, it will change your life the most. Number one, now the wholesalers that get a deal, they clearly just have one thing in common. They want it more. They want it more. And what I mean by that is, then they want, oh, Lord, that's terrible handwriting. They want it less. And this is pretty simple stuff, but I think it's pretty important for us to understand this. When a wholesaler wants it more, they will beat their competition. They will get wholesaling deals. When they say, I don't care what it takes. I don't care how tired I am. I don't care how long I've been trying this. I don't care. I want it more than my competition. I'm actually going to go out here and get a property owner contract. I'm actually going to become successful. When you want it less, when, I don't like my job, but it's too much work. I'm too tired. You clearly don't hate your job enough. Some wholesalers have to be to the point where they are so broke that they're like, I am so sick of being broke. I have hunger pains in my heart and in my stomach of being sick of being broke, that they're like, okay, then I'm going to work even harder to get out of this hole. But until you're at that point, here's the truth. I love this story, and this is a story I use for a lot of beginner wholesalers, and sometimes y'all need a slap in the face. But there's this one wholesaler. He was scared to death to cold call. Scared to death to cold call, right? And we had a one-on-one call. Scared to death to cold call, right? He did not want to call someone. He was so worried. And I said, until you are more scared of being broke than being scared of cold calling, you'll never, ever become successful. And he always makes excuses, right? And one time I said, cold call, talk to 7 sellers in the next 7 days, right? And he said, oh, I forgot to cold call. I was just so busy. I said, oh, you're busy. There's a bigger dude. I was like, well, were you too busy to eat dinner? No, I ate dinner. Oh, so you didn't forget to eat dinner, but you forgot a cold call. I just forgot a cold call today. I'm like, okay. Well, why did you not forget to eat dinner? And he said, well, I don't forget to eat dinner because I get hungry. And I'm like, oh, so when you're hungry, it's a constant thought in your mind that you're hungry, right? And you're thirsty. He said, yeah. I'm like, here's your problem, bro. You're not so broke that you're not constantly reminded every single day that you are broke, and it hurts. And what I mean by that is just being broke, it's a consistent, it's a weight on you, right? That, oh, I can't pay for the bills. I can't do this. The AC's not working right. I can't afford this. And I'm driving a bad car, all these things. And it should be the same thing as a hunger pain. You should be hungry to become rich and successful. And it's constantly in your mind, 24/7. You want to get out of the situation, and you will do anything it takes to stop having that hunger pain, right? You'll eat and you're fine, right? You have to want it more until that pain, you start feeling it and you say, I'm sick of this. I'm going to make a change. And you don't forget, that's when you become successful. The broke wholesalers, they win it less. They say the big talk, oh, I'm going to get rich. But they don't do it. That's the big change I've seen with you guys. And so I can tell you, you have to make a change. You have to be hungry. I'm telling you, you have to become successful. You have to become successful, and that's what you have to do. So let's answer some questions, and then we're going to have Rick back on. He's going to share the other part of what we're talking about today. But we got some questions here, and so let's break it down. Shout to Sheldon. Sheldon says, thank you for all the info. I'll get a burger. Oh, I'll eat a burger. Appreciate that, man. FitMech says, yo, Zach, I'm still trying to get my first deal. What is your guys' thoughts on working on market deals? I'm not a big on market deal guy. I swear to you, I'm not an on market deal person. I found off market to be way better for wholesaling real estate. That's my personal opinion. I found on market to be worse. Dealing with agents, it's a hassle. Sellers are way better. You make more per deal. On market, I'm not a big wholesaling fan for on market properties. I've never really have been one. So I would be careful there. Let's see here. All right. So we have a giveaway winner. We've had over hundreds of contacts. So that's pretty cool. So I want to give a shout out. We'll answer some more questions, but really quick, our giveaway winner is going to be, let's see if I can find this guy. Let's see here. Where are we at here? There's too many comments, unfortunately. Our winner here is going to be Chris Potivent. Shout out to him. He won 1 year DMZack.com for free and 50,000 skip traces. So that's pretty cool. It's awesome. Awesome. Shout out to Chris, the man out here. He's the winner here. So shout out to him. He's cool. He's good to go. Copied all the comments and then did it from there. So shout out to Chris there. Love to see it. We got another comment here. Let's see here. Brandon said, I've seen a guru make a video preaching on market. Guys, I don't care what your broke guru got to say about on market. I don't care. I think it's so stupid, right? Oh, yeah, on market's way better, bro. No, it's not. Okay. The majority of wholesalers that are making millions and millions of dollars do it off market. You know why? Because there's more of it. I see one guy saying, why go after off market when you go on market when most wholesalers, most sellers all have their deal. Most properties get sold on the market. Yeah, most properties are sold on the market, but the majority of discounted properties that you can actually make a big assignment fee on, a ton of money on, are actually done off market. So yes, 95% of all deals being sold are through the MLS on market, the realtor, but 80 to 90% of all the discounted deals at a deep discount where you can make $20, $30, $40, $50,000, 80, 90% of them are all off market. So go after that. I don't care what a guru is telling you because they're trying to take money from you. That's how it always works out. Shout out to Edwin, my first deal, working on 3 deals. Awesome. Guys asked here, what are the qualifications to JV with you guys? Honestly, just send a deal. If it's not a deal from our underwriting department, we will tell you it's not a deal and just let you know and just, hey, sorry, it's not a deal. Majority of what we find, if we cannot make a fat assignment fee on it, which if I'm not going to be able to make at least $5,000 on it, it's probably not a good JV deal for us to do. That's our qualifications. Simple as that. Now, you're not going to be the guy, oh, I locked it up for way too high, but Rick and Zach are so awesome that they're just going to find a way. It's not that magical, okay? We have the buyers, but we're not going to send bad deals out to them and ruin our buyers list, okay? So it's got to be a good, decent deal. Majority, if it's a for sale by owner, we're having a lot of these issues. If your FSBO is locked up if it's listed for $100,000 and you lock it up for $99,000, I showed all my deals. I said, don't allow that deal. We're not dispoing that deal. That's a stupid deal. It's got to be somewhere at deep discounts, right? If it's listed for 100, I don't care what you found the hidden value is. The market is clearly showing it's not worth that price. And so, yeah, I don't like on market. We'll do on markets, but we're not a big fan of them. So yeah, that's honestly what we have found. Galaxola says, how hard is it to find a natural buyer? How do I find buyers that are actually motivated to buy the property? Well, that's kind of what we're going to talk about that on day 2. We still got a lot more to cover today, but we're day 2, so we're really going to break that down. So we're excited about that. Caleb says, got a JV deal from someone hitting me up on a YouTube comment. Caleb, so shout out to Caleb. He's made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Caleb and Ryan, shout out to Caleb and Ryan. They've been on our podcast, learning from us absolutely for free. So they're pretty cool people. But here's a really powerful part of why you should. Caleb's like a attendee to this virtual event. He's networking. And because he lets himself be known out there, he'll probably make 15, 20 grand on a JV deal by just letting people know that he is in Grand Rapids. He's still in Grand Rapids, I believe. We got to do another podcast and really see how he's doing. But yeah, literally just letting people know who you are. It's shocking, but you'll get, guys, if you clearly went on most of my live streams and you actually let people know who you were and you had buyers, you could easily make 50 to 100K in 2024. No problem at all. Just on my YouTube comments. Because I make millions of dollars with the JVs. And so you can make at least 100K doing it, right? Not that hard. You just got to do the work. I'm telling you guys, easy and simple as that. Let's see here. Michael says, you mentioned choosing a market with a median ARV under 400 grand. What's the reason for that? Don't you get bigger spreads between $400,000 and $600,000 median ARVs? Yes, you are correct. But you have to understand this. There is a law of large numbers. And what I mean by that is, yes, if let's say this worked, right? I would only go to San Francisco. I'll lock up deals for $10 million, then sell them for $12 million and make $2 million a deal and do 3,000 of those a year, right? That's of course, right? But there is a problem with that, right? And it's just the law of large numbers. And human beings are really weird. When you could start creeping up to the $7, $8, $9, $1 million, $900,000, $1 million ARVs, you have a problem here. And the majority of these problems are sellers are not willing to take a discount. That's the problem. And so we'll go on the whiteboard here and show you really quick. But like, you got to look at this. It's all a business, right? And so if I have a $900,000 house, a cash buyer, let's say, is going to want at most, let's be conservative here. Let's do an 80% of ARV minus repairs, right? Usually it's going to be a little more for this. But so that means they're going to want to buy that deal for, let's say, let's do the math here. I don't want to be too stupid in front of y'all. Let's do 900 times 0.8, 720, right? That means at minimum, they want to buy it for 7 or below. Or if I had a $90,000 deal, right, I would be at 72K. Now, or below. This is an $18,000 reduction. This is a $180,000 reduction. What you have to understand here, human beings are weird. Human beings don't look at a percent basis. They don't look at they look at literally the number. And so people are more likely to take an $18,000 reduction than a $180,000 reduction. I'm telling you, it doesn't happen like that. And the majority of people owning this are less likely to want to sell for a discount. They're less likely to make a property distressed and get rid of it for cash. That's just statistically how it works. You don't have a $900,000 house because you're stupid. You're stupid with doing bad stuff, like getting arrested, not paying your bills and things like that. Because you got equity you can pull out of the home. Hard to do it from there. And it's actually easier to flip these houses. If I'm a house flipper, I am a person looking to flip a house and make a profit. It is easier for me to sell this deal because I have FHA buyers, I have conventional buyers. There's just a huge pool of people looking to buy property for $90,000. That's a really cheap piece of property, and it's just more affordable. It's more attractive to the vast majority. Remember, the average person makes $50,000 a year in the United States of America. They are most likely wanting to buy this deal, which means I have more demand, which I can make more profit flipping the deal on a percent basis. The amount of people willing to pay 900 grand for a property is going to be a lot less, and they're going to demand a lot more. And so you got to understand this. There's more profit in the lower ARV properties to flip than the higher one. There's also a lot worse that can go happen, especially recession situations like that. But most sellers, they are more likely to take this. Most sellers are willing to take an $18K reduction versus a $181. They just can't get over that $180,000 reduction. That's the main issue here. And so, yes, bigger spreads, you will make probably $100K on this deal, and you'll only probably make $15K on this deal. But you will probably be able to do 20 and 30 of these deals when it only does one of these. And so, yes, if I can do 30 deals and making 15K a deal, that's going to be for something. That's going to be 450 grand I can make in a year, right? versus me doing two $50,000 deals. That's $100K. Would you rather be the guy making $450,000 or $100,000? The problem is there's just way less of these opportunities than these. And so if you want to do a numbers game, doing both of these markets, you'll make more going after the cheaper properties, making $450K than $100K. There's also more of these houses than those houses. And so that's kind of a quick breakdown of why you want to go after cheaper real estate under 400 grand. I'm just telling you, it's ridiculous. So yeah. And so what we want to do is go to the next part here on here and kind of break down some more, but starting out on tangent here, but you have to understand this, that cheaper real estate is going to be better when it's under 400 grand. Hopefully that makes sense. There's just, I love it. You know, I've gone to Rick so many times like, hey, why don't we try to wholesale $1.5-2 million houses? It just doesn't happen. I don't know one person in the country that does properties over $3 million that just wholesales and can do a huge amount of volume. It's about how much deals you do and how much money per deal. And a majority of the time, you can't make it crazy. That's why when you look at like car makers, right? Of course, Toyota wants to be like, why don't we just sell 10 million cars and charge them $150,000 a piece for the car? There's less pool of people willing to pay 150 grand for a car, but everyone wants to pay 30 grand for a car. And so the sheer amount of volume, you're good to go and you can make a ton of money from this. And so that's kind of why I tell people to go below $450,000 on this. It's going to help you out the most on this. But yeah. And so next part here, you know, I think the part where we got a lot of people asking questions for, right, is how to deal with contracts and all these. And people get really confused from this. And so this part we're going to kind of break this down because I think a lot of people have a lot of questions about this. And so let's kind of break it all down here. So let's go pop this up. And shout out to everyone asking questions. We're going to answer some more questions here. Rick is back here. And so let's break it all down. So what we want to do is actually break down our contracts. Now, if you go to freewholesaling.com, you can actually go download our free contract. We'll show you exactly how to do it. And now, once you go to freewholesaling.com, you download a free contract. Our contract is going to pop up here. And what we want to do is just a full breakdown of exactly how to fill out contracts for beginners, because I feel like that's the one part no one ever talks about. And they're all paid for and all the stupid stuff. So let's kind of break down the contract part here. I don't want to get too nitty gritty on stuff here, but let's go here. And yeah, so we'll have Rick in talk about this. And let's talk about contracts. What is it? All these things and everything like that.
Okay. Hey, you see, he leaves me with the fun part. Okay, let me slide everything over. Awesome. Okay, so we're talking about contracts. So what I want to do is walk you through how to fill out a wholesale contract. And then the other part of it is an assignment contract. There's two separate pieces of paperwork. And once you understand it, that's great. Now, guys, I can't stress this enough. This is the mechanical part of wholesaling. So the value and the skill is always going to be in the marketing and building rapport and talking with your sellers. This honestly is mechanical. And I'm going to walk you through. And if you have never done a contract, by the time you're done watching this video, you will have all the tools to write a simple contract. Now, contract law in the United States is very clear. It's very simple. And don't let lawyers, don't let realtors, heck, don't let buyers, and definitely don't let sellers try to control you in this. It is very, very, very simple. Honestly, I remember the day I started out wholesaling, I go, I don't know how the heck I'm ever going to write a contract. And to be honest, I think the first contract I wrote was like way too long. I didn't know what I was doing, and I had to have somebody help me fix it. So I'm going to save you that aggravation. So if you guys can bear through me, I am going to put up the contract on, let's see, let's add that too. So awesome. So first of all, we're going to go through the purchase and sales agreement. It's also known as a PSA. That's just an acronym. Don't get confused by it. I have a legal disclaimer on the top. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not here to give you legal advice. I'm definitely not going to give you accounting advice, but I have 21 years experience writing this. Now, people always say, Rick, why do I have to use your contract? You don't have to use my contract. But if you truly want to be a wholesaler, this contract, in my opinion, is the most powerful tool you can use. Why? Because you need to have certain terminology in your contract to make sure you're going to get a good wholesale deal. So first of all, I don't care what state you're in. What I'd like you to do is take this contract and give it to your title company first. And then if you have the privilege or you have a lawyer that will review you, they shouldn't charge you for it. Have them take a look at it. Now, I'm here to tell you, I talk to lawyers almost on a daily basis. And lawyers will always complicate it, always find a way to put their niche in it. Guys, I've been doing this 21 years. I've never had a problem doing it. I've had hundreds of lawyers tell me, it's not valid. You can't do that. Absolutely wrong. In fact, 50% of lawyers are wrong every day in court. So lawyers will do what lawyers are going to do. I'm telling you, I've closed thousands and thousands of deals with this paperwork I'm going to show you right now. I have the proof in the pudding. This is not hearsay. This is not someone challenging it. I want you to understand that. So let's go through it. So real simple. Wait a minute. Okay. Let me bounce. I got to figure out how to. Nope. Okay. I got it. Okay. So hopefully you guys can see my screen here and it's scrolling through. So you are going to see, I want to make sure this is working real quick. Okay, perfect. So an assignment of contract. So guys, if you have questions, put them in there. And at the end, I'm going to answer I'll answer questions in between each of the two types of contracts. So we're on the purchase and sales agreement. So obviously the date, what are we doing this? We are on the 4th, right? So I'm going to see if I can type this thing in here. I prefer to use the other board, and that's what I thought I would do. So here's what we're going to do. Obviously, you're going to put the date here. You don't need an explanation of that. And then what you're going to do is put your seller's name in there. Here's a little cheat sheet. Go to your property appraiser site and just cut and paste whoever the legal owner is in there. And quite honestly, if there's multiple sellers in there, you're going to have to get each of their signatures. But this is where you want to cut and paste and put in the buyer. At this point, guys, it's easy and it's simple. Now, let me share a couple little tips with you. Before you do the purchase and sales agreement, you should already have your negotiations pretty much done. This is a mechanical part. So here's what I do. Once I strike an agreement with my seller, and a lot of times when I used to go out and visit them at their home, I said, Ms. Sally, I tell you what, it sounds like we have a deal. I'm very happy. If I can get your permission to go out to my car and just grab the paperwork so I can fill it out with you and put the information on this contract, would that be okay with you? You see, a lot of you guys sit right next to your sellers, and when you have this big briefcase or this big file, I used to do this in the beginning, and you freak your customers out. They don't know what's in there. They think you're just going to beat them up. So what I do is I take all distractions away. I take cell phones, I take contracts. And then what I do is I do a verbal negotiation. And once I get down to where they're in a happy place, I'm in a happy place, I ask for permission to go get the purchase and sales agreement. Now I came back in. Now, a lot of times you can go ahead and put in the seller and the buyer's name. Obviously, I'll leave the date blank till you get there. And then basically street address, city, legal description. A lot of people ask me about this. Once again, go to your property appraiser site and cut and paste. Now, for full disclaimer here, legal descriptions are not always correct at the property appraiser site. So if it's one of those long ones and you got a really old property, here's a trick that you want to do. Just cut and paste the parcel ID or write it on there. It is 100% legal. And most of them are between 9 and like 15 digits, and it's very clear in black and white. That will suffice. Sometimes if you get a property that's really, really old, like 100 years plus, the legal description can be a paragraph. And you can cut and paste it, but it won't even fit in the spaces most likely. So just use the parcel ID number, and that will identify that parcel and that property. And you want to put that in there. So I'm not going to fill in all this stuff because honestly, it's much more cumbersome than the computer, but we are going to fill in these numbers right here. So let's purchase and sales agreement here. So the first part is we are hopping down is what is your total deposit? Now, I want to talk about deposits here because you all get hung up on this. And if you have a question, stick it in now because you know what? Let's just answer it while we're going through this. Anybody got any deposit questions? I'm going to give you the ideal case scenario as a wholesaler, the perfect world. Understanding that perfect world is in your own little comfort environment. When you go meet with a seller, your perfect world is going to get rocked a little bit, especially in the beginning. So when you're new at wholesaling and you go, Rick and Zach told me to leave $100 deposit and your seller freaks out, understand you have left the perfect world. This is the reality. So we have to prepare you to talk about the deposits. This is one of the biggest hangups I see. So also they say on here, is the deposit the EMD? Yes, it is. EMD is an acronym for earnest money deposit. So let's talk about what deposits while we're on this. In the perfect world, you put $100 deposit. When I started wholesaling, I did $10 deposits and I used to give them a cash $10 bill. Don't do that anymore. Now, in the perfect world, $100 would be ideal. Honestly, I don't want most of you going over $500 because a lot of times you actually have to fund this money. You can't completely, a lot of people say, I do wholesaling for little to no money. This is the part where it's the little money. So if you had to fund 100 or 500, this is where it's come. Most of you, 90% of you are going to fit between the 100 and the 500. So let me role play and give you a little bit of a scenario on this. So yes, this is earnest money deposit. So when we do this, you put we're going to leave $100 deposit and I'm writing the contract with them. So when I do this, I hop in here. I would put $100. Okay. I'm typing on the computer. I'd much rather write it with a pen, but I didn't do that today. So if you had a $100,000 price, say the house was for $100,000. That means cash due at closing is what? It's just a math problem, guys. $99,900. That's it. Don't ask me to line all this stuff up because it is not my expertise. So I like to handwrite these things. It's much easier. But here's where you guys get in trouble when you do the deposits. So say you go and put that $100 and your seller goes, $100? Are you crazy? And a lot of you, like I used to get this white look on my face, like, oh my God. And I'm here to tell you, it's not an objection. It's just a lack of education and information. So guys, put in the comments, who is that deposit going to? Is it going to the seller? Is it going to like some fairyland? Is it going to the title company? Is it going to attorney? When you write your deposit, where does it go to? Somebody put it in the comments because I want to teach you how to do this. It's important because when you know where the deposit's going, you can easily overcome this objection. Okay, perfect. So I have it on here. Christian says title company. That is correct. So if the money's not going to the seller and it's going to wait till the deal gets funded and close it, the seller rarely never gets any money. So disputing the deposit is ridiculous. Think about this. I'm here to tell you, if you're buying from a motivated seller, they will rarely dispute the deposit for you. You know who disputes the deposits? Realtors, unmotivated sellers, complete tire kickers, time wasters. If I'm going to get your deal funded in a short amount of time, why do we get hung up on the deposit? What happens is people go to realtor world. In a realtor world, you've got to leave a 3% earnest money deposit or 5%, 10%. Talk to a million realtors, you're going to get 1,000 different answers. I get it. So here's what I do. They go, $100, that's nuts. I can't tie this property up for $100. Listen, Mr. Seller, that money is actually going to sit in the earnest money deposit account at the title company. And because we're paying cash for your house, we're going to close it relatively quickly. So what I want to do is focus on getting you that whole $100,000. The deposit is just a formality to get the ball rolling for you. And I mean, if you want, I can do a little bit more, but I want to focus on getting your deal done. We are not going to fund you just on the deposit alone. They're like, well, could you do 5,000? Now, here's what I'll do. I get $100. Why don't we just go ahead and make it $300 or $500? And that's it. You just got to move past it. Remember, you don't negotiate a deposit. They're not getting it. And the reality is you're going to have a property under contract with an inspection period. It's kind of pointless if you really think about it. So if you understand it and you understand the philosophy of the deposit, it should not be a sticking point. Here is my only exception to this rule. If someone gives you an amazing deal, I don't care if you're brand new or you're seasoned, and they're giving you a property 40, 50 cents on the dollar, and you've confirmed it's a good deal, figure it out. If they want a $5,000 deposit and you're getting ready to make a $50,000 payday and you're like, you have this thing cat in the bag, or maybe you're going to JV with us on it, reach out to us and let's find a way to fund that deposit, because who cares? So if I had a deal, say I have it under contract for 100 grand and say it's worth 180 grand and it really needed no work, and they are stuck on $5,000, for God's sakes, find a way to give it to them. And so what you can do is write in there is the deposit will be funded within 3 to 5 business days after your inspection period. That gives you 2 weeks. That gives you basically 7 days to fund the deposit yourself. You can either float the money with you, a business partner, a JV partner, or here's a better idea. Why don't you have your cash buyer go ahead and fund that for you if you haven't built in? You see, if I left a $5,000, $10,000, or $50,000 deposit and I knew I was going to triple my money, then do it. I get it. You're brand new. It's a little bit scary. So the reality is that is the exception. There are very few deals like that. So you want to stay in that 100 to 500. And I'm going to show you later in the contract why that is so important you do that. So let me see here. How do I remove that? So perfect. Okay, let's keep moving through it. We got a lot to go through here. So the next part, we're on the contract. We are rolling down. And if we get down to the next important part, because honestly, I find the deposit, it's the wholesaler makes it a bigger deal because they don't understand it and they get scared and they don't know how to overcome it. Remember, I want to focus on funding your entire $100,000. The deposit is just a formality to go ahead and pull the title and get the file open. And the idea is to get your house bought and sold within 30 days. That's it. And then when they come back and you let them out, the most I'm going to go to is $500 unless it's beyond a smoking deal. And the reality is most of you don't know what a smoking deal is until you get a little bit of experience on your belt. So do me a favor, try to stay in that $100 to $500 range. It's going to keep you out of trouble. The reason a lot of sellers are having you do that is because they're thinking like realtors. And honestly, you got to start asking yourself, do I have the right seller? Most of the sellers I deal with, motivated sellers, they really don't care about the deposit. In fact, my first 2 years of wholesaling, I never left more than $10. And half the time I didn't even leave the $10 because I didn't know what I was doing. So let's move forward. The next one you guys get hung up is on number 3 on the closing date. And this one, I'm going to give you perfect world. And then we're going to apply the reality of wholesaling every day, which I do, Zach does, and we understand this. So in the perfect world, I'm going to ask between 30 and 90-day close. Now, before we expand on that, I want you to understand this. If you look on that, the first thing, remember, this is a wholesale contract, very different than a realtor's contract. If you read this part right here, it says close on or before. Okay, you should be able to see. I think I highlighted it. Yeah, you can see that. It says close on or before, and then you put the date. So the minimum you want to put a closing date, especially as a newer wholesaler, don't go less than 30 days because it's going to be too stressful on you. I'm sorry, it's just the truth. The exception to this rule is when you have an amazing deal. Like it is like 50 cents on the dollar, the house needs nothing, let's move. That would be the exception. But I'm telling you, 30 days is tight for a new wholesaler. What I'd like you to do is do it for 90 days. So whatever the date is, I'm going to put 30 to 90. Now keep in mind, oops, I didn't put a dash in there, is you have the ability to close it sooner. If you put 90 days, sometimes sellers need time to move out. I look at it and I tell them, I go, listen, to help you out with this transaction, since I'm not moving in the house, I know you need a little extra time. So what I do is I'll go ahead and put it 3 months out. And as soon as you're ready, give me a call and then we can get it done within 30 days. Simple as that. I like to put 90 days because the reality is they always need more time than they tell you. As much as we talk about wholesaling moves fast, the reality is most people need tons of time. Why? They got to figure out where they're going to move to. They got to get a moving truck. And I've dealt with sellers been in a house 30 and 40 years. It takes every bit of 90 days for them to get out of there. Now, if we're talking about probates, which you know how I feel about probates, I'm going to put it 6 months out or all the way into the end of the year. Why am I going to do that? Don't want to chase people down for extensions. It's exhausting and it obligates them to the contract. So remember, and when they go, well, 6 months, Rick, that's a super long. Katie, don't worry about it. You see this little clause? It says to close on or before. So as soon as you're ready and the judge signs the order to liquidate your property, we'll go ahead and move forward for you. Does that sound fair? That way, you know I'm willing, ready, and able to close on your deal. Guys, you have to communicate through these contracts because this is mechanical, but like when I do these contracts, I write it while I'm right next to the seller. If you pre-fill out everything, they get nervous. Keep in mind, this is only a 2-page contract. Simplicity is what does best in wholesaling. What realtors bring 15 to 23-page contracts, it overwhelms most people. Now, by the way, this contract will do the exact same thing as a realtor's approved contract. It's just, in my opinion, is much clearer. It's more direct, and sellers really enjoy that. Closing to be held at. This is where you're going to name your title company. I'm here to tell you, you and only you choose the title company. I don't care what your seller says. Well, the Tilefish title company, I bought the property through them, so I prefer to use them. No. You should at this point already met with your title company, have your closing procedures set up, make sure they're an investor-friendly company, and make sure they're 100% comfortable doing the assignment of contract. While we're talking about title companies, I'm here to tell you is the reason why you want to work with a title company that works with investors and very familiar with assignment of contracts. If I go back up, if we put the closing date on here, now, if you don't have a title company, I'll teach you a little trick. Just put TBD, and that simply stands for to be determined by you. So whenever you give up the rights to your title company, you are going to have problems. Trust me on this. 95% of the title companies out there are geared towards realtors, not to wholesalers or investors. So the reality is, if I put a closing date out and say, we're in the beginning of January 2024, and I put it, say I put it 2 months from now, so January, so maybe at the end of the beginning of March, what all title companies do that are associated with realtors, they go, okay, March 4th, okay, I'll put the file in the back of the pile. They just assume your closing's the March 4th. I want to move it up as fast as I can. The only thing standing in the way is my seller. And you need to understand this because very clearly I go, listen, it says close by March, but I'm going to try to close it sooner. I want them pulling that title immediately. You need to let them know very clear. My title company is all trained. We can close any deal within 5 days as long as it doesn't have a complicated title issue. The average title company in the United States, they will take 3 to 4 weeks just to pull your title. This is why you have to hand pick your title company. Do not negotiate this. Whenever I've given up this, I've always had a problem. Not maybe 99% of the time on an assignment contract when I'm selling it via wholesale. If I don't use my title company, it's always, always difficult. So you've got to understand doing that. So that's number 3 you want to put in there. Ideally, guys, 30 to 90 days. Now, the reality is sellers if they freak out when you put 90 days, just understand you can negotiate this part. Don't let your deal fall apart. By this time, you already have the price locked in. The question is, you're going to close it in 30, you're going to close it in 90 days. I like to take feedback from the seller. And if they haven't packed or done anything, they actually are relieved that you could take more time. What does that allow you to do? It allows you to find More cash buyers, you can usually get a higher price for it, and it's much more flexible. Remember, if you're a newer wholesaler, the last thing you want to do is be stressed out trying to find a cash buyer closing something in like 2 weeks. So I can do it. People that have a lot of experience and a lot of capital can do it. But honestly, as a new wholesaler, I would have never tried to do anything in under 30 days. And honestly, 30 days always made me nervous. So ideally would be 45 to 90 days. 30 days is always tight. But as I said, we go out in the real world and we have to deal with what happens. So people always ask me this question, go, hey, Rick, what's my worst case scenario? I'm going to walk you through it right now. And remember, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not here to give you legal advice, but I do have 21 years experience. So I do know a thing or two about these contracts. The positive highlighted on there for time's sake, you guys can read it. Do not wait till your last day to get out of a contract. It's just not going to help you out. So if you have a 30-day inspection that if you can't find a cash buyer in 30 days, you've done everything you can, you need to move on. Honestly, if you contact 5 cash buyers in the first week and they all say you're crazy overpaid for it, either renegotiate that contract or get out sooner than later. You have an obligation to the seller. Somewhere in the last 4 or 5 years, people are teaching wholesaling and they want you to like put everything under contract and shake it out later. That is not wholesaling, guys. That is pure speculation. And I don't teach that. Zach doesn't teach it. I didn't teach him that way. And you have to understand that. So let's move on. Now, if you had additional terms under number 10, what would you put in here? If you offered to pay closing cost, I only use closing cost as a final negotiation. So many of you guys throw it out like right off the bat. Go, Mr. Seller, if I could pay for the closing cost, can we move forward with this deal today? Meaning, can I go ahead and get your okay on the signature? Remember, I always want to exchange with people. I don't give stuff away for free. Everything has to be give and take when you're doing negotiations. Remember, you already have the price locked down. You're just negotiating the final part of it. Don't let a deal get lost over closing costs, because guess what? Who pays the closing costs, guys? Who? Who pays the closing costs in a wholesale deal? That's right. Your cash buyer does. In fact, if you get your seller to pay for closing costs, so sometimes on tight deals we do it, you can ask more from your cash buyer because they have to come up with less money at the closing. And that is extremely, extremely powerful. Let's keep getting through this because I want to get through the assignment contract as well. And so if you're going to add anything else in there, one quick hint, when you add additional terms in, say if you say, I'm going to pay your property taxes, the overdue property taxes, you have to specify what years you're paying, because maybe they didn't pay the last 5 years of property taxes. You thought you were in it for like 500 and it wind up being like 5,000. So if you're going to do that, specify in there, specify. I'll pay the back taxes for 2023 for this property tax. If you say I'll pay all back property taxes, who knows? And if you didn't do your homework, it could be a problem. Now, when it comes down to the bottom, this is a big stickler of mine. If you wrote the contract in your name, you got to sign it with your name. If you wrote the contract in your LLC name or a corporation or whatever it is, some of you do trust, don't do that. You have to sign on behalf. Richard Ginn signing on behalf of Home Buyers LLC. Remember, if you sign your name personally and there's no clarification on the bottom, you have personally signed that contract and you could be on the hook if anything goes south on that contract. So if you got an LLC and you did that extra layer of protection, then make sure it's Richard Ginn, president or on behalf of Home Buyers LLC. And then what you do is you just put it right below there. It's really that simple. So let me back out of this. I know there's a lot of screen there. So if you have any questions on the contract, you can put them in there. Okay, I see it. I'm going to get to that one. So let's jump on the assignment. Let's see here. And let me pull it up. I am. Okay. Let's answer any questions on the contract and we will go with it. So everybody can see the screen. I had a couple technical difficulties, but we got it all figured out. And questions on the contract. So the next one we're going to do is just the assignment of contract. So I'm sorry, my screen timed out on me. Don't ask me why, because when I'm in there working, I can't track both screens. So Jay says, what do I do with a probate that has multiple properties in the will? Well, the reality is each property has to have its own separate contract, and then each contract has to be presented to the court. So if there was 5 properties and you wanted to buy all 5, you have to do 5 separate contracts. There's no way around it. Like, don't try to cheat that on any of it. So let's see here. Let me pull in. Okay. I got that one. And then now I've got to. Okay. So soon as you get your contract signed, you have to send it over to your title company. Why? A lot of you guys go, well, I want to wait to send over the title. The reality is you don't, because you need to find any problems sooner than later. If you wait too long, it's too late, because sometimes things need time to get fixed. Emails have to be sent, certified mail has to be done. So as soon as you get this contract that we've talked about, you got to send it over your title company right away. A lot of you go, oh, Rick, I'm holding off to see if I can find a cash buyer. No, absolutely not. You have to move it right away, and you have to get that done. So I got to pull up my assignment of contract. I don't have it on there.
Oh, let me do it for you.
So the reason why is one says, what if I don't find a buyer in 30 to 90 days? You get out of the contract. But the reality is you want to write the right price up front when you write the contract. So let's jump on and do the assignment of contract. So I got it up here. So guys, these contracts, if you go over to freewholesaling.com, you can easily download these and get them going. So let's run through the assignment of contract. I'm going to share my screen here. Hopefully you guys can see it. And so the first thing is the assigner. That's you. You're the assigner. You can easily mix this up, and your assignee is going to be your new cash buyer. Now, when you go through this, the same thing on the legal description, just put the parcel ID number. Sometimes people just put the address, but I like to put the parcel ID number, or if it's a very small legal description in the property appraiser site, you can cut and paste it. Or if you want more detail, go over to the official property records for your county and you can get it there. Now, I'm going to show you the parts that you absolutely have to fill. Now, keep in mind, at this point, you already have a locked in contract. Now I want to sign that contract. So basically what this form does is replaces you with the new cash buyer. That's all it does, guys. You've got to understand that. So what we want to do is run through. And so on number 2, assigner accepts all terms and conditions to this contract. Yes, you have to attach your contract for an assignment of contract. Now, I do not show my contract until I have a cash buyer either at my title company or they meet me at my office and they're ready to give me a check or wire money over. I don't share information until you're ready to play. You guys can't be giving out your contract to everyone because people can manipulate you on that. I'm going to show you why in this. So once they do that, you actually have to attach your contract to the back of your assignment of contract. When do I do that? When they got their money in hand. And by now they should know, okay, listen, you got to close within 30 days, whatever, and go from there. So on number 3, assigner will deliver assigner cashier's check, money wire transfer in the amount of blank as the initial deposit on the transaction. I'm here to tell you guys are going to laugh. I always ask for $5,000 or more. Rick, that's a lot of money. You're right. But if you're buying a $100,000 property, $5,000 should be nothing. People go, once they start dancing and try to manipulate this, I want you to understand what the heck's going on. When they try to dance and work around this, it means they're not a good cash buyer. Most likely, there's another wholesaler trying to daisy chain on you, and you don't want that. So you have to understand, ask for a big deposit. I don't care what it is. Why? Because it will guarantee they're a real cash buyer, and you'll guarantee they'll actually fund and close on the deal. Because guess what? If they don't close, they don't get their $5,000 back. Now, moving on. The assigner will pay the assigner a total assignment fee. And this is where you guys freak out, and I don't understand why. Just put it in there. They're going to find out anyways. If it's $10,000, it's $10,000. It's no big deal. At this point, it should be a zero issue. So once I do that, I'm going to go down there. And then once again, in line 5, I do the exact same thing. I'm just going to simplify this and put 10K. Why do I put it twice? Because I want them to understand how much they're paying me so they can't ever come back and cry wolf. Now, on the purchase price, this is just a math problem, guys. 100,000. Say the contract we put under contract was for 100,000. You can decide to put the zeros or not. The assignment fee is 10 grand. And the deposit was what? It was 5 grand, right? Guys, nothing more than a math problem at this point. Remember, this is the mechanical part of wholesaling, and you still gotta know it. But don't get hung up on this stuff. And you can go back and watch this video outside of my technical difficulties. But basically, they have to come to the closing table with $105,000 plus the closing cost. Any questions on that? Put that in there. I'm here to tell you, this is how it works in here. Now, let's keep moving so we understand this. Once we have the math down there, we move on to the next part in here. And I cut the numbers off on this one, but it's okay. Is assignee must close the transaction on or before this date. And you're probably thinking, well, Rick, doesn't that coincide with the closing date? No. If I have a closing date, say on February 1st, I'm going to make sure this person closes at least a week before. Why? Because I can. You can stipulate this in the assignment contract. I'm saying, listen, I have till the end of February, but you got to close it by February 22nd. Why? Because if they don't close, I want to know sooner or later in case I have to renegotiate, get an extension on the contract, or get another cash buyer. And there's going to be pain if they don't close. You have to make it very clear to them. Even though the contract stipulates we have X amount of days, you only have X amount of days to close, and that's what you agreed upon. If you don't do it, you're going to lose your $5,000. Okay? You want to make this before. And remember, I'm always pushing to close before. So if I have 60 days to close it, I'm going to try to get the guy, if the seller will allow us when they're ready, I'm going to get them to try to close it as early as possible. Why? I want to get paid. I want to move on and do more deals. So remember, the contract date you have on your original contract, make sure that your assignment contract is at least 1 week before, preferably 2 weeks. But sometimes the time just doesn't work out like that. And you've got to understand when you do that. Now, on the next one, see here, if the assignee attempts to communicate with the seller in any form, it will immediately terminate this agreement. And they will keep the deposit. They forfeit the deposit for liquidated damages. End of story. Assigner must deliver clear title at closing. Once again, your seller has to deliver you clear title, and your new cash buyer expects to have clear title. So they always say, well, Rick, what happens if there's a title problem? Then they're not forced to close. That's the beauty of working with a title company. And that's why people are willing to work with wholesalers, because they want to get clear, marketable, and equitable title. And who does that? Not me, not you. It's the title company that does that. So now I want you to move on. And if you look down here, it says here, assigner may at any time close before and renegotiate the underlying contract price. Why do I put that in there? Because I learned the hard way. Sometimes we negotiate liens, private mortgages, code violations, stuff like that. And if I get a $5,000 discount and I work my butt off for it, I'm not giving it to my new buyer. I'm definitely not giving it to the seller. That is my profit. And I got burned multiple times with this. And so if you have the property under contract for 100 and you get a $10,000 discount, maybe you negotiated something, maybe the seller was panicking on it, and you just say, listen, I'll close earlier. You got to go down to this number, and say you get a $10,000 discount. That goes to you, the wholesaler. You know how powerful that is? It's absolutely amazing when you can do that. If you don't put this clause in there, any type of negotiations or reductions goes to your new cash buyer, not you. So this cost me $35,000 in a contract when I was young, and I learned my lesson. It happened multiple times, and I decided to work with a lawyer and fix it. And then the last one here, the property is sold as is. And the last line on here is people will sell. If they don't give you a deposit, guys, they don't wire the money, they don't give it to the title company, you do not have a deal. So here's what you do is I have them initial this one. If this deposit not received on or before. So if I'm talking to my cash buyer at noon, say I met them for a cup of coffee or something, and they're heading over to the title company, if they don't deposit that check, that wire by 5 p.m., I don't want to be obligated with this property because I'm just going to go to my next cash buyer and move on. You've got to put some sort of void or null. The other way you can protect yourself is let the buyer sign, let your cash buyer sign first, and then you sign after you have verification of deposit from the title company. And once again, you want to sign, if you're doing this in an LLC or corporation, you want to sign on behalf of your LLC. And guys, you've got to use these contracts. They're simple, they're to the point. And if you want to get them, go over to freewholesaling.com. You can download any of them. So if you guys have any questions about contracts, listen, I know contracts aren't the most exciting thing, and that's why Zach stuck me with it. But the reality is you have to understand this. So if you're new to wholesaling, it's simple. A purchase and sale agreement is 2 pages. An assignment of contract is 2 pages. You do the PSA first, then you do the assignment of contract. And remember, you work with your title company with this. And this is how it works, guys. So if you have any questions about it, please post it on here. We are going to be back on tomorrow, and we're going to do the second part of doing 7 deals in 7 days. Guys, this is stuff that you would normally have to pay big bucks to sit in a room and figure out on how to do it. Me and Zach are here sharing all this information, and we want you to get the best benefit from it. And you have to understand, this is how real wholesaling, this is like, there is no secrets here, guys. I've always told you, if there's any types of secret in wholesaling, I've already revealed them because I'm tired of people hiding behind this. Remember, I just showed you the paperwork. That does not, the paperwork is just a paperwork. After you have a verbal agreement with it and you have everything set, then you sit down and just go over that paperwork directly. And if you have an issue with the deposit, the closing date, the inspection, I want you to refer back to this video and figure out how to talk to your seller. Most importantly, practice it because it does come up. Because we're all out in the real world. Me and him do wholesaling. I don't get perfect case scenarios. A lot of them I do, but some of them I have to negotiate. And I want you to be flexible and understand it's more important how you respond to a seller's question than what you actually do. Because if you deliver a calm, cool answer, their confidence level in you goes through the roof, and you've got to understand that. Because the other way is you go, I don't know, I've never seen this. And you lose confidence, and more importantly, your seller lose confidence. And then that's how you lose a great wholesale deal. So I want you to practice some of this stuff. Some of you guys get so hung up on the deposit and the closing date. It's really not that hard. Remember, when you're doing the contract, you're just down to the final terms. You've already nailed down price. So don't make the deposit issue. Don't make the other stuff an issue, and learn how to talk back to them when they have an objection about it. And once you understand how to overcome the objection, wholesaling becomes very easy. But most people won't teach it to you unless you write a big fat check to them. And me and Zach are here to solve that problem for you.
Yeah, exactly. So do you answer this question yet? This one. I'll just pop it up.
Okay, let me see. I'm looking.
So Cadillac Colt says, Zach and Rick, I got a 3-property bundle. Do you open this one?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't open it yet.
Cadillac said, I have a 3-property bundle open for assignment in East Liverpool. It's probably on the border, right? East Liverpool. 2 separate apartment buildings, 1 8-unit, 1 4-unit, plus a single family. Interested in JV? Yeah, we're interested in JVing it. Possibly purchasing. I got to see the pro forma, see if it's a good deal or not. If you want to send me a JV deal, remember, you just got to go to sellmypaper.com. That's how you send it. Let me show you exactly how to do it.
Yeah, just share some details with us, how long you've had it under contract for and the pertinent stuff. But like we look at everything. Like we're wide open.
Let's pop it up right here. So you just go to sellmypaper.com. Let's go here. Here's the link. Here we go. Just go to sellmypaper.com, and it's literally just go to flip the right. It's JV with us. You click that. And basically, if you are in any of these markets, okay, East Liverpool, Ohio is going to be kind of that border by West Virginia, but it's in Ohio, so technically, any of these markets, we're going to go to JV with you guys in there. So send us your deals there. We'd love to do the deal with you there and help you out. But yeah, just sellmypaper.com. It's pretty simple. That's a great way to go out there and do it. But let's answer a couple more questions real quick too. I know we had some technical difficulties, but we should be all set there.
Yeah, you got the fun part.
Oh yeah. So so let's talk about this and let's break it all down. Let's see what other questions we got.
And guys, when it comes to contract, print them out, download them from freewholesaling.com, and then just practice writing them on your own. Mm-hmm. And you'll naturally go, I wonder if the seller will say this. And then you can refer back to this video, and then you've got to practice your objections. When you guys get objections on like stupid things like outside of price, like deposit, closing dates, and you go like this, I don't know, I'll have to get back to you. You're dead in the water. These are the easy parts you have to get through. What Zach was teaching you earlier, the marketing and stuff, that's the stuff you really got to like immerse yourself in. When it comes to contract, a lot of you guys skip this part. And I'm telling you, you can practice on real live wholesale deals and it's going to cost you a fortune, or you can practice in your house. Go find your sister, your mom, your brother, your dad, practice on them because you're going to find out what you're made of. It's funny, until you do a live setting or put somebody on a role play, you never know how they're going to respond. You are no different watching this video. I want you to understand that. So
exactly. So let's kind of break down our homework for today for the 7 deals in 7 days challenge. So let's break down our homework and everything on here. So if we are going to go out here and become successful, this is day 1. Obviously, we're doing it tomorrow. Also, tonight, we are going to research your markets. We kind of have that pretty easy plan. Is it a 100,000 plus population for the county? And is the median home price below 400,000 to 500,000? We're going to go to freewholesaling.com, and go and download our contract. We're going to go there and download it and the assignment of contract. It's all in one thing. Pretty easy, pretty simple. And then we are going to network with 2 local wholesalers. That's right, 2 local wholesalers.
I got it.
We're going to network with 2 local wholesalers that are local to our market. That's why we go in the comments here. We go in the Facebook group. We can do all these things, and we can go actually out here and network to them. This is really important. We're going to go find them. Now, I would say 2 20-minute phone calls if you can tonight. That would be really good. I'm telling you, just some general networking, some accountability is going to be really good to you. And then also try to call at least 10 sellers today. That's right, 10 sellers. That is going to be your goal today. We're going to go over action plans and everything like that tomorrow. But you should have an action plan to call 10 sellers. Here's the truth. You're probably really scared to call 10 sellers. That's a little scary. That's the point. I want you to be scared, because once you're uncomfortable, you start growing. You start making more money. That is the point here, guys and gals. And so I'm telling you to get uncomfortable. Talk to 10 sellers. It's a thought of talking to 10 motivated sellers freaks you out, makes you super scared. Good. It really should. And that means you'll overcome that fear. And once you overcome that fear, you'll be able to make more money wholesaling houses, guys. This is what it's all about. It's insane to me, the amount of wholesalers that are so scared to talk to sellers. You're only scared because you just haven't done enough of it. You don't have enough experience. With that, your confidence will skyrocket and you'll make a ton of money in wholesaling real estate. So many wholesale. If you want to download the contracts, go to freewholesaling.com. It's all there. He did a full breakdown on that. And yeah, we appreciate it, guys. So make sure you go to freewholesaling.com. You break it all down. You go there and network. 2 people, get their phone numbers, network in here, right? We got Megan in Washington. So shout out to her. She's telling people she's in there. Hillary's in Maryland. So go network with the people. Rambo out here in Atlanta. Here's the problem. Rambo, you can't how am I going to know how to, do I go to rambo.com? Like, I don't know what's your phone number, what's your email. People don't know how to reach out to you.
You got to network, guys.
You got to network. Like Diane Russell, yeah, I know she's in Ypsilanti, Michigan. I've done deals there. I don't know how to say it. But I mean, that's in Wayne County. The problem is, Diane, do I find you on Facebook? Like, that's the problem I think we have on the internet, you know? Let people know what your email is, what your social media is. How do I actually how do I reach out to Dream Chaser in Alabama? Like, Did I look up Dream? Is that the person's real name?
No, I
Dream
mean,
Chaser?
just more specifics, guys. It
Email
will help you
phone
out.
number, and we'll all break it down from there. So, guys, this is day 1 of the 7 Deals in 7 Days Challenge. We'll be on tomorrow for hours and hours and hours of more wholesaling content. And we're going to break down kind of the locking up the deal side, really finding the comps, the values of the deals, the ARV side, dispositions, and all those things, so you can become the most successful wholesaler possible. For day 2 of the 7 Deals in 7 Days Challenge, we are excited today to present our second day here. And if you thought day 1 was insane, day 2 is going to get even crazier. We're going to get more into the implementation part of exactly how you can get the best head start in 2024 for wholesaling real estate and everything you need to know about wholesaling houses. 2024 had the best chance possible. I'm telling you guys, if you spent all this money trying to learn wholesaling real estate and you spent $4 or $5 grand for a seminar type thing, this is going to be really the event we're doing. And it's absolutely for free. And we're here to get you going. Again, there's no pitch fest at this. There's no, I got you at the end. Oh, here's a $4,000 program, slash it in half. And you go, no. We just want to help you guys out for you to become the best wholesaler possible. We were excited about this. We're excited. Everyone can probably end up today with a plan for yourself to become successful in it. So you have the best shot, the trampoline to success, that rocket boost to success for wholesaling houses. We helped a lot of people yesterday. And that was really exciting.
Good.
And let's try and get into it. Let's talk about this and really teach you exactly in the 7 Deals in 7 Days Challenge, the best thing you can do to become successful in wholesaling real estate. So let's break it all down. Let's get into this. The 7 Deals in 7 Days Challenge. Guys, make sure you network in the comments. This is a live event. Let everybody know in the comments where you're coming at, what you're doing, where you're going to do deals. What is up, Clay? Clay is out here. Clay is in Palm Beach, St. Lucie County, locally to us.
Right.
We got New Hampshire. We got Connecticut in the house, right? We got all these people. Love to see it. Everyone networking in the comments. Love to see everyone in here from across the country. Love to see it, guys. Make sure you network in the comments. We got Vegas in the house. What is up? What is up? We're pumped up. Wisconsin, Tacoma, Maryland. We're going on. But this is the 7 Deals in 7 Days Challenge. Let's talk about this and let's get into it. So we are here. We are in day 2 of the challenge. And so today we are going to learn how to talk to motivated sellers. We are going to talk of exactly how to value your deal. You know, a lot of people ask, like, how do I figure out if I have a good deal or not, right? Or how do I figure out what my MAO is, my LAO, all these things, right? And then you're going to figure out today exactly our acquisition systems, right? Exactly what we tell to the sellers to get them to really sign a contract for deep discounts, right? And actually get them to sign it and do really well. And then last but not least, you know, how to sell that wholesaling deal you have under contract for the best assignment fees. Also, there's a lot of stuff in there. We're going to talk about title companies, how to find the best ones, virtual wholesaling 101, exactly a game plan, steps to wholesaling, everything you need to know to get your first deal this month, and heck, even your 7th deal in 7 days. This is what we're talking about today. We're excited about this. We're ready to go. So let's talk about this. And so let's just kind of get into it. Let's try to learn how to talk to motivated sellers, right? I think the first thing we have to understand, if you're watching this as a beginner, you're probably really nervous to talk to a motivated seller, right? I mean, I was nervous talking to my first seller. I know you were nervous talking to your first motivated seller. It's a little scary. And the only way to get over that is by just doing it, right?
Yeah. So when you deal with a motivated seller, it's you have to target a list and you got to figure out how to get into them. We're taking care of something here. So the reality is most wholesalers, they don't focus on motivated sellers. In fact, I'm here to tell you, most of the wholesalers I deal with, you guys send deals and I want to help you out, but you can't just look for houses for sale. That's actually the last thing you want to do. You got to find some form of motivation. And the biggest question is like, Rick, Zach, how do I find motivation? And you have to go out and seek it. This is the part of marketing of wholesaling is going to make or break you. But you've got to remember when we're talking to anybody looking to sell their house, if there's not a form of motivation, either the house is motivated or they had a motivating factor, it's going to be problematic. Why? Because you're going to waste time. How are you going to get a deep discount when someone's already got it listed on market 15 to 20% above price and you're looking to get a deep discount? most of you guys you skip this part. And this is where you make the biggest mistake. Don't waste your time on people that don't want to sell you a house.
Oh, it drives me crazy. You guys, when it comes to talking to these motivated sellers, it's all about just doing it. It's the best way. One of the best analogies I hear is you can't read a book on how to ride a bike, right?
No.
And that's the truth. Talking to sellers, acquisition, all that, it's like riding a bike. You just got to do it. And yes, guess what happens when you ride a bike? You're going to scrape your knee. You're going to fall off of it, right? Does that mean you're never going to do it ever again? No. You just got to do it. And the more you do it, the better you are.
It's going to hurt a little bit too.
There's going to be a little bit of pain.
And I'm not talking about physical. You get a little bit tired and stuff, but your ego and your personality is going to get hurt. And that's where most of you're just not used to it. Remember, the biggest part of wholesaling is you actually have to grow out of your old self to take on this challenge, because you admit your previous version of you wasn't what you wanted. And you should grow till the day you die. But don't be one of those people that tries, you ever see, so you ride a bike. I was old school, man. No knee pads, no nothing. Yeah. Just let the blood fly. He'll figure it out. That's what my dad said. And then like sometimes today, some of you guys are like, you put bubble wrap all the way around your kids. It's not going to work. Knee pads, stuff like that. We give you the safeguards. You've got to find motivated sellers. But remember, you can read a book on wholesaling. You can take a class on it. But until you immerse yourself, you are not going to learn the skill set.
Exactly. So let's kind of talk about talking to motivated sellers. The first thing we have to understand is stop being scared. You cannot be scared by doing this. You just got to do it, right?
Yeah. I mean, so when we talk to motivated sellers, most of your anxieties and stuff is just in your head. This actually has nothing to do with wholesaling at this point. See, most of you will seek out the list. You'll find the list. You'll actually take action, go out, reverse driving for dollars, every technique, cold calling, and then you get to either meeting with the seller or talking to them on the phone and you freak out. Why? Because you're not used to it. You're scared. It's okay. Scared means, in this setting, the way we're teaching you, it means you're growing and you're going to be uncomfortable. You've got to stay in that uncomfortable to grow. Or a lot of you guys, what you'll do is you'll retreat back to what's most comfortable. You'll do things that are monotonous, that you know how to do because it soothes your soul. Guys, we have to break out of it. Guys, and here's the really cool part. When you meet with one or two sellers, that scared goes away in like 2 minutes, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's gone. It's just, in fact, I'm here to tell you the anxiety is 10 times worse than the actual meeting. They're just regular people like you and me. They are no different. In fact, they're actually seeking out help. And that's where you have to come in and help out these sellers. But you can't help them out when you're scared and you're not confident in yourself. And I always tell people, listen, they always say, Rick, what if they ask me a question I don't know the answer to? Dude, it's simple. You have a team of people you work with, me, Zach, everybody who's online here communicating and networking, and go, tell you what, that's a great answer. Let me reach out and I will get you an answer and I'll get back to you. Can you give me 1 hour? I'd rather you tell the truth than sit there and BS people. Get the truth. Go to your title company, real estate attorney, Zach, Rick, Flip with Rick Plus, whatever you need. But in today's age, don't lie to people. They know when you lie to them. And once you tell them the truth, they go, you know what? Great question. Let me get that answer. I'll get right back with you.
Exactly. So we got to stop being scared. One old Greek philosopher type quote was, we suffer more in our thoughts and imagination than we do in reality.
It's true.
Totally true.
100%.
The thought of talking to the seller and the what ifs, you suffer more in something that's not going to happen than what actually truly happens. And we got to stop doing that. The next part is we have to become relatable. I hate these people in wholesaling that hello, my name is Zach with Zach Homebuyers. How are you doing today? Does that sound real? No. Do you talk to your mom like that? And let me be honest, when you talk to a seller, you got to talk to your seller like you talk to your grandma or your mom. Hey, grandma, how are you today? You don't talk like that. That sounds crazy.
No,
right?
and people can sense it. Guys, we've come from a society that's been so fake, really, the last 20 years. Oh. People are looking for the opposite. So how do you beat this? Just be authentic.
Yeah.
Honestly, it doesn't mean be an idiot. No. It means be the best version of yourself and help people out. But if you go, hey there, I'm here to buy your house and I'm going to give you the best deal possible. And they go, dude, I don't understand. Who are you? Remember, people do business with people they trust. If you can't get that trust, I promise you, you're not going to get good deals. And so many people go in there and they try to imitate. I don't need you to be Zach. I don't need you to be Rick. Guess what?
Oh.
God only made one of you. I promise you, you have a unique ability that nobody else has. If you're funny, if you're empathetic, if you're really good at reciting numbers and like memory, use it, because that shows your human emotion, and that's going to differentiate you. I don't need people walking around with a bunch of robots like me and Zach. And the problem is we had this point where everyone was like, let's put on a jacket, let's be automatic, I'm higher than you. So you've got to find a way to look your seller in the eye. This thing up here, the worst thing you can do, don't talk over your sellers. How do you avoid that? Be yourself. Just be authentic. Educate yourself. Learn to talk to people. Learn the flow of words. That's what we're here about today.
I agree. It's so ridiculous. Our competition sometimes in the market talking like that. When you hear me talk to a seller, it's, hey, how are you doing today? Like, it's how I talk to regular people. Like, just myself. And this comes back to another point here. Don't sound like a salesman. People don't like when you talk like that because they know you're talking like that to get something out of the conversation. Like, you're trying to get a contract. You're trying to get them to sell. Like, it's salesy. I hate that stuff, right? You just got to sound like a regular person and just have a regular conversation. And I'm always when I'm talking to myself, it's like, this deal doesn't fit. No big. I'll just go to the next one, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like, oh, you need a government. And like it feels weird, right? And like people. It's like this. I can't explain it, but it's this sense of energy. When you talk to someone and they're trying to manipulate you. A lot of people think of sales as manipulation when it's really not, right? The process of talking to a seller is building trust and really just qualifying, asking questions. There's no selling at all with this when talking to the seller. And when I have a regular conversation with them, I'm more like, I don't really know if I want to buy this. Like, let me ask you some questions about it to see. If it's a fit, it's a fit. Versus, it's a 4-bedroom. Okay, well, and like it seems fake. And when you sense that fake energy, someone's not being truthful with you. And when people are not truthful with you, you subconsciously can't trust them. And so that's why, kind of people's guards are down when you're just talking regularly. But when you're talking like, it's stressful. And selling the house like this is stressful for the seller. You don't want to be stressful for them too.
Here's a perfect example. If you had to put a new roof on your house and one of your good friends was working for a reputable roofing company, do you think you would go through Google and search all that? Or are you just going to reach out to your friend?
No.
Why? Because you have established trust. People want to do with business people. They want to do business with people they know, they trust, and are just like them. So you've got to be like-minded. Keep it in mind. Because if you can befriend people and build an amazing relationship, that's the hard part of what we do. And a lot of people call the sales process. I've gone on a limb. I go, dude, we are guides. Once we find our targets, we just got to kind of land them. We got to bring them in on the runway, and they will zigzag all over. That's what we're here to talk about.
I agree. And so, you always talk about that. Like, what if you were going to be your motivated seller is your grandma and you're going to buy her house? What are you going to do? They say, oh, my, I can't afford the tax payment. That's why I got to sell it. Are you going to say, oh, okay, grandma, what's the square footage of the property? In an ideal time frame, when would you want to sell the property? Like, you're not going to talk to your grandma like that. You're going to say, what's going on? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Like, I think a lot of people don't understand that. Like, don't be going on like salesy questions and stuff like that. And here's my number one, right? What's the base square footage of the property, and what are the last permits you've pulled, grandma? Like, just crazy questions.
And here's the problem. If you're authentic, it's transparent, it feels real. If you get too salesy, don't get me wrong. There's some businesses, they have to have salespeople, cars and all that stuff. But the reality is, you ever had that salesman that keep using the same line? I'm so sorry you feel that way about your taxes, Zach. And then you just keep, I go, dude, how many times are you going to apologize to me? You're like a robot. And I'm here to tell you, if you get robotic with your sales, it's going to kill your sales. So be you, become highly educated, and learn how to use the words. Honestly, words are about timing, tonality, speed. I'll get into that. I'm just here to tell you, be truthful. If you keep using the same tired old line, they sense it. If you apologize to me more than twice, I feel a sales pitch coming every time. I'm so sorry you feel that way.
It drives me crazy. I don't understand it.
I'm so sorry.
Just don't sound salesy. And then the last part is just to focus on the script. Guys, right here, we have a script for you. You just got to focus on it. You can't get crazy on it. You just got to stick to that script, because a lot of you guys try to wing it, what to sell to a seller, and y'all don't know what you're doing. And just saying it for a beginner, it's crazy. So stick to our script we have here. Let's break down our seller script. And it's pretty simple, right? We explain this in the same way.
And guys, before we get in the script, I'm here to tell you, the challenge is a lot of you guys rehearse it in your head. You do it aloud, maybe in your home, in your bedroom, in your home office. But the reality is the minute you get in front of a seller, it's a whole, like you are now under what we call stress, tension, and you've got to practice this.
Exactly. So let's break down the script. So the script is?
It's basically, it's how we gauge our motivated sellers. So this is the point where we're into qualifying the sellers. And when we're qualifying the sellers, it's simple. Okay. What I like to do is simplify things. So I create acronyms. So MCTP, if you're new to the channel, check it out. We have this all in great detail on freewholesaling.com. But this is the acronym we use for qualifying sellers. This is the point where you're going to verify you actually have somebody that's worthwhile spending time and investing with it. So start out with like motivation. Obviously, we need some sign and form of motivation.
Yeah, exactly. So we got motivation, condition, time frame, price. So what we're going to do right now is go over each one here. MCTP. So MCTP is the acronym we use when talking to a seller. So when you're talking to a motivated seller, oh, what do I say? Someone literally, all we have to do is the seller says, yes, I want to sell my house. What do I say? MCTP. So let's break down MCTP. Number one, motivation.
Correct. So at this point, here's what you don't want to do. Mr. Seller, tell me what your motivating factor is to sell your house. They're like, why? What are you saying? So this word is more for us, the wholesalers, so we can understand. We have to find the motivation. Now, the really cool thing about MCTP, sometimes seller will like skip. So you ever been going through a script and like someone like jumps to the bottom and the salesperson gets all like, oh my God, this is why I like acronyms, because you can just keep going through it. So I'm simply going to start out and find out, Michelle, tell me a little bit about what's going on with you in the house. I'm very interested. I want to kind of learn your story and your background. Most sellers will sing like a canary at this point. Honestly, I've sometimes just asked this question and a lot of times they'll go through the entire MCTP for me. But I'm going to let them give me their initial line. Keep in mind, a lot of times sellers will give you their best foot forward. I've had people in some of the worst financial dire straits, the worst dilapidated house. They tell me, you know what, everything's great. Everything's really good. And this is what I need to do. If they go with more of like you, it doesn't even make sense and add up. I'm going to keep moving down the MCTP. But honestly, when I start in the beginning, most people will tell me about a quarter to half of their story. Remember, the better the listener you become, the more money you make in wholesaling. This is your job to let them talk. The more they talk, you're gathering intel at this point. It might be good, it might be bad, but the idea is I've got to decide where I'm going to lead this seller down the funnel. You're going to guide them, and we got to make progress. How do we do it? We just simply ask. So here's my open line. Mr. Seller, tell me a little bit about what's going on. Tell me about the house. I'm really interested in talking and meeting with you. And then just let them talk. The more they talk, the better you do. So you want to ask. I like to ask open-ended questions when I do this. How do you like to do it?
So motivation is just simple. It's why are you looking to sell the property?
Correct.
And so the next one's condition. So when you're talking to a seller, think of condition. Can you tell me a little bit about the property? How's the roof, AC? Is there any repairs have to be done on the property? You make it pretty simple. How do you do it?
So either they tell you everything or they tell you nothing.
Exactly.
And so if they go, the kitchen, they go, it's good. You're going to have to dig. I go, well, tell me a little bit about the house. And then from this point, you can find out how long they've been there, what kind of repairs. And it usually goes one or two ways, guys. Either they tell you, listen, the house is, they start talking about, they try to make it nice and it starts going down a slippery slope. And then all of a sudden, 5 or 10 minutes go by. If they start turning negative on themselves, I just kind of let them bask in their pain. I'm sorry, because I have to try to help them. And also, I want to see how much emotion they have tied to it. Now, if you're physically in front of them, much easier. If you're on the phone and you're doing this virtual, you really got to use your listening skills. So the other way is some of them will simply lie to you. The house is perfect, got a white fence. They keep going on and on about how perfect, the lawn's manicured perfectly. And I just say, Mr. Seller, sounds like a perfect house. Why on earth would you consider selling it? I'm trying to get their natural reaction. They're obviously talking to you. There's usually a reason. Most people hide. Guys, you've all been on social media. Everybody puts their best foot forward. You have to talk and engage people to really get to the truth. The whole part of what me and Zach are teaching you is If you can get to the truth, you can help people out. If you can't get the truth, you waste a ton of time. So ask them about the condition. And remember, this is the point where you want them talking a majority of the time. And then your job is to guide them. If they're doing yes, no answers, guide them down there. How old's the house? When's the last time you switched out the roof? Tell me more about the bedroom, stuff like that.
Exactly. So that's condition. Now, the next one here is time frame. Time frame's pretty simple. Hey, Mr. Seller, when are you looking to sell the property? When's a good time frame? An ideal scenario or ideal world, when would you be looking to sell it? And just kind of get from there, just trying to see where they're at. Is it a month, a week, a year, when they're looking to sell the property? Then last is P, price. We want to try to get a price out of the seller, right?
Yeah. So just to piggyback on the time frame, to me, it's one of the most critical times because people will go, listen, when you looking to sell the house by? Some people go, listen, I have to have it sold by the end of this month because I'm moving with my sister Sally up in New Hampshire. Bingo, really hyper focused because they want to cut a deal usually right there. If they go like this, I have no idea. Or because if you guys have ever moved, on average, it takes someone 90 days to even go through the basic process. So if they haven't even thought about it and they don't give you an answer, you're a minimum 90 days usually away from striking a deal. Now, I use this as leverage because we're not going to be moving in the house and we can be flexible with it. But time frame is so important. So that moves us on the price. So this is where most of you miss the point. Most of you try to attack price before you even qualify the sellers, and you're literally wasting your time. Everyone's got a price to sell something. Do you agree?
Oh, yeah.
So if you ever get that, hey, if the price is right, I'll sell it. That means you have a non-motivated seller. Just move on, be nice as you can, and then just follow up 6 months down the road. But hey, how do you ask it? I'm real simple about it. I don't ask the word price, ask, offer, list, anything like that, because they have negative connotations to retail. I'm simply going to say, remember, I want to get into my seller's subconscious answer. Because listen, 95% of the people, when you meet with, they already have a bottom line price in the back of their head. If you want to know how to get it, you don't do it like this. Hey, Mr. Seller, what's the cheapest you'll sell me this house right now? That's how I started out wholesaling. That's what I was taught. So I simply say, hey, Mr. Seller, what do you need to get rid of this house? So I'm going to use words, what do you need to let it go? So stuff like that. I'm not going to go price, ask, offer, anything like that. And sometimes they go, what do you mean by that? Really, like, what do you need to move on? Because I want to find out. Remember, I am not a realtor. I'm not asking for full price. And honestly, I have a number I can't go past. So I'm going to fish at this point. Now, at this point, sometimes they give you an answer, but I would say a lot of times they don't. And you guys know that. I see it in your comments all the time. Yeah, I'm out in the field. I spent 7 years just meeting with sellers. I'm here to tell you, it used to frustrate the what out of me. It just like, what do you mean? You've got to give me a price. My teacher said you have to give me a price or I can't move forward. So I constantly got stuck in this challenge. And simply, I want to use words to get in your subconscious answer because I want your bottom line price without saying what's the lowest price you'll sell this to me. So we have a couple tricks we're going to teach you at some point in today's training. I'm going to show you methods on how to get this when they don't give you a price. Because a lot of you, I know when I started, I was stumped at this point. I'm like, hey, they won't give me a price. What do I do? I'm going to show you how to do it when we go through the acquisitions training. I'm going to go into detail on this. And guys, it's a lot of fun. Once you learn the skill set, it works out great.
Exactly. And so the next part here is how to talk to motivated sellers, some tips. So let me get some tips here. Again, let's reiterate this. Stop being scared, be relatable, don't sound like a salesman, and focus on the script. Let's bring it from the top here. When it comes to talking to a motivated seller, let's break this all down. When it comes to talking to a motivated seller, number one, stop being scared. Just get over it. It's going to happen.
They're not going to hurt you.
Don't be a little baby about it. Stop being scared. Next here, be relatable. All right? Be relatable. Be like, just have the person understand you and actually get to know you better. I'm telling you, the person who can be more relatable is usually going to win out. And how do people become relatable to you? People like themselves. Shocker. And so if you can match them with energy, that'll be a really good one too. And so you got to be relatable here. Don't sound like a salesman and just focus with our script, that MCTP. So a normal conversation. Yes, I want to sell my property. M, motivation. why are you looking to sell the property? C condition, tell me a little bit more about the property. Time frame, when are you looking to sell the property? And lastly is price, what price or ballpark range you're looking to sell the property for. It's very, very important. When I was first starting out wholesaling real estate, the best line was, can you give me a ballpark? You're looking to sell the property, just a rough range to help you out a lot. And so that's talking to sellers. And so what we really need to do right now is kind of do our full acquisitions breakdown. So you know exactly how to close motivated sellers. So I'm going to let Rick take the stage here, one of the best acquisitions people. But really quick, we're getting a lot of questions. Is this recorded? Is it live? Is it recorded? This is not live. It's not live. Guys, it's live. And so really quick, just to let everybody know, I love flexing on a guru because, I'm live in the comments section. No, we're live. Here's time.gov. Sorry, I have to flex on the gurus. So can we stop with is this live? This is live. I'm doing this live. I never will not do this live. I'm here to help the people out. Okay. This is always a live thing. Ask your questions, network live in the comments, and we're ready to go. And so flex on the gurus in the time.gov. But let's Rick take it away and talk all about acquisitions. So
get out. Those are smart.
Oh, geez.
Okay. So guys, acquisitions, I know a thing or two about this because keep in mind, I spent an entire, 7 years door to door, basically selling everybody on wholesaling. And what I learned in the end, I wasn't selling, I was just guiding people because we are not used car salesmen, anything like that. I got no problems with it. I actually respect the industry tremendously, but we have to guide people. And just look at it like a runway. They go left and right. I got to kind of bring them in. So let's walk through it. I want you to understand this. He or she that cares the most about their seller will get the deal. End of story. If you lead wholesaling from, I want to help you instead of, I just want to make a crap load of money and run you over, that is the difference between what me and Zach do and what most people do in wholesaling. I don't have a huge sales pitch for people. I am extremely authentic and I constantly guide them down. And that's the beauty of wholesaling. Everybody's got a different way to doing it. If me and Zach gravitate you toward it, let's jump into it. So I'm going to pop up my screen here. So acquisitions, this is where we acquire contracts to sign properties so we can sell them for a profit. Now, you're not a typical salesman. I told you, you are a guide, and we got you covered on what to say. Let's walk through it, and I want to show you how this works. So we're not salespeople. I tell you this all the time. I'm just going to keep going over. Everyone's like, I got to do sales training for wholesaling. I go, listen, if you have the same tired line every time you do it, the reality is there's only so many objections in wholesaling. And once you understand how to help people out, you can overcome any objection. You see, if you just want to memorize a line, you're going to fail eventually doing it. So we want you to be authentic. Most of what we do is about qualifying and asking quality questions. And once again, we don't sell, we guide. If you understand this distinguishing feature, you will do really well in wholesaling. If you want to come in and you want to treat it like used car sales, you're going to struggle. You're going to lose a lot of great deals. So let's clarify the difference between marketing and acquisitions. You have to understand this part. Remember, so marketing is all about finding and locating people that want to sell. Acquisitions is bringing that jet home and landing it and getting a contract, getting a motivated seller to sign a contract. And guys, we are not here to trick people. We don't lie to people. We're going to tell them the truth. And we're going to help them. Pretend you are helping out your grandmother. If that gives you a vision, that is the type of person you have to help. Because if you don't, I promise you, someone's going to come out of the woodworks, usually a family member, and blow you out of the water. I've seen it so many times. If you don't treat your sellers and take great care of them, your deals will fall apart. I see it all the time. Be a human. So what's a motivated seller? Motivated seller they have a reason they need to sell. Now, in my opinion, but there's two types of motivation. There is a seller motivation, which means, hey, I got to sell. I got a pressing issue. I've got a foreclosure. I got a code violation. I have an eviction coming up. I have a divorce. I have, I'm so sick of renting this property. Those, my friend, are like ideal. Those are the sweet spot. The reality is most of the motivation usually comes from the house. Somebody has a house for 20 years. They never put a nickel in it. And they desperately want to sell because the house is a piece of junk, but they are not truly motivated. And you have to weigh. Now, if you have a motivated house and a motivated seller, it's gold in wholesaling. But the reality is usually most of my leads, and I've been working the business over 20 years, we have motivated houses. People want to sell it, but they are just not quite motivated. How do we overcome that? It's time and follow-up. So remember, if you ever get both, someone has a foreclosure, the house is, they got to get it sold and the house is in rough condition. Usually, if you just guide them simply down this process, it's usually very easy to get a great wholesaling deal. But we got to follow the rules on how to do wholesaling. I'm here to show it to you. The next one, the conversation, dude, it's all about confidence. And you guys, you can't go to your local grocery store and buy confidence, because if it is, I'd send every one of you out there to get it. Confidence is just a head game. It's just a head game. I've seen people with all the confidence in the world with no skill sets at all, and it like blows me away. You put confidence and skills together, that is the unmatched parallel in wholesaling. And that's what you need to learn. Confidence without skill set, you just talk a lot. You don't get anything done. Confidence with skill set, you can apply it and people believe in you. Why do people gravitate towards people that they feel they can lead them? That's how bosses come. This is what you need to do. You have to lead your sellers. You are a guide. What makes a guide great? If you've ever gone on like a guided trail at like a national park, they know every nook and cranny. They're just very good. But actually, most people don't understand this. The guide, they know all about the forest and like all the rocks and the history. But a great guide's one who interacts, builds great rapport, and talks to people. Because usually a good guide gets tipped at the end. If you don't have a great conversation, I don't care how educated you are, people will move on. And the confidence just bodes over it. When they answer questions, they respond without an and a but. You have to believe in what you're asking. And if you don't believe in it, you have to find a way. A lot of people go, well, Rick, I haven't done a deal yet. How do I get confidence? Confidence is something you earn, but you have to earn it internally first. And then once your deal comes to fruition, it's like rocket fuel. It's unbelievable. But you're going to have to take a leap of faith and you have to become confident in yourself. This is why I'm here today showing you how to do this. I've taken the financial burden of learning wholesaling out. So always starts out like, who am I? Hey, my name's Zach In. My name's Rick In. He's got his name up there. He didn't switch me out. Me and my partner's looking to buy houses in the area for cash. That's it. So I'm helping you with the confidence because you have a team around you. You can use sellmypaper.com. You can work with them, but don't ever be the person out on the island because people are like, how do you do this all by yourself? So, hey, my name's so-and-so. We're looking to buy houses in the area with me and my partners. We would love to find a house in this area and buy cash. Remember, you got to find the motivated sellers. Now, what do I want? I just want to buy houses for cash with my partner in Phoenix and Oklahoma, and not as a state, Houston, and it kind of go on. You kind of put your city in there. And it works. Guys, hate to tell you this. This works in every major market out there. We just got to make sure we have buyers for our product. So why I want it? My partner and I like to buy houses for rentals. We do some flips. We do a lot of work. It just really depends on the property. Because a lot of people go like this, well, what are you going to do for it? And you guys don't know the answer. It's simple. Honestly, until the property's bought and closed on, you actually have no idea. You don't know if it's going to be a rental. You don't know if it's going to be a fix and flip. Heck, you might keep it in your own portfolio. As you mature in wholesaling, you can do whatever you want with it. And so many people are like, do I tell them I'm just wholesaling the contract? No, because you don't know the outcome. Because most likely you're not the buyer. You're going to sign it to your cash buyer, and you don't even know what their final intent with it is. So you don't get pigeonholed. Use this line. It works really, really well. Now, I've always said, God gave you 2 ears, 1 mouth, that the writing's on the wall. Either use it or don't. I'm here to tell you, you've got to listen. Listening. If you talk too much in wholesaling, you're going to talk yourself out of deals. The more the seller talks, whoever talks the most, gives up the advantage. Why? Because I am just consuming every piece of word you're giving me, and I'm contemplating a plan on how I can solve your problem. If you don't give me information and I talk 80, 90% of the time, you usually freak the sellers out. You don't know what your seller wants until you ask them. How do you get that information? They actually have to talk to you. How do you let them talk to you? Shut your mouth and let them talk. I'm telling you guys, this is one of the key distinctions. I talked way too much when I did wholesaling. And once somebody sat down and said, Rick, just shut your mouth and let them ask a question and shut up. Why do we talk in between gaps? Because you're uncomfortable. Why do we do ums and buts? You're trying to buy time. Why don't you learn the skill sets? Ask a question and shut your mouth. Silence is one of the most powerful closing tools you can ever have. Why? Because it forces your prospect, your lead, to respond with data. Once you have data, you can assimilate a plan. The more you know about your seller, it's much easier to help them out. If you don't know anything, you're going to try to give them a cookie cut plan. I'm going to buy your house 70 cents on the dollar and get it done. They don't want to hear that. You've got to ask the questions. Use your ears. God gave you two. Okay. Now, we have to avoid negative connotation words when we're talking to sellers. Remember, when you and me talk, we can talk about these words all day long. But if you say contract, it is proven, scientifically proven, people get like this nervous reaction with them. You ever had at night, unfortunately I've had this, or you're driving and you see the blue and red lights light up. Now, you're probably not getting pulled over. Maybe they're passing over and trying to get by to you in an emergency, but like your nervous system, your heart starts racing. That's what I'm talking about. So when you start using these words, the one word I didn't put up there, I never use wholesaler when I'm ever talking to a seller. They don't care. They don't give a crap. So stop saying it. So all these words up, investor, contract, I need your signature. We need to use replacement words for them. And I will show you those replacement words. And by the way, they're all at freewholesaling.com. We go into like deep detail on them. Now, I talked earlier about your tone and tonality. We're talking about words. This is where people think sales is all about, I have to memorize a line and respond to the objection. The reality is if you learn how to use the words, and this is universal in all languages, it's not just English, but you've got to learn how to use your tone and tonality. It's everything. Let me ask you, if I start screaming at you like this, you probably think I'm excited or I'm ticked off. And that's why, because when someone screams or yells, that's what it means. So you've got to understand how you say the words is almost as, if not more important than the actual words you say. If you don't believe me, start listening to yourself, how you talk to your family, how you talk to your friends. They know your patterns. And if your patterns aren't good, you're going to have to go ahead and break forward. Let me give you an example. Some of you don't smile. You don't smile. And I can tell when someone's smiling when they're talking to me. Obviously, when they're in front of me, you have to smile. If you don't smile, you are just a stick in the mud. Now, if I'm on the phone, Rick, how do you want me to smile? Smile even harder. Why? People can feel it's an energy. I don't know how to equate it to you. I got 21 years of data on this. You have to do it. And keep in mind, when your seller is excitable and they're high-pitched or something like that, you've got to match it. If they're slow and they're quiet, you have to match it. It's that simple. Remember, they want to do business with people that are like them. Studies show if you match tonality and you match the speed on how they talk and your tone, you automatically get a certain vibe and you connect with them naturally. Now, listen, this is way above my head type of stuff. And I would love to talk to someone more about this, but I'm telling you, it's true. I've tried this out. A lot of you skip this part right here. Refer back to the acquisitions part on this video and make it come real. Now, how do I build trust and rapport with sellers? Okay, we can use the Ford method. A Ford method is just a way. I'm going to use this method when people are not responding. Now, when someone's responding yes, no questions, you're not asking open-ended questions. You're going to have to dig further. Some people love to talk. Some people don't talk at all. Remember, you are a guide. You've got to walk them. So if you start to getting yes, no answers, it means you're not getting anywhere. You're not getting any data and you're doing more of the talking. So ask an open-ended question. If you remember Ford, this is an old sales technique. And to me, there's a certain time and place for this. When they stop talking, go this. So it basically, you walk through it, and it's an acronym, just like MCTP is. Ford. It's not the car company. So F is for family. O is for occupation, R is for recreation, and D is basically their dreams. Ask open-ended question. Just think Ford. They're stuck. They're not talking to me, Ford. So you should already talk about the family. Hey, what did you do a living? Especially if I have old people and you ask them what they did for a living, dude, sit down. Dude, they love to talk. People are so proud of what they did. I'm proud of what I do. I'm proud of what my son does. This is human nature. They like to brag about who they are. Remember, you have to lose your ego in wholesaling. This is the best way to do it. So letting the seller speak. You cannot step over them when they talk. If you like what they say or not, let them always finish. Don't ever talk over a seller. It is disastrous. It shows a hierarchy, and instead of you talking to your seller, you are talking to here. And guys, look at me. I'm here to tell you, you have to meet your seller eye to eye, because if you connect with them and they like what you're saying and you match their tone, their tonality, and you're using your words correctly and you're letting them speak, you're doing what 99% of most people won't do for that person. You're listening to them. You want to help them. If you truly want to help them, you will do this. If you think you're a know-it-all and you know everything and you're going to stick it down their mouth, I'm coming in right behind you and I'm going to gobble up that wholesale deal. People go, Rick, you spend way too much time with people. I go, look at the amount of deals I do. How much do you think I get paid an hour? Like, come on, let's go. Okay, so I'm telling you guys, and then I already talked about whoever cares about the seller the most gets the deal. One of the truest statements I've ever heard in my life. And I live the statement. I'm an empathetic person. That's the DNA I got. I use it. Remember, we talk about the highest skill set God gave you. I'm just an empathetic person. Sometimes it actually is a problem for me because I do feel for people's problem. I want to help everybody out. Okay, I love this business. It's changed my life. It's changed my family, and I want to help as many people as possible. So you got to care about people. But remember, you're still running a business. If the numbers don't work, you got to be willing to walk away. We'll talk about that later. So the last thing on this is you got to be authentic. Me and Zach talked about this earlier. Be you. I told you I'm empathetic. I care about people. It's natural for me to connect with people. Honestly, I over-connect with people. And sometimes I have to disconnect from a lot of people. But the reality is, if you just be yourself, don't try to be your favorite wholesaler, your favorite influencer. The world doesn't we need you. We need you. And people are like, how do I be you? And if you're you, you don't have to act. You don't have to pretend. You can be you, and you can get plenty of deals doing that. So this one right here, I'm going to back up before I even put this one on. Let me take this off. Guys, when it comes to wholesaling, one of my big 21 years plus things I learned is remember, our outcome is what? To get a yes. That's our goal. We want to get a yes. I'm here to tell you, I'm okay getting a no. I'm actually a yes or a no is actually a good outcome. The reality is, most of the time, if you don't have training, you know what you're doing, you get a maybe or I'll get back to you. This is what we call the friend zone, and it's literally torture. You don't want to be there. Nobody wants to be the backup prom date, so you have to set things up. A lot of people call it framing it. Me and Zach like to call it conditioning. We're talking about conditioning the seller, and here's how you prevent from being in the friend zone. You ever been in the friend zone? It's kind of a high school place. Now you're a grown adult, and you're back in the friend zone. This is where they want to be friends with you, but they don't want to date you, and they don't want to marry you. Okay? I'm looking for a commitment. What's my commitment? Yes. If I get a no, be okay with it because they're saving you a ton of time. So how do we do this? Let me go forward. Conditioning sellers. It is an absolute must. I don't let anybody go on my appointments without doing this. So I put this up there so you guys can save this. And it simply says just like this. I do this on the phone before I come out. And I reaffirm it if I go on a physical appointment or I do a virtual appointment on the phone. It says, listen, before we take a look at a house, I don't want to waste your time. I'm usually busy. I usually only come out to look at the property once. So before I come, I just want to make sure you're ready to make a decision. Either it's yes or no. Either you love working with Rick and it's a yes, or I don't like what you're doing and it's a hard no. Either way, I respect you. And at the end, I will do whatever I have to do to help you get your house sold. You have to condition them, because if you do this, you have to make a decision, yes or no. Now, a lot of times if they don't want to make a decision, they'll tell you up front. And then sometimes you have to wait. And sometimes it takes time and circumstances to change it. But keep in mind, if you don't precondition the statement and you get to the end and they go, well, I have to think about it. Or I go, well, listen, John, remember when we talked over the phone earlier and before I met you here today, we agreed we would make a decision today, right? And you just wanted to meet with me, see if I'm going to qualify, see what the offer is going to be. I think we've established all that. What is it that's making you uncomfortable at this point, and how can I help you solve that problem? You see, most of the time, if you do this thing up front, they're going to honor their word because they made your word with you and they can't hide behind it. So they're like, you're right, Rick, you told me you need a decision. And then usually you can, and what I do is I use this to help find out what's holding them back. So at this point, it's usually one or two things. But if you don't do this preconditioning statement, you can be a backup, you can be a second fiddle, and I don't want anyone to be stuck in this. This right here took me a good 4 years to learn this. Once I did this, it was a complete game changer for wholesaling. Why? I got much more decisions. And guys, I'm okay getting a no, because sometimes there's just some properties don't work. Honestly, I'm going to get a majority of no's, but maybes, it's like the poison pill. You don't want to take it. So guys, when it comes to the appointment, it's real simple. On the appointment, I'm talking about these are physical. We'll talk about virtual. Walk around the house, point out anything and act like you're buying a car. I know that sounds weird, but like, how do I go on and check out the house? Remember, at this point, you should already have an idea of the condition of the house. At this point, you're just going to verify it. And unless something crazy sticks out, 9 times out of 10, you know exactly what you're walking into. Now, the appointment really, once again, this is to build that rapport and make it a huge connection with you and your seller. This is the point you're going to do it. And remember, here's one of the biggest problems I'll tell you guys right now. As a new wholesaler, a lot of you you'll build amazing rapport. Most of you don't have problems doing that because you're naturally nice people and you like to connect with people. It's normal. Nobody wants to headbutt and fight. But the reality is you have to get to the negotiation. And what's negotiations? It's all about tension. How do you dissolve the tension? Most of you just keep talking. So I used to sometimes go on and on. Now, the problem is if you talk too much and you stay in that rapport zone, you will discredit yourself because you're not doing what you told you were there to buy the house. And if you don't get to the point, the seller's like, you're making them nervous and you're creating tension. So you have to get to your closing line. I call it the transition statement. And so if you find yourself talking too much and you don't want to get to the negotiation, just do like this. And Mr. I could talk to you all day about the kids. You know how much I love spending time with family and going skiing, but we are here for a reason. Do you mind if we talk about the house and figure out if we can do a solution for you? That is your transition statement. Now you're going into negotiations. And if you understand that, let me back this up. If you understand that, because guys, I've been doing this 21 years. I'm here to tell you, a lot of wholesalers get stuck in the rapport zone. If you stay in it too long, it's going to be a problem. Another line you can do is like, Mr. I got to tell you, when we're done talking and buying your house, I always precondition them. We can carry on this conversation afterwards. So you get them excited, like, oh my God, I would love to talk to you more about Rick. Let me tell you, when I find the guys that want to talk about like fishing and old cars, piece of cake. Sometimes I have to talk about things I don't know a lot about. And so sometimes when I deal with females and it's a subject I know nothing about, I make it as an opportunity to let them teach it to me. That people love talking about their hobbies. Think about the things that brings you the most joy in life. And if someone like comes to me, I go, well, tell me more about this crocheting. I'm just going to listen. I'm going to be a sponge. Doesn't mean I learned something about it, but people love to talk. So we want to get to that closing line. This is one of the biggest problems people get hung up on. So we go to the low ball. I call it the go for no. We call it the low ball. Why do we do this? I do this to protect you as a wholesaler. Why? Because the number one problem I see with wholesalers today, most of y'all pay too much for the property. Why? Because you want to get a yes. And what happens when you want to get a yes? You're going to get one. All yeses are not good in wholesaling. And I'm going to show you why. Because you're so nervous and you're so scared, you just want to get a yes. And if you do that, you're operating as a realtor. You're not operating as a wholesaler. And you're so scared of getting a no, but remember, the best cure in wholesaling is to get the property for the lowest possible price. How do I do that? Go for no. Stop going for yes. Let me show you how to do this. Now, here's the psychology around it. Most of you have an MAO, maximum allowable offer. So say a property is worth 200 and you go, I'm going to offer 170. So you offer me 170. I go, oh, no. I need 220. I'm like, 220? I thought you said the house worth 200. What happens is you have your bottom line number and you have your MAO. I call this your LAO, your least allowable offer. If you make an offer close to this, guess what you do to your seller? You naturally intrinsically force them to go up on price because they go, oh, he's going to pay me more. Stop trying to guess what your seller is going to pay for the property and ask them. How do I ask them? You have to go for no. So if the property's worth 200, it's real simple. Hey, Mr. Seller, what do you need to get for this property? And then they go like this. I don't know. And that's what a lot of responses are. And at that point, you can decide you need to use a method to move forward because most of you are like, oh my God, I don't know what to say. Where's Rick and Zach? Here we go. Good cop, bad cop method, doing the go for no. Ready for this? Mr. Seller, I can appreciate you don't know, but I tell you what, I'm here to help you. I want to make this work out for you. I understand there's everything going on, but I tell you what, I do have a partner on this and I've already reviewed the numbers. I actually called him outside before coming here and he says, I can offer 110,000. Shut up. You've built maximum rapport to this point. This is where it's a little freaky. It's wildly uncomfortable, but this is what's needed to be done to get a great deal. Now, they're usually going to react to you. If they say yes, great, sign the contract. Very rare. Most likely they're going to react to you. Their reaction is what we call a counter in wholesaling. And remember, I got a counter without actually asking him what he needed. No, I tried it first. He didn't answer. I go back. Now, I blame my partner. My partner, Zach, man, he's brutal. He's terrible. But he goes, there's no way I can do that. Absolutely, Rick. You're absolutely crazy. I go, hey, easy. I get it. But remember, that's my partner. That's why I'm here talking to you. John, do you have a number that you would let go of this property? And I just go back. And he goes, listen, I talked it over my wife and we can't take anything less than 146. Okay. So what did I do? I went from 170. I went from 110 to 146. I'm still going to try to get a little bit lower, but I've cut about 3 weeks out of the negotiation using this method. Now, the goal is not to get kicked out of the house, but remember, your goal is to get a counter. Why? Because you all try to go for yes, and you try to get it done in one shot. This is a negotiation. I'm looking for your subconscious response. So when I do something like that, you usually get a reaction. Use it to your advantage. This is all about learning how to talk to people and how to guide them. I'm just looking for a response. That response is probably the best data you're ever going to get from a seller. But a lot of you try to do that without building rapport. It doesn't work. You just get kicked out, and for good reason. Now, the next method is called the volley method. One of my favorites. Zach likes the good cop, bad cop. I like the volley method. The volley method is extremely powerful when they won't answer you. So, Mr. Seller, what do you need to get for this property to let it go? I don't know. You're here. You're the expert. You tell me. This is my favorite. Now, I learned this from a non-real estate expert, an incredible man. I'll share it on later. And he says, and so this is all about playing with the English language. And you can do this in any language. I just don't know how to translate the other ones. It says, Mr. Seller, I get it. You don't know what you need exactly what to get for the house. But if you had to guess, what do you think that number would be? Shut up. So think of it as a volleyball match. You serve, you keep hitting over till the ball hits the ground. Your job is every time they counter back to you, you don't let that ball hit the ground. And the key to this is you respond quickly. You don't do ums, you don't do buts, you respond. Why? You exude confidence and you actually eventually get a truthful answer out of them. So I ask them just like that, what's the lowest you need to get? Well, Rick, you know what? I've thought about this for a while. Honestly, I'm just getting clueless at this point. Can you just make me an offer? I said, John, listen, I get it. you don't know exactly what it's going to be. And I know this can be a little bit confusing, but John, listen, if I had to put you in a corner and say, you and your wife, what do you need to get for this property to move on? Tell me, where will you be at? What would the number be? And now what am I doing? I'm actually frustrating the seller. I'm putting them in a corner. Why? I don't want to stay in the maybe lane. How do I avoid that? If you can overcome 2 objections of the average human being, you can get what you want from them. Now, I might not get exactly what I want, but he's like, okay, Rick, you pressed me. We need 160. That's the bottom line number. See, I got his subconscious response just by volleying. See, if you volley, it works really well. The key with a volley, you can't let the ball hit the ground. You got to serve it back. And the key is just repeating some of the words and say, listen, I'm going to give you and give me an answer. And it's that simple. If you practice this, it's powerful. Now, for those of you who think you're going to use on your spouse and your kids, it works about 3 times and then they figure it out. Remember, you only deal with a seller on average once or twice. They don't figure out what you're doing. But honestly, you don't have to memorize this crazy strip. You just practice the volley method, the good cop, bad cop. It works phenomenally, guys. You got to keep that in mind. So let's talk about the seller first method. And then this is just basically, I'm sorry, I skipped this. On the seller first method, you really just talk about the seller. You talk about everything they want to do and you let them try to do as much talking. Once again, this isn't my favorite way to do it. I love the volley method. Zach loves the good cop, bad cop, but putting your seller first method and just trying to get them to get the initial response, if you follow through and their compliance, it works really well. Now, when we get down to the contract and you agree on price, I want you to understand this. You have a verbal agreement. You're good. Don't have any paperwork, no briefcase, no nothing. And then once you have a verbal agreement, Mr. Seller, do you mind if I go out in my car? I'm going to go ahead and get some paperwork so I can sit there and write this out with you. The key is I want to write this out with you. I've had on numerous occasions when I pre-fill the contract out, it makes them nervous. Also, if you hold contracts and paperwork next to you, sellers will start to look at it because they want to know when you're going to reach for it. It scares them. It makes them nervous. They don't know what's in there. Take it out. Get rid of your cell phones. Get rid of any gadgets in your hand and just look them just like I'm looking you in the eye right now and talk to them. You have to make eye contact. Some of you guys are horrible with eye contact. You have to make eye contact. So at this point, you're going to take a lot of pictures. You're going to explain the entire process going forward. And you and your partner are going to swing by the house. No change of the agreement. And just we're going to review renovations and we're going to try to figure out what we're going to do with the property. And once more on the day of the closing on the walkthrough. So you're always like, well, how am I going to bring my cash buyer in? You've got to find out what your seller is going to tolerate. Some sellers, they won't tolerate maybe 1 or 2 people walking through. And some of the houses are vacant. You can let a parade go through there. You have to know in advance where you're going to be with that. So guys, I don't want to lose anybody. The really cool part is this is all recorded for you. If you came and met me and spent 3 days with me, this is the conversation I give. I'm not holding back. Me and Zach are giving you guys everything you need, everything you've asked for. And I promise you I'm going to answer questions here shortly. And we will do that part. So let's jump back on here. So let's talk about virtual wholesaling real quick. No appointment, still conditioning. You still have to condition the seller. You get picks after the contract's signed. How do you do that? You get some boots on the ground or get someone to help you out with that. And what we do is write up the agreement first to buy. So important because you guys, if you're 1,000 miles away, you can't go look at the house before you write the contract. We always write the contract first. Why? We want to see that the seller has intent. And once we put boots and stuff on the ground, we got to make sure we have some sort of deal or we have a high probability for it because we got to spend a little bit of money when we do that. And then mostly the biggest challenge on virtual is confirming the condition of the property. So many times we look at a property, she says it just needs a little bit of paint and stuff. We factor in like $3,000 and winds up being $50,000 because it's major damage. And that is the pitfall of virtual when they lie to you because you can't physically see it. So we have to carefully use our ears and listen to everyone that does that. So a virtual, one of the biggest keys I can tell you guys is stay on the phone till they sign. Now, you're going to do some sort of electronic signature. You go to freewholesaling.com. We show you services to use. These aren't complicated. They're relatively inexpensive. Don't be scared to mail a contract to them. You can overnight it with the USPS and put in a return envelope, and it will track when they mail it back. It's about $25. It's not the end of the world. A lot of older people like to do it that way. Or you can send a mobile notary. Remember, most of the contracts don't have to be notarized to get signed, but it's an efficient way to have someone out there sign it. Now, remember, the notary's job is just to verify the authenticity of the person signing the contract. It is not their job to explain it. So sometimes what I'll do is have a speakerphone or even like a FaceTime, and I'll work with the seller, and the notary's job is just to get the signature. Sometimes it's very effective. That costs you about $50 to $75 to do that, but sometimes it is well worth it. Let's look at any questions here, because I know I was busy talking the whole time there. So here's a good one. Yvonne puts on here, I'm stuck here. Locked in a price too high, need to renegotiate the contract. This is awesome information. So I'm going to give you a quick tip. So when you do this, I want you to understand this. Unfortunately, this is a common error in most wholesalers. I start out doing this, and most of you will do the same thing. Hopefully you use the go for no method, and you can prevent this. It'll save you a lot of time. Now, you got to renegotiate. You have two strategies. If you're way off on your price, I mean like $50,000 apart, you really screwed up. What I want you to do is call the seller and say, listen, where do I send over the cancellation of the contract? And shut your mouth. Why? Once again, we're using the go for no method. We're looking for a reaction, a response from the seller. If they go, yeah, go ahead and send it over, we'll go with that. And they go, oh, wait a minute. Why? I need this thing closed. That is the perfect bridge for you to renegotiate any contract. End of story. Now, if it's close, 5 to 10 grand, I'm going to call up. I go, listen, Sally, I looked at the property with my contractor and we missed a few things. Do you mind if I go over them? Because I have to account for this stuff because you didn't tell me about it and I missed it. Listen, the good news, I still want to buy the property. We just need to make a slight adjustment. Are you open to that? Bam. That's it. Yvonne, use those exact lines and you'll learn them. Guys, go back and watch this video. I'm saving you 21 years of like dealing with every human situation possible. And I have failed on a lot of them, but over time and experience, you learn what to say to people. And that's why I have my mission to teach as many people as possible about wholesaling. But I applaud you for making the effort. It's okay if you overpay, just let's fix it. And here's what you want to do as a wholesaler. You just don't want to keep repeating the exact same problem over and over, because that's where you're really going to have challenges when you do it. And I want you to understand. So back to it. I missed it on the first method. So sometimes I get brain fog on it. When we talk about the first seller method, this is it. So a lot of times, sometimes you guys have multiple people chasing down a seller. Please let me know in the comments if you ever run across any competition on your wholesale deals. I want you to understand, don't fret it. Remember, you have to be extremely different than everyone else. Me and Zach are teaching you the skill sets on how to set yourself apart from any other wholesaler or realtor out there. Now, when we talk about doing the first method, if you guys ever watched Ricky Bobby on Talladega Nights, he told his son for the longest time, either you're first or you're last. Okay? Does that make sense to anyone? Either you're first or you're last. And at the end of the movie, he says, son, I don't even know what I was talking about. There's first, there's second, there's third. No. Me and Zach subscribe to the first and last. So if I have a competition, they go, listen, I got 3 wholesalers coming by and a realtor. I say, Mr. Seller, what time's the first appointment coming by? 10 a.m. I go, I tell you what, can I at least meet with you first? So I'm going to go meet with them first. Whoever meets with them first makes the best impression. It's about making an impression. I'm going to find out when their last appointment is. How do you do it? You just ask. My last appointment's at 2:00. That's fine. I'm going to wait around the block. And at like 2:15, I'm going to wait till that person comes out. And then I'm going to go in and I'm going to talk to them. And then they're going to give me all the information, all the other offers. And at the end of the day, remember, I never pay the most. I tell all my sellers that. But I'm going to care the most, and I'm going to make sure this gets done for you. And you know what? If I meet with them first and I meet with them last, you have a huge advantage. And never talk negative about your competition. It's not going to get you anywhere. and you just try to, so the seller always has a million questions when they get multiple offers. So if you're last, that is the best place to do it. But if you do the first and last, you can Ricky Bobby it and make it work. You can be first, you can be last. Like his dad, you can be second, you can be third. I'm telling you, guys, it works phenomenally. And it's so good. So what we want to do is move forward. And I'm going to bring in some experts here to help you with the next segment of ours to move us on in our wholesaling process. If you have any questions, pop it now before we swap out here. And I want to, let's see here. I missed one here. Okay, we're going to save that for the comping section. Let's see here. So if you have any questions on acquisitions, you can throw it out now. And I'm going to bring my partner in here, and we are going to keep on going here. So let me see here. There's lots of questions in there. So we basically, at this point, we've gone through the entire acquisitions process. Mm-hmm. And we need to help. I'm trying to look here.
All right, I'll look. Okay. What do you tell the seller and buyer each contacting the time frame between the purchase and sale and the time of the closing?
So what do you tell the seller and buyer each kind? So they're two separate conversations. We're going to talk about the dispo side here shortly. But the most important thing is always going to be to your seller. A lot of you guys sign contracts and then you all complain about sellers ghosting you. You can't ghost your seller. You have to be available to them. You have to talk to them. What I like to do is just reaffirm them. And here's what I tell them. I tell you what, great. We have an agreement. We're going to go ahead. I have all the paperwork. I'm going to give it to my title company, ABC Title. And Judy at the title company is going to reach out to you. And she's just going to confirm some things for you, that you're selling the property. And then they got to get some information to pay off your mortgage company. And that I find reaffirms your sale. It also lets them know you're legitimate and you're most at risk in your first 24 to 48 hours when you sign a contract. Because what happens, if you don't talk to them in 2 to 3 days, they start to get sometimes like remorse. And if there's not someone there to answer your question, you have a problem. If you have the title company reach out to your seller, they go, okay, Rick's legit. Oh my God. And they actually brag about you. Oh, Rick's a great guy. He helps out a lot of people. I'm so glad you got in contact with him. I got to get some information for you. And then when we do that, I'm going to call you back in 24 or 48 hours. And they quarterback. But that doesn't take the liability off of you. I'm touching base with them every 2 or 3 days until I get to the closing. Because if you leave them alone for 7 to 10 days, because you're secretly trying to find a cash buyer, you're going to freak them out. You got to keep them engaged and you got to keep your seller happy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And to answer your question here, also what you tell the seller, when you sign the contract, you basically let the person know, hey, what we're going to do is I'm going to send this over to the title company. I'm just letting you know my partner's going to want to come by and actually see it. So I have to schedule time for me and my partner to come by and see it. It's not an inspection or anything like that. Yeah. We might need to go back even 2 or 3 more times, just FYI, maybe get quotes for flooring, some repair stuff. Is that okay with you? Okay, perfect. Then you go from there because you're kind of setting the stage for the cash buyer to walk through the property also, just FYI. And so let's answer, we'll answer some questions after too, but we got to really share with you more information here because obviously this isn't a Q&A thing today. So let's kind of break this down and get more into the cash buyer side. So let's talk about cash buyers dispositions, guys. Cash buyers dispositions, this is basically the process of selling your wholesaling deal when we get it locked under contract. Now, what I have personally found with cash buyers, so there is a tier list I've found with most cash buyers. And this tier list is interesting, but it's one that's completely true. Cash buyers can be pretty much categorized in 5 levels. I call the ones that buy the most houses, they're what we call slumlords, more or less. They own a lot of properties and they rent them out like it's insane. And a lot of them just buy and rent them out. Institutional buyers, stuff like that, they usually pay the least per deal. Now, you get to the next level, which is kind of like the high-end flipper, someone flipping over 20 houses a year. They're pretty good. They'll pay less than the medium level flipper, but they'll pay more than the slumlord. And then you have the medium level flipper doing maybe 1 flip a month. And then you got mom and pop flipper who's going to do 1 to 4 a year. They'll pay way more than the medium and high level flipper just because there's a lot less savvy and they will be able to stomach less of an ROI. And then my favorite are the fresh out of the seminar flippers. Those are kind of my favorite. They just went to a house flipping seminar and now they're like, I can make 5% in a month. Whoa, right? And they're nuts. Those are one of my favorites too. And I always get asked, always about how do I find the fresh out of the seminar flippers and all that. And we're going to break it down. But Facebook groups are going to be one of the best ways to find them too. But what we found with cash buyer tiers, there's basically 5 tiers of this from paying the least to the most. And they're all pretty easy to find, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're, listen, guys, this is true, this hierarchy. My favorite person is someone fresh out of a seminar or someone that just wants to fix a house up for their family and the dad's handy because he can pay more because he's underestimating what the cost is. Remember, everyone makes a choice when they buy a house. I don't know much about the house. And if they need like heavy rehab, like honestly, the less houses they buy, the rule of thumb is the more they'll pay you. Why? Because some of them are going to live in the house and do that, and they don't have to figure it out for 10 years. And I'm fine with that. It's not our job to tell you what to do with the house. Our job is to find motivated sellers and put them under contract and present them to cash buyers.
Exactly. And so those are the tiers. Now, the question is, how do I actually go out here and find cash buyers, right? And so a lot of these are going to be cost money and a lot of them are free. Now, these are all of them, right? You can go to Craigslist. Find them. They're not my favorite way, but that is a way. You can go to Facebook groups and basically find them. I'm going to show you kind of in the next slide my script for finding Facebook group cash buyers. We can go to Facebook Marketplace and find people looking to sell properties that they have or rent out properties. We can cold call cash sales, basically using a service like listrei.com, zachdata.com, dmzac.com of just cash sales and actually calling these people up, seeing they want to sell the property. We're actually going to do that today. That's going to be pretty exciting. We can go to local real estate investing associations. Not my favorite, but it's a way. And one that's really working lately really well is going to be realtors. Realtors, they have a lot of buyers and they're okay. If you know the script to tell your realtor that hey, do you work with wholesalers? If I have a deal and you'll get paid on it, they work really well. Again, you can do cash sales and like text them if you want. Listrei.com is one of my favorite ways to do it. Hedge funds is another good one too. Now, some markets don't work well with the hedge funds, some do. You can either JV with other wholesalers or JV with us. Sellmypaper.com, right? So if you guys need help selling your wholesaling deal on the dispo end, I practice what I preach. I'm pretty good at getting deals sold. Sellmypaper.com, do it around the country. So just wink, wink. But also what you can do here is you can kind of run Facebook ads, Instagram ads. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but that is an option. And then one of my other favorite ones is just going after new real estate agents, like brand new green ones, usually like really young ones too. That works really well. But realtors they're very underrated source of cash buyers.
Yeah. I mean, you guys, a lot of you go, wow, realtor is going to cost me money. No, I'm just telling you, I thought that too. You go, they're going to cost me between 3% and 6%. They actually make you on average 15% more. So you're going to get a 10% bump by using the realtor. And what I love about the realtor is I don't get the drama. The realtor just wants their commission check. And a lot of these properties, when the realtors represent the cash buyer, they look at it, meaning the buyer's technically buying it sight unseen on the realtor's word, and your hands are completely clean. You get a little drama from the realtor, but like it's very minimal. And honestly, I would pay. It's worth the fee because you don't have to go through all. Realtors do not, the ones that represent cash buyers, they do not waste time. They're extremely efficient. And what happens though, they go, hey, listen, if you find anything else like this, give me a call. And when you go, the second one goes even faster. On average, when I use a realtor, my deal sold between 10 and 14 days. I've had it done as little as 7 because we don't have to go through the usual hurdles we have to do on a typical cash buyer.
Exactly. And so that's how you find the cash buyers. Now, what are kind of our cash buyer list building rules? I would say you're going to want quality over quantity. And say this a million times, 5 amazing, highly qualified cash buyers is always going to beat 3,000 bad ones, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's quality over quantity. When you guys say, oh, I got 5,000 cash buyers nationally, I don't believe you. Nobody else believes you, and you can take that guru canned pitch and get rid of it because it's not real. The reality of you having 5,000 legitimate cash buyers, it takes an extraordinary amount of effort. The reality is you have to vet these cash buyers. And if you had just 5 high quality cash buyers that gave you a proof of funds that's ready to go, you were better off than the guy who has 500. Because if I have 500, guess what? 498 of them are other wholesalers. Period. You're wasting your time. And that's how you get in trouble in this business. When other people try selling your deals and everyone's trying to ride off of you, you need cash buyers. I have nothing against doing JV deals with wholesalers, but we need to be transparent about it when we do it. When someone disguises themselves as a cash buyer and they're a wholesaler just trying to daisy chain you, you better know that up front. If you do our system, you will snuff every one of them out. And you go, Rick, I called 10 cash buyers and 9 of them, they don't want to prove anything to me. That means you talk to one cash buyer.
Yep.
End of story.
I see it all the time. So just be very, very careful with your list building. It's always about quality of buyers over quantity. Okay, don't be the guy, I got 5 million buyers. No. Trust me. No. Okay. Now, some big hack I'll tell everyone is I love the cash buyer Facebook hack. Most people, I'm telling you, you got to be doing it. All right.
Okay.
So make sure you go do that. So the free cash buyer hack, I'm telling you, this is it. So what's my free cash buyer hack? Basically, this is my hack to find cash buyers on Facebook. Okay, so when you go to Facebook, you can go and do it and find a bunch of ones on here. So let's go here. All right, so let's go here just to get the right slide here. All right, and so this is it. So screenshot this if you want. Let me know if this is what you want to do. But basically, this is it. This is my big script right here that I post in Facebook groups. And these are real estate investing groups. These are realtor groups, wherever it is. But copy and paste it if you want. But this one works really, really stinking well. Houses at a deep discount. If you are in the Port St. Lucie market, say Houston, Dallas, whatever market you're in. And if you're looking to buy off-market properties for 30 to 40% off market value and make big profits on the next rental or flip, then private message, DM me, message me, right? And then ... drop your email or message, and I'll send you some of these deals. Guys, I'm telling you, this works really well. Don't do this in a wholesaling Facebook group because you're going to get other wholesalers looking to steal your deal. But cash buyer groups, realtor groups, real estate in general groups, just kind of fishing out here, you will find a lot of great wholesaling deals doing this. But it's a quantity game. You should be posting this every day, every other day, and just building a list up like that. It will work really, really stinking well. I highly recommend you guys start doing that because it's one of the best ways to find cash buyers on Facebook. Now, cash sales, like I've said before, you can go to the section of all the people that bought a house for cash, which are in essence cash buyers. And you go in the zip code that you have the property under contract, pull the list, skip trace it, text, call them. Hey, I saw you. This is my script basically for them. Hey, I saw you purchase 123 Main Street all cash. Are you looking to buy any more houses at a deep discount? Pretty simple, right? I mean, yeah, I did buy that house, and no, I'm not looking to buy any more houses. Or yeah, I actually might be. Well, my name is Zach. I'm a wholesaler. Are you possibly interested in me sending you some wholesaling deals? And you go from there. I mean, they should understand what an assignment is if they're savvy enough, and you should be good from there. Realtors are good too. There's some websites like realestateagentlist.com. I'm not the highest recommend, but it is one. You can pull all realtors in the area, get their emails, phone numbers, and cold call them. I do like actually going back to cash sales and then going to the buyer's agent of the cash sales and calling them. So you can just use like listerari.com, dmzach.com, zachdata.com for this too. Ask if the realtor has any cash buyers, explain who you are, and then basically see if those realtors actually want to go out here and send you some of their deals. And it works pretty well. I mean, send some of your buyers. And what I mean by this is go to like listerari.com, dmzach.com, zachdata.com, go to cash sales, look at the buyer's agent, call the buyer's agent on like PropStream. It's actually like free. You can go there and say, hey, are you the buyer's agent for 123 Main Avenue? Yes, I am. Well, I'm actually calling to see if you have any other buyers looking to buy any more houses for cash. I'm a wholesaler, and I get properties under contract all the time, and I'd love to get you paid for bringing a buyer for my deal. See what they have to say. Most of the time, if they're good, they'll say, oh, yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'd love to do that, right? Sometimes they say no and they actually don't. So you just got to be very careful here and just understanding that. But they work really stinking well. And so if you have some money, and I'll tell people like this, this is the wrong one. How did that slide get in there? That was the wrong slide. Sorry about that. So title companies. So that's how you find cash buyers. Let's kind of talk about title companies. There's about 4 main questions to ask a title company when you're looking to vet them, right? And let's kind of break this down right here.
And you guys can't skip this process.
No.
Because if you get a contract and you get it and you go, oh my God, I didn't do the title company thing, and you hand it to a title company, honestly, they can break you real quick. So we want to teach you the process of how to find a title company and, more importantly, how to vet them. Because remember, most title companies are geared towards realtors. Why? Because realtors, unfortunately, they drive 95% of the market. So they're mostly geared towards. So you got to find a title company that will basically cater to your business. How do you find them? The easiest way is to go online and just search other investors, look in Facebook groups and stuff like that. And if Zach's using a title company, it's working out for him and he's doing lots of deals, odds are it probably will with you. And I want to find a title company that's small, mom and pop, because I want to have someone's cell phone number. And if I got to call them on Saturday night at 10 o'clock to fix a deal, I need someone to answer that phone. I don't want to hear about your business hours. So a lot of these are small business owners. They do appreciate your business. When you get the big chain ones, you're going to be processed just like you're a realtor, and you don't want to do that. So here's the questions I'm going to go through when I get my list. So hopefully you found ones that deal with wholesalers. Now, I don't even use the word wholesale that much. I just simply ask, hey, do you work with assignment contracts? You can say wholesalers. It's not the end of the world with them. And once again, I'm looking for the response to it. And if they go like this, what's that? You're in trouble. You're in the wrong place. Get out, pull the exit sign, pull the ripcord, get out of there. It's going to be a problem. Some title companies don't like dealing with us. They think we're risky. They think we're crazy. It's just their opinion. It's not law. It's not anything like that. Just move on. The next time I ask, how many wholesaling deals have you done in the past year? I'm asking as a company. Some of them don't have to share that information. They're like, listen, I do it all the time. I can rattle you off like 6 investors I dealt with this week. These are the type of companies I want to deal with it. Next one, really important. Remember, we deal with problematic properties. So I want to find the hardest problem right up front, which is, hey, do you handle probates? Once again, guys, the reaction is the most important part. Like, oh yeah, we do it all the time. We're extremely comfortable, and we can even show you a couple tips. That's what I'm looking for. And they go, probates? Well, you have to wait till that probate's done before we'll even process the title. Once again, listen to the response. You're not selling anyone. You're literally just going through a checklist. And then basically, who's my contact person? I need someone I can touch 7 days a week, not 24/7, but anytime that sun's up. And then I like to have someone's cell number. I don't want an office number. I would use the office number during business hours, but I want a cell number in case there's a problem. A lot of times we have contracts over the weekend and we need to get questions answered. Now, if you're doing business with them, they don't mind doing it. If you're just sucking information and not doing it, it's going to be problematic. Guys, these simple questions you ask your title company will make or break you as a wholesaler. Now, the problem is if you say you get excited, you get a contract and you skip this and you just hand it to your local title company, it's going to be a problem. I'm just telling you, anytime I've used anyone outside of my own title company, it's tough. Remember, they're on your side. And I know the title company is supposed to be neutral. Their job is to facilitate the closing for the seller and the buyer. And they say in a neutral position, it's not the truth. Whoever brings them the deal is who their loyalty is. Now, the other reason the title company is you build a great rapport with them is if your buyer's getting wanky or they're like trying to get out of your deal and they keep calling and asking your girl dumb questions, she should pick up the phone and go, hey, Rick, you know that buyer you have on 123 U.S. Street? I think he's trying to get out of the contract. He's trying all sorts of games and stuff like that. And once you have that relationship with your title company, like when it comes to your assignment fee that's going to be placed on the HUD, 9 times out of 10, if you've conditioned your seller right and they're all they want is their money at this point. Rick, I just need my $100,000. Now, if the title company goes, look, Rick's making $35,000 off. Are you okay with it? That's what you're going to get if you go to a foreign title company every time. So I want you to understand that you have to ask these questions. If you don't ask these questions, you're going to find out the answer at the most ill opportune time when you got your first deal. Guys, there's nothing like that first deal and you got it on. If the title company destroys it at the end, to me, it's the most painful process. It's like going fishing and trying to flop that fish in your boat and the line snaps right there. And I told you to use a net, Zach. Your title company is your big net. Either they're basically part of your team. And I'm telling you, they have to be one of your best team members. And how do you do it? Go find one that wants to do business with you and vet them and ask these questions. They're simple questions, guys. Anybody can do this. Listen to the response and find the ones that want to work with you. And guys, they will be one of your greatest assets. In fact, when you're starting out in wholesaling, this is basically kind of your partner, your employee. And I love when they call me on a Saturday, Sunday, go, hey, Rick, I'm getting that file ready for Monday. You make sure you talk to your seller. And remember, their job is if I tell them, hey, here's a contract, Sue. Can you call Jane Smith and let her know we're all good? Introduce the title company. It's huge, especially on that first. So if I meet him at noon and she calls him by 2 or 3 o'clock, seller goes, oh my God, there's something that happens when the title company calls the seller. They go, oh God, they're legit. Mm-hmm. Remember, a lot of you guys, you don't think you're legit and you're a little shaky on the confidence. Your title company has to brag about you. Oh God, Rick's the great. And listen, maybe you've never even done a deal, but like honestly, if they say, listen, Rick's a super nice guy and all he wants to do is help you out. I'm so glad you guys connected. That's all they want to hear. But you got to be nice. You got to find people that want to work with you. I love title companies because they're the ones that help you kind of land that plane on that runway. And like, it's right before your wheels touch. But if you don't do all this work ahead of time, that tire could blow out and that plane's going to flop over and you're going to be in the fuselage and I don't want you to burn up. So don't skip this step. And if you haven't do it, take the effort today and go ahead and move forward with it.
Yeah, you need to. Title companies are important. And next question I usually get from people is like, how do I find a good title company, right? It's a lot of ways to go find title companies. I would say the best way is just to not reinvent the wheel here. You know, where other wholesalers are finding title companies and they're good, you're good to go. Like, let's talk about like, I don't know, Lincoln, Nebraska, right? Or Omaha, Nebraska. There's going to be 2 probably good wholesaling title companies there.
Yeah.
Like only 2. And if there's thousands of wholesalers there, they're all going to use the same couple title companies. Don't be afraid that other wholesalers use that title company. It's fine. And actually, it's better because they're more used to that.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing you got to be careful, and this isn't law, obviously, but some title companies do it because they feel like it's the right thing to do. They will tell the seller, and we've had this happen before. Hey, Mr. Seller, this is Sally from Jan Title, and I'm just letting you know that Zach is not buying your house. He's making a $25,000 assignment fee on this deal, and he's actually not the buyer. It's this other guy. I need to let you know this right now.
Guys,
what's going on? Do you want out? It happens more than you think if you have the wrong title company.
No, guys, your title company, it's key. And that's why we want to stick to the smaller mom and pops because they care a little bit more. If you get in some of these big national titles and you go, oh, I'm going to do deals all over the country, there's very few companies that can do that. Honestly, you're not equipped to set up for that. So each title company should be for a specific state. And a lot of times I like to have the title company in the specific, like a county or maybe like a tri-county area, because the reality is most of you either going to have a seller come in and do the closing, or if you're doing it virtually, you can send out a mobile notary and stuff like that, or you send them into a local title company. I will tell you in the beginning, if you can send them to a local title company and you've never done a deal before and they're like you want to exude confidence, that title company is like a huge crutch for us because they're like, they're licensed, they're insured. There's a lot of process they got to go to sell title insurance. And by them going and then using a third party to authenticate, hey, Rick's for real, it helps you out a lot, especially those of you swinging the bat to get your first deals.
I agree. And so you just got to be careful with that too. What I like to do is go on Facebook groups and just look up in a big wholesaling group like Nebraska Space Title Company, and it'll pop up and be, I use this title, and then you just call them up. You also cold call all the title companies and ask your questions, but if wholesalers are using that title company, there's a reason because it works really well. From there too, the one other rule I would say is, this isn't like a rule, but I do ask all my title companies this. This is the 5th hidden rule. But ask them if they do double closings. And more specifically, double closing in escrow, which basically means that when you're doing double closing, you can use the buyer's funds to kind of be your transactional funding. That's pretty cool too. It's not a must for a title company. Last but not least is we went over contracts yesterday, right? But what I want you to do is send that contract to the title company and just get it approved from them. The worst thing you can do is get a property under contract and the title company says, we can't accept this. Scary stuff. So you want to make sure that they approve it right. There's always lawyers at the title company that's going to look it over for you. Don't worry about it. You should be fine. But title companies are very powerful. One other last tip before we get to the next part here is with a title company, if I have a seller who, if you're young like I was, starting out 17, 18 years old,
I'm still
young. I'm 24. I'm old enough. But I was saying when I was like 18, 19, some of these sellers were like, ooh, I don't know. I'm like, okay, well, if you need some help knowing what I'm doing, because we're literally 19, what we can do is, why don't you go meet me at the title company and you can talk to the lawyer there, Jeff. He's a lawyer and he can go over this with you if you don't understand or trust us. Really? You'll pay your lawyer to go meet with me? Yeah, we'll have my lawyer come and meet you. And he thinks I'm paying a lawyer to go over him. And the lawyer will talk about, yeah, Zach's legit. He's 19 years old, but he's legit, and he's done plenty of closings with us. Yeah. And it's a lawyer saying that, and it's true. I did a lot of closings at 18, 19, 17 years old, and it gave me instant credibility like that. So it's just another thing you can do too, but it works really, really well. Also, on top of that, I'm like, if you have any questions, like ask the title company. They're the third.
Oh, God. They are your pseudo lawyer. 90% of your questions can't be answered by a title company. Why? Because they do so many transactions. They've seen almost every case scenario. They already know the answer, and they know when it needs to be referred to a lawyer. And quite frankly, a lot of lawyers, a lot of title companies are owned by lawyers or associated with them. So this is a great place, guys. Your title company is everything. And trust me, these are just the beginning steps of like working with your title company. There's a lot of things that can really help you grow your wholesaling business.
Exactly. So here it is, the title company vetting process. Just take a screenshot of this and everything, and we'll go from there. Perfect. All right. So next part, we got to talk about ARV. We got to talk about comps. You got to figure out, hey, what is a wholesaling deal? That is it. Do I have a good wholesaling deal? Do I not have a good wholesaling deal? How do we figure that out? We got to talk about ARV and comps. So ARV, let's kind of break down the numbers. I don't care what your guru said, whatever he said or she said. They're all she's in my head. But whatever they say, they don't know what they're talking about. So let's really break down ARV in its truest sense. ARV, after repair value. That's what it's called, after repair value, right? So ARV, let's break this down. We got repairs, and we have AR, and then V, and then ARV. So let's just kind of, I know it sounds confusing, but really think about this for a second. ARV. Let's separate the AR out of the V. AR stands for after repairs. And basically what AR is, it is the repair costs needed for the property. And what is the V in ARV? Value.
Yep.
And so value is actually another word for MAO, max allowable offer. And so if we're trying to understand this, V, value, is actually what the property is worth right now. It's actually what the value of the property is. It's value. Mm-hmm. Now, when we put AR before V, that is repair costs needed. So if we look at ARV really breaking things down is MAO plus repair cost. That is, there's no other wholesaler that looks at wholesaling like this, but this is actually the truth. And let me know if I'm wrong, but ARV, it is MAO plus repair costs.
Yeah.
That is what ARV is. And now, that being said, ARV is basically what the MAO is plus repair cost. And so if I'm a cash buyer, MAO is my break-even point, right? I got to put my repair cost in. So if I can buy it for 100 and it's worth 100, and I got to put 50 grand into it, I'm going to break even and make $0. I'll probably lose money if I'm a flipper. So that being said, I don't buy houses at MAO plus repair costs. That's stupid. Because if it's worth 100 and I put 50 grand into it, now it's worth 150, I don't make no profit.
No.
And so your cash buyer wants to do is make money. He wants to make money, right? And so he wants to buy the deal for a discount. Oh my gosh, he's trying to make money?
Oh my God.
Yeah. Duh. Okay. He's trying to make money. And so that being said, your cash buyer wants discounts on properties. Now, wholesaling real estate, we buy properties at a discount and then we sell it for a discount too. On top of that, we want our cash buyers to get filthy rich. And the only wholesaler that's going to tell you that, because once they make money, they come back to you. And I'm in the business of making a ton of money in wholesaling and getting a bunch of buyers to buy my deal. So let's kind of go this from the top. I don't care what your guru says. Oh, my guru told me it's ARV multiplied by 65% to the fourth quadrant, to the fifth parallel, minus my wholesale fee, minus repair cost, but I got to divide repair cost by 2 and multiply by 3 and divide by 4. And then I have this little chart here in my abacus, and you guys make it way
it's
too
not real
confusing.
world.
It's let me say one thing really quick, and you have to get this through your head. Your cash buyer is going to calculate their own ARV, their own repair costs, and their own MAO. Whatever you do, it doesn't matter.
They don't care.
They don't care. I have cash buyers try to look at this cup. This is why it's worth this. Well, I'm a buyer.
Yeah.
I am the market. I am the what is it?
Yeah.
What is a property worth? What is the value of something? What someone else is willing to pay for it, right?
Correct.
And so there's two things with that though. Because a market, the value of something, I'm a free market guy, is what someone else is willing to pay for it. There are different buyers for things. And for example, if we have a Miami Dolphins helmet right here, someone like me and you will probably be willing to pay $30-$40 for that, right? Because we love the Dolphins, right? Now, if it is a New England Patriots helmet, I will literally probably give you $1 just so I can throw it away in the trash where it belongs.
That's Jets helmet.
Jets helmet too, and the Bills helmet, honestly. So I'll pay $1 for it and throw it in the trash. Does that mean that a Josh Allen signed helmet is worth $1? To me, it's worth $1 because it's literally trash. To a fan of, but if I go to Buffalo, New York, it's probably worth $500 to $1,000. Just because I'm offering you $1 doesn't mean it's worth $1, right?
Correct.
Because there's other people that'd be willing to pay more for it. And so what I mean by this is when you have a wholesaling deal, and let's say you lock it up for $100, there's going to be cash buyers that are going to want to buy it for $120, $130. But there's also going to be buyers that are going to want to buy it for $50, $60, $70. Does that mean the deal is worth $70? No. But here's the thing. If you only talk to one buyer, you only have one average to go off of. So if I have a deal, I lock it up for $100, I talk to one buyer that says $70, I'm like, oh, I got a bad deal. When if you just talk to like 7 or 8 of them and they all want to buy between $110, $120, $130, you know, okay, I have a good deal.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to also understand this, all right? A lot of wholesalers cannot wake up to reality, all right? If you have a deal for locked up for 100 and you talk to 12 buyers and they all want to buy it for 70, they're not crazy, you're crazy. It is what the average of the market is willing to pay for it. You've got to understand this, all right? And so I don't really care too much about MAO, all these crazy things. I just try to lowball the deal and see what I can get for it. But just understand, you're not going to be this perfect calculating type person. Your cash buyer is going to come up with their own numbers. And so this is a number for yourself internally to know if you should have a decent deal or not. A lot of people try, we got to calculate exactly how cash buyer is going to calculate. Every cash buyer calculates it differently. Some cash buyers go off of cash flow. Some go off of how much they can make on a flip. Some look at if they can get a good 1031 exchange on it. They all do different things. And some of them buy it with loans and then they go out here and they're going to do a burst strategy with it. They all do different things with it. And so we just do it for wholesaling. Okay. I don't care what your guru says. I had one guy who said, I had one guru who actually clowned me on a Facebook post. He said this guy, someone screenshotted my ARV formula and they said, is this legit? And this guy said, that's not legit at all.
Yeah.
And it was funny. He said, cash buyers buy for 60% of the ARV, even if the house is worth $1 million. I'm like, oh, what?
Yeah.
I'm like, hold on. Let me do that. Let me do the math here. Okay. This is what people say. These are what people say, you know, and this is what gurus do. It's actually hilarious. They'll go out here and be like, okay, so if the ARV is 1.5 million, all right, and I got to put $500,000 in repairs, and I got to buy that for 60%. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That means I buy the house for $600,000. I put $500,000 in the house, and so if I buy it for $600,000, I put $500,000 in the house. I'm in it for 1.1, and I sell it for 1.5. That's $350,000 in profit.
Sweet deal.
So is the average flipper making $350,000 in profit?
No. Those are dream scenarios.
Crazy, right?
That's
That means
crazy.
every flipper, and that means let's say we do another house, right? Let's divide that by 4. Okay, let's divide that by 4. So the average ARV is 375. That means the average flipper is making 85 grand on a flip. That's not reality. Okay, the average flipper when the ARV is 375 is not making 87 grand. But your guru is telling you that the average buyer, did they make around 85 grand on each flip? No, that's the average flipper is making 30, 40, 50 grand.
And taking a tremendous risk.
And so I'm letting you know, like, don't be doing the 65%. I hate when these gurus say it and they make you feel bad. But like, I'm telling you, it's because they're stupid. They're stuck in 2004 numbers.
Yeah, you guys are going to be stuck on the sidelines if you stick with those old school numbers. They're never going to work. And remember, percentages change as the values go up, because what's 70% of $100,000? It's 70 grand. Now take $1 million.
I know.
Like, the numbers don't.
Now the costs do go up, obviously.
They do, but there's proportionally different
when
numbers.
you look at flipping houses and what I've seen from buyers and us flipping bigger price deals, you usually are able to get less of a discount on the property. That's why when people flip multi-million-dollar homes, they're not getting 70 cents on the dollar or 50 cents on the dollar.
Yeah.
They're tight. They're getting 80 cents on the dollar. But because you know why? A lot of these multi-million-dollar houses, the most expensive part on this, especially you talk Beverly Hills, San Francisco, island country, places like Island, Miami, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm flipping a $10 million house in Miami, you got to understand, if it's on Biscayne Bay, $7 million of that deal is just the land.
Exactly.
And so there's no flipping the land, right? And so it's like, I need 50 cents on the dollar, and the land doesn't change. And when you look at like Beverly Hills, when it's on the hilltops, 70% of the value is really the land. And so like, I look at like where I live, like my place is 80% the value is the land.
That's it.
And I live in a really nice spot because it is on the water. Like, duh, I have beachfront house. So I'm just letting you know, like, when you get to these higher ARVs, a lot of that is in the land. And like, we talk about like Austin, Texas, San Francisco. If it's a $800,000 house, 60, 70, 80% of that's land. Now, let's kind of go to Fayetteville, Arkansas, right? That's going to be more property versus land, right? Mm-hmm. It's all dependent. But I hate these gurus telling me that, like, oh, you have to get 50 cents on the dollar. If I get 50 cents on the dollar in San Francisco, you make millions of dollars every deal. So I'm just letting you know, like, stop listening to these gurus. And so we have to find ARV. That's ARV. Now we got to find comps, or what we call comparables. Okay. When I'm looking at comps and looking at comparable properties, we want to go out here and actually find similar ones. And so, for example, if I have a Josh Allen signed football helmet, I think it's worth $1. But how do I figure out how much that thing's worth? I'm going to go on Google and search Josh Allen authentic signed football helmet. I'm going to see what they're selling for on eBay. Okay, they're selling between $300, $400, $500, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shocker, right? Like, that's what you do. And you try to sell your 2016 Honda Accord. I'm going to go and look for what 2016 Honda Accords in that similar like mileage range are selling for. Everyone knows that's what you do. But when it comes to houses, people flip out. They freak out, right?
Yeah.
And it's hilarious to me because some wholesalers, they'll do this. They'll find a Nissan GTR, like a beautiful, like a Ford. Actually, no, this is better. If people have like a Ford Focus they're trying to sell, they look for a Ford GT or a Mustang 5.0 and they're like, well, this Ford sold for $100,000. My Ford's worth $100,000. No, that's a Mustang 5.0 V8 engine, and you have a Ford Focus from 2002. Okay, so but you wholesalers will do this. You'll find comps. You'll find the craziest, most high-end comp and compare it to your trashy deal.
Well, here's what people do: is people are very biased in comps.
They are.
You don't believe me? Go deal with a buyer. When you deal with a cash buyer, they're going to cherry pick the lowest comps and try to use that as a leverage. And then wholesalers do the same thing. They cherry pick the highest comps. Guys, at the end of the day, both sides are going to make up their own mind. The worst thing in the world is when wholesalers go, I have this deal. Here's the estimated. Every preparer is 10 to 15 grand. which I just multiply by 4 or 5 on average. And then they give me the comps. The comps are so outdated and they're so far away from the property. They only pick the ones that basically were biased towards them. And then they conveniently forget the ones that were on the lower end. And when you do that, when I do it with my cash buyers and you give them crappy, I was taught how to do this and it blew up on me quickly, is you discredit yourself. Do you want to be a realtor? You want to sit there and comp? He or she's going to make up their mind what they're going to pay for it. You providing the comps, you're actually, if you are not perfect, they're going to hold you accountable for it. Like, dude, where'd you get these numbers from? You guys with your rehab numbers, it's very clear. Like, stop trying to it's not your job to establish what the rehab numbers are. You guess to a point, but you don't know exactly because you don't know what. So if you say the rehab's 10 to 15 and the guy goes, well, it's going to be 50, he might have to do the 50 to get it to the high end, but he's going to push it to the highest end comp. And we get in this argument. And honestly, a lot of us don't know how to do the repairs. And we're like, and you start getting in confrontations with the guy. That's not it. It's really a yes or no decision. And maybe if he's the only buyer, then you negotiate with him. But stop trying to do comp bias. Both parties are guilty of it. And please don't add fuel to the fire. When you handpick 2 comps, people are going to pick you apart on it. They're going to find the 5 other comps that don't support it. And then you got to start all over.
Yeah, exactly. One thing I can tell you, so when you look for that Josh Allen helmet, you don't like go for the $5,000 one, right? The helmet that he wore. No, that's not a game worn helmet. When you look for a Honda Accord, you're just looking for other Honda Accords. You're not going to go for like a crazy. You're not going to stretch it, right? Because you want to know what it's worth, right? One example I always use is like comic books. They're pretty easy. Like this comic book right here, that's an older one, right? It has the volume, it has the issue. You look that up and it'll tell you exactly what it's worth, right? Yep. Pretty simple. You're not going to go find like some other one, right? This is volume 99. You're not going to go to volume 94 and be like, oh, it's the same one. No, it's different. And so houses are slightly different because everyone's different, but there are some rules for it. And so when I'm looking for comparables, right, what we're going to do is use listari.com, dmzack.com, zackdata.com, whatever those websites you want. Zillow's a good one, realtor.com, Redfin if you have no money. What you're going to do is look for similar bed and bathrooms. And what we mean by that, if it's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, look for other 2-bedroom, 1-baths. If it's a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, look for other 3-bedroom, 1-baths. Now, the only caveat on this is I see this happen all the time, and I don't know why, but some communities, I would say, that I found in Florida, a lot of it is like immigrant communities I found here where they have a lot of families, like the entire family lives in the house. And what I've seen is one person will buy a home, like a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home, and they'll have family that immigrate to this country. And then they don't have no money. They're trying to like get their feet up, and then they live there. And then they bring their cousins, and then they have kids. And there's like 12 people in the house. And
it's common.
What they do is they're like, okay, well, we'll just go create walls and rooms unpermitted. And they'll have a garage and split it into 3 bedrooms. It's crazy stuff I've seen. And so I've had one. I remember one deal in Fort Pierce, Florida. It was an 8-bedroom, 1-bath. Now
it's a busy bathroom.
So what am I going to do here, right? And it was 1,000 square feet.
Yeah.
What should I do? All unpermitted, by the way. So that's not good. And they kind of did their own little drywall thing, and the electrical. I'm surprised I'm still alive going through that house. What should I have done there? Oh, well, it's an 8-bedroom. Let me go look at other 8 bedrooms. Oh, there's an 8-bedroom here for $4.5 million. No. What you do just, okay, well, the bedrooms is not similar. Let's just go off of square feet.
Yeah.
And that's the best comp for that.
Square feet's the best way to do it.
It is, but it isn't, because there's 1,000 square foot 2-1s, and then there's 1,000 square foot 3-1s and 3-2s.
Mm-hmm.
The 3-2s are going to be worth more, obviously. It's the same square footage. And so you have to roughly kind of like do your own, you're smart, okay? Like you watch it, like you're smart enough to understand that. But similar bed and bathroom is good unless people start doing crazy stuff to houses. Now we deal with human beings, and you know for a fact human beings are nuts, and they'll do crazy stuff. And so you just have that under assumption. Now, I don't like to go look at comps that are above 250 square feet or below that. And so what I mean by that is if I have a 2,000 square foot house, I don't want to do anything that's over 2,300 square feet or under 1,700 square feet, just in that range. I like a 10-year built range. What I mean by that is if I have a house built in 1988, I'll do comps from 1978 to 1998. I don't want to go anything crazier than that. That's pushing it too. I like to stick to the same subdivision. Basically, what that is the on the property appraiser, there's a subdivision. It's kind of more niched out than a zip code, and it's basically a division inside of the city. That's kind of how property appraisers for the county do it, and that's the way you should be doing it too. And then, some people say this: don't cross any busy roads or intersections. It's true, but I don't see an insane difference with that. The only comps I'll tell you is if the property has a pool or not a pool. If the property out here is on a busy street, you got to take some money off of the deal.
Or backed up to a highway with the noise.
Backed up to a highway with the noise.
And another thing we get a lot in Florida, or sometimes you get these power infrastructures next to the house. They have a whole field. It's
transformers.
And when it rains, it's like zzz. No, listen, not that nobody wants to live by it, but there's a significant discount for that.
Yep. Also,
there's some houses where the power wires go almost right over the house. And a lot of people don't like that, especially I'm talking on the real nicer homes. You will take a hit for it. So a lot of the things we do, we're talking about here, you don't think you have to be a contractor and an expert to figure everything out. A lot of it's common sense. What would you put up with to live in a house, and what would cause you to discount it? And a lot of we don't know electrical and HVAC, but guys, the obvious we want. If it has central AC, it's cheaper for the homeowner to run it, and it'll demand more of a premium. If you have window units, guys, if you've never had window units, they're extremely inefficient. They make a lot of noise and they break down, and they power up by 70% in the house.
Yeah, there's different ones. The last one I can tell you is one thing at Discount a House, which sounds stupid, but it's true. I had a property in Port St. Lucie, Florida, where we walked up on a contract. I convinced the guy to give me a $5,000 reduction because let's say, for example, the house next door or 2 doors down, they had a flag of there was a war in the United States of America in the 1800s. I can't say the word, where in the southern part of the country, they had these flags.
Okay.
And this guy had it blasted everywhere. And it's not good. It's not good for high-end flipping. That's all I can say, right? And it was really bad. It's as obnoxious as you can make it. And I had 15 trucks parked outside, and they're always working out there. You had to get a discount on those type of homes.
Everything winds up with Port St. Lucie when you do that.
Yeah.
I once, check this out.
So
I once had a neighbor, and I bought the house, and he had monster truck tires, and he dug them in the ground, and he used that as his fence, and nobody wanted to live by him. So listen, all houses have a price on it. You just got to kind of look at the office. The other thing is, I've had houses. I've bought multiple houses of motivated sellers. They sold the house. Why? Because the guy had 5 giant barking dogs behind it that wouldn't stop. So you have to factor this in, because every time you go to show, you go, how often those dogs going to bark? And it does, because you can't remove the dogs. You can complain. And guys, as much as people knock HOAs, that's just they put those in to try to prevent it. Most of Port St. Lucie is a non-HOA. It's I once personally lived in a house when he was really young. The guy decided to work on a monster truck in the driveway welding at 11 o'clock at night. Yep. And there's not enough blinds to block that stuff out. So look at the obvious. Also, go look at the electrical panel of every house if you're going to put it under contract. In Port St. Lucie, we used to open it up and they had the old bulbs in it. You needed a whole new electrical system.
We can go on and on about this forever. I'm telling you, just be careful with this type of
common sense, guys. A lot of it's common sense.
I agree. And so this basically our 2024 formula for MAO. We basically kind of changed a little more about it. But basically any property that's 125 grand or below, I would say use the 70%. So ARV minus repairs multiplied by 70%. ARV minus repairs multiplied by 80% if ARV is between 125 and 220. ARV minus repairs times 83% if ARV is between 220 and 300. And then 85% on ARV over 300. I don't know why it says under, but over 300. My bad there. But we'll cross that off. But yeah, ARV over 300,000, my bad on that. But that's our MAO formula. You can screenshot this, just change the under. But yeah, that's pretty much our formula for it.
I want everyone to understand these are guidelines, okay? When we're out talking to people, sometimes I already have a buyer lined up for a property. And if it gets tight, say the guy wants 200 for it. I already got a guy who's going to buy it for 210. and I can't find any other buyer, something like that, don't stick so hard to the rule that you leave $10,000. Like always wholesaling is you have to link the risk versus reward. If I have almost no risk and I have a buyer already lined up, who cares? I'm exceeding Zach's number.
Exactly. Hey, just be careful for it. And so the last part on here is just repair costs. So this is our 2024 repair cost worksheet. Pretty similar to the other one, but we just had to switch a couple of things off. I will tell you, everyone watching this video, this is my biggest pet peeve when people send me wholesaling deals. Zach, this deal only has $2,000 in repair costs. Whoa. You're telling me this house only needs $2,000 to make it look perfect. Like perfect. Yes, perfect. I'm like, so what, the crown molding? Oh, it has no crown molding. Well, you got to add that in if you want to, like, if you want an ARV, like a perfect one, you're going to do the whole thing. Yeah. Is the landscaping all good and perfect? No, well, not really. To ask it remodeled. Like, guys, even if it's light, minimum, every property needs 15 grand. I don't care. Even if a property is 2 years old, usually 15 grand.
You should run this thing like the stock market. So the inflation adjusts every hour, like the stock market.
I've never found one property outside of a newly built house, I guess, that needed some repair costs. Always something. And so just like FYI, but this is it. Basically on 1,500 square feet and below, 1,500 to 3,000, then 3,000 square feet and above, light, medium, heavy repairs. Light is going to be for 1,500 square feet or below, 15 grand to 18 to 25 based on the square feet. And then 27 grand, 33,000, 45,000, then 60, 65, and 75,000 for the heavy. Now, we can go on a whole breakdown on what's between light, medium, and heavy. In my opinion, I've seen light is like, it doesn't need too much. Yeah. Possibly some paint, cosmetic work.
Cosmetic. Yeah. Everybody knows what cosmetic is. Cosmetic stuff that you can get done usually in under 2 weeks.
Yeah. And then medium's going to be okay. We got some issues. This is when we have to start pulling out the kitchen, changing out the vanities. The bath's got to be fixed. Obviously, new flooring, paint. Roof's definitely going to be in that question there too. Light, there's usually no roof issue, right?
No, light, honestly, usually within 2 weeks or less. Once you get in this middle, it's all about time.
And then heavy, and I have to stress heavy to you guys. This is very important here. There are different levels of heavy, all right? And what I mean by that is we have to replace all the drywall. It's Chinese drywall. We have to replace everything. Full rehab. It's an ugly house. Yeah. And then there's this crack house I did once.
Order house, too.
It is the worst house I've ever done in my entire life. It's actually on my YouTube channel.
You'll find one worse.
Channel. Had 300 views when I first started. I showed you. This house had no roof. It had mold all over.
That was bad.
Rats, cockroaches. It was, the pool was green. Cracks everywhere. There were people doing crack in the home, like at night. There are piles of needles that, like, I don't call it a crack house to be funny. It's like, it's really bad. Imagine no roof. Like, no roof. Like, have you ever watched The Last of Us? That video game where they played it? Like, you see a house, there's no roof. It's like from the apocalypse. Like, that's what it was. It was really bad. And so I could tell there's every inch of the property had mold in it. And it was just as bad as you can imagine. No electrical. There's no electrical there anymore, right? Rats chew it up. And so, like, that is a different level than like, we got to completely redo the whole thing on heavy, right? And so just letting you know there is a difference between heavies. And so it'll go from 60, 65, 75, but it can go up to 80 or 90. I've had $100,000 ones plus before too. So just keep that in mind. That is the repair cost worksheet. And so that's basically ARV. That's repair cost. It's calculating the value of the deal. Well,
I want to give a kind of final reminder here. The reason in wholesaling why you want to get the deepest discount possible, because you're never going to get the repairs perfect and stuff is going to come up all the time. I always go back to that one story when we were working together on buying a house and they go, it's got Chinese drywall. Remember that? Realtor's going crazy on us. And Zach, I go, well, what's the big deal? We had such a deep discount, even if ready for this, even if it cost 30 to 50 grand, which was her estimate, we still would have made a ton of money.
There's no.
It wasn't. It was all fake. They just tried to get a discount. But I'm just telling you, you want to get the deepest discount in wholesaling using our Go for No method. Listen, we are somewhat guesstimating and estimating on repairs. You're never going to get exact. There's always surprises. So guys, get the deepest discounts possible, because deep discounts cures most problems. When you overpay for something, it's painful and it is a learning curve and you have to unwind it. Even to this day, we still have contracts. Sometimes we have to go back and fix because we miss stuff or stuff pops up. We cannot read all sellers' mind, read the property's mind. So guys, if your deal's tight and problems come up, your deal can go south quick. So you've got to work with your sellers, build that rapport, and get the best possible outcome on it. So
perfect.
What are we going over now?
Now what we're going to do is we'll have Rick head out just so we can do one person here, and then
Okay.
you'll come back for the end here. But what we're going to do basically is kind of break down exactly, like on a live sense, this method of finding A or B, finding comps, and exactly figuring out how to find the buyers. So kind of more of an interactive implementation sense of what we're doing here. Okay. So we're going to talk about it. We'll shift this part up. And yeah, we're excited for here. And so we got Matt back here.
Hey.
Make it easier for everyone on here. But yeah, Matt, welcome back, man.
What's up, Zach? Yeah, dude, I don't mean to kick out Rick, so I hope he's doing well too. I love what you guys have been doing so far.
You got to check out some deals.
There, you guys, yeah, practicing what you preach, man. Your Josh Allen trash talk was cracking me up too. So I love big game for the Dolphins on Sunday night. So we'll see.
Oh yeah,
Awesome, man. I'm very, very excited. I know came on yesterday, really covered quite a bit of ground in terms of driving for dollars, virtual driving for dollars, reverse driving for dollars, like figuring out how do you build that great list? How do you get in front of that great list? Really, really excited to make 2024 your guys' best year. Everybody on here live, making that, whether it's your first deal, your next 100 deals, like putting you on that fast track. Matt Camp over here with Deal Machine, head of partnerships over here. And just to briefly introduce us, I know if you haven't heard of us, we're the highest rated and most reviewed app out there to find off market deals. So, we've had over 10,000 deals done using the app. We've had a couple hundred YouTube videos on our channel talking through exactly how to go find deals from our customers, breaking down deals they've done. So we've got a little bit of authority to be able to come in and say, like, here's the data we're seeing. Here's how you come in and not just find great deals, but what we talk about today will be, okay, how to figure out what to offer, like you said, how to really come to that comping value. And then talking about cash buyers, like how to find great cash buyers to dispo to, and really break it down step by step for you guys today on how to do that. So
I'm ready, man. I'm excited.
Awesome. I do want to mention too, I know yesterday we gave away live, had over 100 people comment. We gave away live 50,000 free skip traces, which was awesome. A ridiculous amount of free skip traces with a year of Deal Machine Pro, which is 50,000 leads. We'll talk about more info later on exactly how to get data like that for cash buyers and for everything we're doing here today. But I do want to remind you guys too that we're doing one more giveaway. So if you do go in and you want to try us out and you just go to dmzac.com, do a 7-day free trial to follow along and run these comps for yourself, to go through everything we talked about yesterday and today. Whether you're watching this live right now or you're catching up on the recording, the giveaway is going to be next Thursday. So 6 days from now, you can go in there. If you start your free trial, you are entered into that giveaway where, again, we're going to be giving away another 50,000 free skip traces and another entire year of Deal Machine with that. So it's going to be over a $5,000 value, and excited to give that away to people too. Want to make sure I got that out there, man.
Exciting.
Yeah, love it. So, to kind of start off, Zach, I know you and Rick have been talking about like acquisitions, dispositions today, like really getting to that max level offer by comping and understanding how using comping to get to that after repair value, which, that's something I just frankly on our end, like that makes a massive difference on if you buy right or not. Right? Like getting graded that one skill, like Rick said, not every yes is good, not every yes is a real deal. Like getting graded this skill is going to make you way more money per deal, close, way more deals, and just have way more confidence, which like Rick said is the rocket fuel to being successful with this stuff. So, is there anything else, Zach, you wanted to add before we jump into the actual comps tool itself?
No, I want people to kind of see how to do it, kind of implementing kind of what we talk about, right? Because there's talking about, then there's doing it.
Like
Yeah.
I said before, you can't read a book on how to ride a bike. So I'd rather just people kind of get it. I'm such a visual guy.
Yep.
So I love seeing that stuff.
Let's do it. Awesome. So to kind of kick us off, and I try to share my screen here for you guys. I would love if people can jump in the comments, if anyone can put a zip code for me. I love for somebody to throw in a zip code, be able to run with in real time, somebody here to really help them out. Again, I showed this off yesterday. What you're looking at is the desktop version of Deal Machine right here, which again, you've got a mobile version, a desktop version. What I show you guys today, it's mobile friendly too, and it's using MLS data. So you can do this on your phone in the field. You can do this on desktop. We'll go through and show this for you guys specifically on desktop today, but this is MLS data that usually you got to be an agent to access this, right? It's something that is the most up to date, the most accurate, most recent information out there for pulling comps. And especially if your market's moving, throughout the year like that, it's just so valuable and important to stay up to date on info, right? So it's going to include that. It's going to include things like days on market, which is great to understand. Hey, is this an area that things are having trouble selling? But I'll walk it through specifically. We've got a lot of zip codes in here. Awesome, guys. I'll pick out one of these. Let's see who is first. I'll walk through specifically with you guys one of these offers here. So, or one of these comp methods here. So let's go with, we've got 98273. Where is that? Washington. Nice. Okay, cool. So I'll put that zip code in. I do have a single family filter on right here. So, if you go up on the top, you'll see this is the map where you're looking at, whether it be through this general, standard view or satellite view, you can really see, that specific area. And let me go back to 98273 for you to get to that. With that, you'll see at the top, we've got a ton of different filters you can work with. I recommend clicking on the single family filter, and based on that single family filter with 5989 98273 rather in Washington, that alone is going to get you to about 6,000 properties. So we're in the right place to start, right area. Appreciate you sharing that with me there, guys. And I know, Zach, appreciate you figuring out the screen share so that way we don't.
Yeah, we got to be careful. Obviously, there's a privacy policy. So if you want the full Deal Machine tutorial, it's in freewholesaling.com, cause on my private server. But if you do show too much, then the stream will get cut.
Yeah,
I don't want to strike on the channel.
Yeah, so I'll try to be careful here. So let me see here, Zach. Tell me if this is okay to show. Maybe turn off the screen share so make sure that you're good to show this real quick. But I'm just going to select a one of the properties on here and pull up the comms tool. So is this? Let's see here. Let me find one better for you.
Yeah, if you do like that, it'll be good. Don't worry.
Okay, cool. Let me find an area. This might be a little bit rural, it looks like. So it might be harder to find a lot of comps in this specific zip code. Yeah, Mount Vernon. Yeah, let's see here. You know what? Let's try the Phoenix area for you guys just because I want to really show as many comps as I can for you. Mount Vernon, for sure, any rural area is gonna be able to work with that as well, but you'll have to broaden up your comping criteria, right, to really fine tune an area that's going to fit less transactions, right? So let me see here. Okay, perfect. Let me see comps. All right, we got one pulling up here. Cool. Awesome. So kind of going through this in real time, what this is going to look like. You go through, say you have, you've gone driving for dollars, you have virtually driven for dollars, you reversed E for D, you went through all this, you actually got a conversation with the seller, you went through Rick's playbook of how to talk to a seller, really went through and spoke to them to a point where you had a great conversation and they're saying, hey, what's the price? They want to know that offer price. And you went back and forth and they're giving you, price options here. Like Rick did an awesome job kind of explaining how to volley and let them, name it, or Zach talks about the good cop, bad cop approach, like all that stuff, apply all those things. They once gave you some amazing knowledge today on how to get to this conversation. But as you go through all this, make sure to use this as a way to really come in and bring data to the table where you are confident in the offer that you're locking up being a phenomenal wholesale deal. And so going in here, I'm going to choose, let's just choose a property in this area. Let's see, if you click on there we go. If you click on any individual house, you'll be able to go in and it's going to pop up your property card inside Deal Machine. And again, this is on desktop. On mobile looks just like this too, except for, obviously on a smaller screen. But when you click into that info, that property card, at the top, you'll see a comps button. And this comes with every single plan on Deal Machine. You click into comps you're going to be able to jump in and be able to see right away, okay, now I can adjust my comping where I can filter and change my filters by a variety of factors here. You can go in and again, you've got MLS data or county record data to work with. So you've got a couple things there you can adjust. With this, I'll go down line by line. So they talked about first and foremost the date of the sale. So I have, within the last 3 months is what I've got adjusted right here for you guys. So, that's something I know, depending upon the amount of transactions in your market, depending upon the activity in your market, depending upon, the density of your market, you can broaden that or shorten that time frame. But obviously the sooner, the better, the smaller the time frame, the better is to be most accurate, most up to date, most confident in what you're getting right there. So I have 3 months right here to start with. Square footage, you can go in here and adjust all of these and say, hey, yeah, I want square footage. I have a general range of plus or minus 15%. I think it's a pretty good rule of thumb. I know Zach had said plus or minus 250 square feet as an option. Square footage range, 10%, 15%, 20%, somewhere in there is going to really give you that plus or minus 250 square footage, obviously. Like depends on the size of the property, but recommend starting there. Next level down, you can go with year built. And, Zach had talked about, let's adjust this to 10 years, since I know that's something that you talked about, Zach. Let's broaden this up to 6 months, just because I want to try to see if I can pull in a few more properties here for you. So I've gone in here and adjusted and say, okay, here's my date range. Here's my square footage, plus or minus. Here's my year built, which again, we went plus or minus 10 years. So that way, that the general developer, general architecture is going to be similar. That's coming up within that year built range. Floor plan, that's the bed and bath right here. That's going to be important, especially for banks assessing this property, the end cash buyer. Like they're going to care about that the floor plan and comping accordingly. So if you can go in there and adjust the beds and baths based on that, that's going to be helpful too. And then final thing is range right here, which I would say that range of sticking to somewhere between half a mile and a mile. There you go. You can see all that pretty well. Half a mile and a mile. You can get really, really exact here if you want to zoom in and, not cross any major streets by using this draw tool, this upper left corner. You've got a little draw tool right here. Or if you click into that and say like, yeah, I don't want to cross, let's see, West Indian School Road. I want to stay to this subdivision, this area. Cool. Awesome. I can draw around this. And now I've nailed that down on the spot to 3 individual comps that are MLS sold within the last 6 months, fit the plus or minus 15% square footage, plus or minus 10 years built, similar floor plan, and all of that laid out for you right there. So you can pinpoint block by block with that draw tool. Great for cities where every block can be very drastically different depending upon the city. But going into this, you can see that, hey, I've got these 3 comps ready to go. I can even click into it and see if there's any MLS photos. Let me check to see if I've got any. It's going to be dependent on the property itself. So if you click into that, a lot of times we'll have MLS photos for you there to really compare those. But just like Zach had said, once you've got that all lined up, it dynamically divides all of these into $1 per square footage to give you that estimated value on the spot. So you've got a $304,968 estimated value, a very specific offer, which I think those specific offers go a really long way as well with sellers, because it shows you put some thought into it and you're not just pulling out a round number like that. So I think, from a comping perspective, again, they did a phenomenal job of showing you, exactly the criteria to think through. Here's how to put it into practice on the go or on desktop right there for you. And Zach, I want to show it off on the AI version as well. But any thoughts here?
Yeah, you also got to mention the really important part here is you get a repair estimate on there too.
Yes.
And so that's a really important part, because it's right there too. When you click it, you can show everyone.
Yeah. So if you go into the info of the property, you go down here, this repair cost. So I was going to dig into this here briefly with the AI piece. The repair data right there is awesome. Like that is something that's going to give you another leg up, because it's a general range. Like, Rick talked about that, like don't have a comp bias. Like you're not going to get to the exact dollar, what that repair cost looks like. But on this property card, you'll see we've got a building condition code straight from the county. And it'll tell you like, hey, is this, what's the building quality? What's the building condition there? I scroll down there for you. And you can be able to look and see it's taking that building condition code It's taking the repair cost per square footage in that area. It's multiplying that by the size of the house, and it's coming to a general estimated repair cost based on all those factors. So that rehab repair data right there, I mean, that's something that is going to be unique, something on the go. We've had people validate this, like literally drive by properties and be like, yeah, that's pretty damn good, you know? So having that and knowing that's factoring into your equation here in the comping, that goes a long way. So awesome.
I agree 100%. The only thing I will tell you about software, and I know Matt, you know this, how most software works is they're all accurate, but you still have to. I would always verify. If I have a deal under contract, I'm going to look it up. I will say it's never perfect, and so even Deal Machine, every software has this. Matt's not individually looking at 200 million properties and then individually putting the data in because that's impossible. It's using APIs. It's trying to go from county websites. Some county websites are weird. They'll put under air and then they have weird lists for the API. And sometimes, and I'll say this, it might be 1,500 square feet, but in reality, it's 1,300 because it had a porch that is not under air, but it came with the API. So I would go to the property appraiser just to check it out, just to make sure, because never 100%. If you need to get like perfect numbers on there. But for most of the time, it's absolutely perfect. My only worry is some people take the Deal Machine value as like gospel, as like this is what the thing's worth, and sometimes you gotta like look in the comps and dig a little deeper on it. That's the only thing I've ever seen. Just always look at the property appraiser just to completely verify it, because I've been wrong before. Sometimes people put additions to the property that's not permitted, and then like the Deal Machine doesn't have it. But like for software, it's the best you're gonna get.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great pro tip right there where you're coming in and saying like, yeah, I mean, for sure, how you should think about technology is a productivity tool. It's not a replacement tool. You're not coming in and completely replacing all of what you do and your value. It's making you more efficient, more effective, and helping you do more deals and better deals. But it's not coming in and replacing everything. Like I highly recommend you as the human, you investing in your knowledge. You're here today. You're at a huge step up compared to most people by just going through today's and yesterday in these 7 days right here. Use that knowledge you've learned, put that into practice, and let technology amplify that. So,
it's the shovel, right? You're trying to dig with your hands,
exactly,
right? And so it's all about the. All right, let's see what we got here.
Yeah. So going into this here too, now the other option as well that I would also recommend, you're talking about like validation. I think using our AI assistant that we've built in for quick analysis is also highly recommended. Like this is something that we've gotten awesome feedback on. We call it Alma inside here. So if you hear me say Alma, that's what I'm referring to. But it's really the first of its kind AI assistant to help you guys go deal finding. It's like a co-pilot for deal finding. And so it's all completely real estate investing specialized. It combines the power of using AI and, ChatGPT in the back end of that with just our, massive amount of off-market property data. It can give you insights and guidance that you wouldn't get through just Googling it or using an outside AI tool because, hey, you're getting data that you wouldn't have access to otherwise. And it's built into the app, so it's super fast and easy to access and just helps you with that speed to deal, which is just so crucial to act fast and act confidently. So, and then I will mention, like, it is super easy to use it from a standpoint of like, if you've never used anything AI before, if you've never used even ChatGPT, any of that stuff, like the magic in this is the prompting and us on the back end coming in and really, telling it, here's all the data, here's how to think, here, act as this, do this, really giving it parameters for you. So it's very focused and specialized. And then you coming in and having even some preset prompts to just click on to work with, like that's going to be what guides you and really helps you really do, that property evaluation analysis on a second level too. So it's been super helpful. There's a lot of use cases, in terms of like ways it can be helpful, but I would say property analysis, property valuation, that's one of the top ones out there on how to use Alma here. And this is for Deal Machine Pro and up. So if you're on Deal Machine Pro, I'd recommend going in and like, for example, let me just find, pick a random property, go in here. Cool. I've got a lot of data on it. This little bottom floating tool right here. You click on that and it's going to pull up Alma right inside Deal Machine for you. And it says, hi, I'm Alma, your AI real estate assistant. I'm still in the learning phase, so please be patient. We launched this like 8 months ago. So, it's still newer. Feel free to ask me anything about this address. And you can go in and you have a couple preset prompts right here. You've got analyze this property, and you can click on that. Just simply start there. Don't overthink it. And when you go into there, it'll say, hey, what kind of investment strategy are you looking to use? Let's wholesale. And it'll come in and say, well, hey, based on this, it's going to look at the loan amount. It's going to go and do back of the napkin math on what the max allowable offer is that, Zach and Rick were talking through, which you can adjust a lot on there. You can adjust like the discount percentage, how much wholesale fee you want. Like you can adjust all that math in here for it if you go back and forth with it. But it's going to say like, hey, yeah, this current owner has, $337K in equity. It looks like it's free and clear right here. The max allowable offer is $177K. And it'll go in and say, hey, this could indeed make for a good wholesale deal because your max allowable offer is bigger than the loan that needs to be paid off on it, which is zero. So, it'll come in and, say the loan's bigger than your max allowable offer. It'll come in and say, hey, this might not be a good wholesale deal. So it'll kind of come in and just help you do a little bit of quick analysis on the property itself. And you can even go in, kind of take that next step with any property and just say, okay, well, let me click on a property. And if I want to pull up Alma right here, I can go to my prompts and just say, calculate the offer price. That's one option right here. And again, you've got the comping tool. So that's a great place to start. But if I want to go in and say, like, what is the wholesale deal offer price for this? It'll go through and do that max allowable offer for you right in front of you. Like it's running the numbers. It's coming in and showing you, well, hey, here's the ARV we just calculated. Here's, we have a discount rate of 70% is the default. Here's the general repair cost from the rehab data that we have down here from the 53K. And it'll lay that out for you right in a table. And just help you, again, double check your math. Here's the repair cost right here. Double check your math and say, yeah, here's the max allowable offer of what we recommend for this property. So this thing, again, like Zach said, productivity tool, helps assist what you're doing. Don't take it as gospel, but awesome, powerful technology to be able to tap into and use on the go anywhere. So
yeah. Also, like I've said before, the AI, it's only as good as the questions you ask it. Mm-hmm. And so, for example, it's using 7%, which is very smart to do just in general. You can say, can you change the 7% to 80? Can you change this to this and do this? Like you can just manually just tell it something and it'll go out here and just switch it up. That's why I love it so much. You can also, the cool part about that is, if my average square feet on the comps is X, right? What would this property be worth? Or like, you gotta be smart with the answer
conversation
on it, but like you can, if you give it dumb questions, it's going to give you dumb answers. Smart questions give you really smart answers for it. One other thing I really like too is you can ask it specifically. You don't have to ask, you just get. It's kind of cool. You get the phone because you have Deal Machine. Basically, the skip tracing is free. I don't think it's unbelievable to me, and I have to repeat myself again. But because no other person on the internet talks about this, you just click a button and get the phone number right there. No one ever it's free skip tracing. I don't know why I keep repeating this because it's like nobody outside of us talks about this, which is nuts to me. And because they all want you to spend $3,000 on their skip tracing program. It's crazy, but almost great.
Thanks, man. Yeah, just to show you that conversation, like you said, I put in, can you change the discount rate to 80% and rerun the numbers? Well, you can go back in here and there it does it for you right there. So you can come in and see, okay, well, hey, here's the max allowable offer now. It's $220K instead of $186. So it almost great for the property analysis. You can do things like it helps you communicate with sellers, like coming up with SMS copy and, email copy or, help me practice negotiating, things like that, like kind of go back and forth and have conversations there, or helps you find resources, that type of stuff. But I think the property analysis piece of it is where most people are starting with it. So,
oh yeah, it works really, really well. On top of that too, you got to tell exactly like what you can do, but like you can also input your own repair cost numbers in it too, and it'll pop it up in there and make a little calculation.
Yep.
Switch the repair cost to this. Switch it to this. What's the average repair cost if it's 1,200 square feet for a roof? And like, it's just stupid stuff to ask. I don't think I've ever asked that, but like it'll pop it up. It's great. So like, if you're really new, I mean, this is kind of a must-have type thing. Like if I could have asked someone exactly, roughly what the flooring would cost for a 1,300 square foot house in Phoenix, Arizona. Crazy, right? This is stuff you can do. So that's why I love it too. But the skip tracing I think it's bar none insane for it too. So I love it.
Yeah. So let me show that for you guys here. I know we touched on it yesterday of like a couple different ways to be able to use this skip tracing, but on the dispo side, on the cash buyer side, like now that, again, you drive for dollars, you virtual drive, you reverse D for D, you get the, go through the whole conversation like Rick and Zach both showed you guys today. You run the comps, have a great offer, blocking a deal. Now looking on the dispo side, going through the whole process, okay, how do I find great cash buyers? Well, the unlimited free skip tracing goes toward that as well. So I highly, highly recommend going in here and use this as an awesome way to build a cash buyers list. Again, Rick said it's quality over quantity, right? So if you can just simply start off and say, I got a deal in 63109 St. Louis, that's, I'm in St. Louis here. So looking at South City, St. Louis, say I just had a deal, I've got a deal right here ready to dispo. If you want to go into that cash buyers piece from here, you can simply, put in that zip code. So I put in 63109 up here for me. I went in and then also filtered out and said, hey, show me all the single family homes in this area. So, I'm knowing like this same asset class is what they're owning. And based on that, you've got a quick filter right here that you can just step by step click on this, go in and scroll down and say, hey, show me all the potential cash buyers in this area. And when you click into that, the criteria we're showing you is they own at least 2 or more properties. They own at least one of them free and clear. And a lot of these smaller portfolio owners can be that like fresh out of the seminar type investor that maybe they own that second property and they're like, man, this is a great strategy. I need to get into real estate more. And they're looking to scale. Like this is a great way to be able to start building that list where you can say, yeah, now I've got, 739 properties right now that fit that exact criteria. And, export that list, like go in there and hit build list, confirm build. And every single one of those properties that we're coming in here with is going to give you that unlimited contact info. Like that's something we told you guys yesterday is our goal is to change the industry here and make it so you guys never have to pay for skip tracing again. Like come in here, you've got all the phone numbers to text and call, and you've got emails, all the contact right through here built into every single new Deal Machine account, even our basic plan. So use this as a way to like come in, get that cash buyer info. And it's data that we've spent a ridiculous amount of money and resources on to make it like killer data for you guys. Like it's the same data that you're using at 911 call centers and call, your spam caller IDs, like that's what they're using. And like banks and financial institutions use this stuff for compliance. Like it's really, really high quality from that perspective. So go in there and take advantage of that by just going in, pulling that list. And then if you go to your leads tab right here, which Zach, you might want to keep this hidden. I think there's a lot of phone numbers on here.
Yeah,
but there we go. Now I've got it fixed.
Buyers too. The reason why DMZac.com works really well with it is because it's dummy proof. Like if you have a list of people that are buying houses for cash, like you're on the right list. Okay. Like there's no way to be stupid with this. Okay. And and then here's the problem. The reason why, I try to support DMZac.com, number one, as best skip tracing get for the money you're going to spend and driving for dollars and all that great data. But you guys are doing something that's going to change the industry, and you guys are doing it. And without you guys, you'd still have to pay $3,000 a month in skip tracing, which you're giving people for free when people sign up. But the most important part why we added DMZac.com with this challenge is because it eliminates the worst thing possible for people getting started: excuses. Oh, I don't know how to find buyers. Go to DMZac.com, click cash sales. Oh, I don't have $5,000 this month to spend in skip tracing on 500 leads. To call 500 buyers, which you should probably be calling 500 if you want to get the deal sold, get like a really ton good quality. It's that's $500 in skip tracing, and get 5,000. So 500 is going to be at minimum $75, $80, which is insane, which is less than what Deal Machine even will cost you. You get it basically for free. You just click a button. But there's no, I have to export and pay. No, click a button. Phone number's there. And the reason why I love it, because when you're using DMZac.com, the biggest issue like paid software companies have, especially with skip tracing, is I'm talking about like a skip tracing company, which isn't what you guys do, but like you'll import the LLC and it'll say nothing because it's LLC. But the cool part about how you guys work is you click the LLC, go to the mailing address, you'll go to where the guy lives, and then you just click his phone number right there.
Yep.
And that's a big secret.
Yeah, that's a huge one for us. So basically what we're doing on the background and what you do in a normal skip trace in general is very, very different. So a traditional skip trace is based on the property itself. And so when they move, it's bad data. It's, like you said, if it's an LLC, it's not going to give you that person behind it. Like it's why a lot of times when you skip trace, you get 5, 10 or more numbers a lot of times because it's is pulling that kind of property records or that property data rather. Now what we have on the back end is we're matching people to phone numbers like this. So you're coming in and we have a database of people that, if you have an LLC with the same mailing address as that individual, we're tying those together. Like that's why it's improved accuracy. That's why you're getting phone numbers of people that you wouldn't normally get is because we're matching them on the back end like that. And our goal with that is to give you the best cash buyers list out there because you can look behind who's that LLC, the same mailing address, boom, already linked together. And now, hey, Larry, if I want to get in contact with Larry, I can touch the email address, click on that phone number, get all of that. If I click on that individual, it's going to tell me more information about them. Like it's got that demographic data in terms of their portfolio size and estimated worth there. And, a lot of things that you can really dig in to get to know that person and really qualify them further. So this is an awesome list to start with of just being able to go in, outline your area of where you have that deal, click cash buyers and start there. And you've got the contact info all ready to reach out to them and nurture them. And even like that Facebook group script you gave, Zach, that is an awesome place to start. Just simply email that to them or text them or call them. And, you're already going to build these quality, serious relationships with cash buyers that way.
Oh yeah, I 100% agree. So let's see how we cold call these cash buyers and actually find them.
Love it, man. Yeah. Do you want to do it? I was going to say, I'm game. I'll follow your lead.
No, just pull the list and just show people how to get it.
Yep. So going in here, the one I just pulled is right here for you guys. And so I went in again, I went to the map, went to 63109, filtered by single family homes and clicked on cash buyers. You've got 739 properties that fall under that criteria owned by these individuals. So you've got all that right at your disposal right there. And then I hit build list. This bottom quarter, I hit build list. That's going to pull that list into your leads tab. The leads tab is kind of like your CRM to work these leads. And when you jump into that, I pulled up that list and I've got, all 739 leads ready to go with phone numbers, with email addresses, all of that ready to dig into and start calling right on the spot. So, that would love to come on in the future and literally, call people live with you, man. But that's the process for you step by step. Keep trying to make it simple.
Simple, it's easy. It's dmzac.com. I mean, there's not much debating on it. I'm telling you, stuff works. And it's insane how much you guys have upgraded. You definitely changed the way a lot of softwares are being done. And I think it's just going to overall help the wholesaling industry. That's why you got to support you. Like I just want everyone to understand this. I've told David this a lot, but the reason why no other guru, other person will ever talk about you is or dmzac.com, how amazing it is because they own skip tracing companies. You didn't believe, they own companies they're used to pouring and giving you $4,000 or $5,000 a month in skip tracing to give you 300, 400 leads. That's what they're used to, right? And they get the data for a penny, charge you 12 cents for it, and then they try to. And the thing is, they're scared right now because they can't make money off that anymore. And they're like, oh, shoot, Zach's giving these free challenges away. I can't charge $12,000 to go to a seminar. And like it's stressing them out. And so that's why I want to put their foot on their necks, and just have the best software out here. And I'm telling you, the word's coming out there. dmzac.com. I love it. Great skip tracing for the money. I mean, the best you can get for the money. And it's definitely just going to help more people talk to more sellers, which is more money.
Yeah, that's our goal, is making you guys more successful, right? So on our end, again, we're going to be doing that giveaway one more time. So we gave away an entire year of Deal Machine with 50,000 free skip traces yesterday. Going to do it again. All you have to do is, if you want to try out Deal Machine, try this stuff out, see how the skip tracing works and all the free contact info. Again, yesterday we gave a ton of advice on how to build your list with it. Just if you go to dmzac.com and start that free trial, then on Thursday next week, everyone who started it, while watching this, is going to be in a free giveaway for another entire year of it, as well as those 50,000 free skip traces, the pro plan. So, we're excited to do that next week, man. And I'll let you know who wins.
Awesome, man. Love to see it. Appreciate it.
Good stuff.
All right, sir. See you, Matt.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Beautiful. So appreciate Matt there. Love to see it.
Let's plug this little thingy in here. All right, let's go. There we go. Yeah, so I'm telling you guys, it's insane. So dmzack.com, check it out. Changing the way we're doing it. No guru in their right mind will ever talk about this. You can get basically free unlimited skip tracing from this because they can't make money off of you. That's the point. They can't funnel you to their skip tracing platform where they're trying to make it. There's people bragging that, I collected $500,000 in skip tracing revenue. And it's crazy. And so we're changing the game on it. Just helping the people out best we possibly can. And so I'm using that to help the best people out. So yeah, we're here to go. We're gonna have Rick come back. We're gonna recap exactly a game plan for you. But let's kind of talk about right now what this means for you, right? What game plan should you be using to become successful? Like what should we be doing? We really need a plan of attack. So let's kind of get the whiteboard out here and really break down a plan of attack for you. And so let's go move a couple things out here and we'll break it all down. But let's talk about this. Appreciate the drip today. All right, can you all see this whiteboard? Hold on. There we go. Oh Lord, don't tell Rick I'm doing this. All right. Whee! All right. So let's talk about a game plan for success here. Okay. And excuse me for the audio. All right. So let's talk about this. All right. We have leg day today, so we got the shorts. All right. So we're starting out in 2024. Let's talk about exactly what we're doing. All right. 2024. What is our game plan for success? All right. This business comes down to 3 simple parts, right? Like I've said, there's marketing, acquisitions, and dispositions. So this is finding the motivated seller, right? Finding the motivated seller, getting the property under contract, then selling it. I want you to understand this very, very importantly. If we eliminate marketing, there's no acquisitions and no dispositions. This stuff doesn't work if there's no marketing. It all starts at marketing. And what I can tell you is the hardest part, if I look at anyone's wholesaling business here, okay? The majority of everyone's problem when it comes as a beginner of, I'm not making any deals or doing no deals. It is never an acquisitions problem. It's never a dispositions problem. Most of the time, it is a marketing problem. Marketing is where it all stems from. And what I can tell you is in a wholesaling real estate operation, if you are okay at acquisitions and okay at dispositions and you are really good at marketing, you will make the most money. The wholesaler that is elite at marketing and just kind of okay at this, they will make 2 times more money than the person that's just okay on marketing and elite at acquisitions, elite at dispositions. This is why when I see people that are like acquisition specialists, like, this is the key to success. It's not the key to success. I'll tell you this right now. Elite marketers are the ones that win in wholesaling. If you really look at the top wholesalers in the entire country, they are elite marketers. They are not acquisition specialists. Okay, they're not disposition specialists. They all specialize in marketing. That is the point here. And so how do I get started in marketing? Well, what's kind of a game plan for success for the marketing side? Because the scripts and dispo, like it's all in there, right? We kind of always show you. So if we're looking to get started here, we have to kind of break down exactly what we're going to do. And so this is a budget, right? So we're going to do I have bad handwriting, FYI. So just chill out with that. We have a budget, right? And budget's divided by 2 things. Time and money. So we're going to look at, let's do January 1st if we're going to start the year, right? To the 30th. All right? Forgive me. Let's do January, okay? Let's break this all down. Yeah, I know I have terrible handwriting. But we have this is literally why I just talk to sellers on the phone. I don't do anything. All right. We have time budget and money budget. All right. We have to understand here in wholesaling real estate that our money, we don't really need it. So if I have $0 and I have 20 hours a week, based on this, I can do a lot of stuff, right? Now, if you come back to me and say I only have 2 hours a week, but I have $1,000 a week I can spend on marketing, we can do different things. And so it's all going to depend on what we can do here. And so we can go back to this little chart here. This is what I always do for wholesalers. We can kind of do a method here. And so this is probably 20 hours, I'm going to say cold calling. If you have 2 hours a week and only $1,000, honestly, what I can tell you is we're probably most likely going to do direct mail, DM. And so that being said, if we have to make a decision exactly what our budgets are. Do we have a time budget or a money budget? Which one are we going to be using right now? And that being said, if I can figure out for most wholesalers, let's talk about most of them right now. Oh. I'm talking about most wholesalers. We're going to stick to 3 strategies. All right, 2024, we're going to stick to 3 strategies, all right? Cold calling, SMS, and I would say direct mail. And not what you think. And what I mean by this is if you are a beginner wholesaler, FYI, cold calling is going to be the fastest way to gain your skills. Fastest way to gain your skills. It's not even close. If you want to gain your skills talking to sellers, cold calling is going to be the way. SMS, you don't have to pay for an SMS program, all right? All you have to do, okay, is use your Google Voice, use your personal cell phone, all of these things, and it'll actually help you out the best of texting the sellers out. And then last, direct mail. You don't have to send mail out. You can send postcards, but you can send sticky notes out here. Actually put them on doors. That is direct mail too. And so I'd say for the majority of wholesalers going out right now, these are going to be the 3, okay? These are going to be the 3 most likely ways. I would say for 80% of all wholesalers, 80% of everyone watching this today that's going to get their first deal, they're going to use these 3 strategies. And I help hundreds of thousands of people out with this. 80% get it from these 3 strategies. I don't care whatever you're going to do. Whatever you're going to say is it comes back to these 3 strategies. Now, we're the top list to do, right? We have government lists. We have paid lists. We have earned lists, the things we've talked about today. We're really sharing exactly what we're doing. But the point of all this, the point of all of our efforts and why we're trying to do 7 deals in 7 days in this whole challenge here today, we're all doing this for one specific reason. There's one KPI. I always talk about this. It's the honest truth, though. It's offers, okay? This is the goal. This is the holy grail. This is what it's all about. Offers. That's the KPI. If you are not making offers, you are not making money. So the question is, right? How do I get offers? How do I do that? How do I get offers done, right? Let's kind of break this down, right? To get offers, you must have marketing, right? Without marketing, there are no offers to be done. You get offers, you get contracts, then you'll get a contract, and then basically you'll get your money when you get the contract sold, right? And so, of course, everyone wants the money. But you got to understand that if you have really bad marketing, you're not going to get any offers. And this is the main part that we need to be looking at today. And so in wholesaling real estate in 2024, it's all about offers. And the only way to produce a ton of offers is produce a ton of marketing. So more marketing, more money. That is what we're talking about today. That is the point here. The more marketing we do is the more money we're going to make in wholesaling real estate. So this is what we have to be doing. We have to start making offers. Best way is just to market like crazy and make a ton of money wholesaling. Let me know what questions you got. Let me answer some questions, and then we'll break down exactly this entire challenge for you. But you got to know. And then here's the last one I always like doing. Gurus,
equal broke. Okay, does this make sense? Okay. Gurus equal broke. Broke equal gurus. Facts. All right. So let's go back here. Let's answer some questions we got here. I'm trying to set you guys up for 2024 for the best success possible. This is what we have to do. So let's break this all down. Let's get it going. And let's go here. All righty. There we go. Let's go. All right. So Giovanni, what is up, Giovanni here? Giovanni said, the kickoff to 2024 is all I need. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Awesome. Awesome. Oh my gosh. My boy got the dog train right. It's actually pretty funny. All right. Let's see here. Game plan, determination, I like that. You know, determination, accountability, that stuff's all good, but you just got to do the work. You know, and no one ever talks about that. You just set a goal. I'm going to make 300 cold calls every single week for the next, 52 weeks for the year. That's all it is. That's what this business is all about. Okay. That is exactly what we got to start doing. That's what it's all about. If you're not doing it, you're not making money wholesaling. That's the key here. Let's see here. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Let's see here. Love all these questions, though. Love all the networking too. Let's see here. All right. So let's see here. Where are we at? A lot of zip codes. Holy moly. There's a lot of people on. I like it. Let's see here. Got here. What's up? I see. This is a weird one. It's hard finding deals. There's a lot of competition. I truly believe that's a mindset issue you do have. If you truly do believe right now, okay, that is the competition's the problem, that's an excuse. And what was I about yesterday about excuses? Excuses are the mental fabrication in your mind of why you can't reach your goal. Well, I can't do wholesaling deals because there's competition. Of course there's competition. Duh. You got to rise up. You think Kobe Bryant cared about competition? He didn't care. He just rose above it. That is the point. Drives me crazy. Gaxiolia. What's up, Gaxiolia? Said, do I decide the assignment fees? Yes, you do it. You do decide your assignment fees. How do you decide that assignment fee is always going to be dependent on exactly like what you want to do, but usually the market rate. And so whatever buyer will buy it for the most, minus off your contract price, and that's basically where you're at. There's can't really complicate it too much from there. That's basically how you decide your assignment fee. Fear says, Zach's 24-year-old multimillionaire living in his own house. If you're not listening to this information, you seriously think you're right, you can do your own thing. Actually, my haters are right. I do live in my mom's basement. That's actually where I really live. But yeah, no, just kidding. But yeah, no, guys, I can only get you to the point where I'm at right now in my life, and I make a lot of money wholesaling houses. So that's kind of the point we're trying to get you at here. Paul says, "Are my comments being seen?" No, they are not. I'm not. I don't even see your comment right now. Just kidding. I just pulled it up. Duh. Of course I see everyone's comments on here. So got Rick back here. He's got to move this whole thing for you. But yeah, that's some questions. Ooh. All right. Nice. All right. Okay. Perfect. All right. So let's see here. Awesome. Let's see here. Hey, Zach, I'm joining from Michigan. Awesome. No more buying courses following Zach and Rick. I'm telling you, save you $6,000. Save your life. Jeez Louise. Let's see here. Eat or be eaten. I love it. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll do a JV deal, sellmypaper.com, if it's being done by a realtor. You just got to just kind of be upfront with it and just let us know everything. But if it's a contract, we can wholesale it, bring the buyer through. Yeah. So let's talk about this challenge. Let's kind of recap it. But really quick before we're done recapping, if you want to learn wholesaling for free, we do have a free wholesaling course. It's called freewholesaling.com. And if you have a wholesaling deal you want to JV with us, you just go to sellmypaper.com and we'll help you out on here. So we'll get Rick over here, talk about, let me get Mike all set up here. And we'll go from there. So here we go. Here's your mic.
Got it.
Welcome back.
All right.
So let's talk about this challenge. Let's talk about exactly how beginners can get started. If you're watching this challenge, you want to get started. So what I've personally found in wholesaling real estate is there are 10 steps to wholesaling real estate. I don't care what you do, what you think about. There are around 10 steps to getting started in wholesaling real estate. And what I want to do is just in the nitty gritty, there's really 3 steps, but like if you want to individually look at wholesaling from a start to finish perspective, there are 10 ways. And so if you're watching this super brand new, not knowing what to do, all these 10 steps, these are only steps you're doing to get rich. This is what we're doing. And so let's break these all down right now. So step 1, find the right wholesaling market. I think we've talked about this before, right? I think we've kind of gone into great detail about this, but to find the right wholesaling market, we have to make sure we're in a population with at least 100,000 people in it, and make sure the average median home price is below 400,000 to 500,000. We kind of talked about this yesterday. Just understand we got to find if we have the right market or not. Now, step 2 is to find a title company or closing attorney. We just talked about that today, right?
Yeah, went into detail on that.
And so make sure you're there's some states that have closing attorneys and lawyers, and then there are some states that actually just use title companies. You can look if you're an attorney state or not. It's not really that crazy big of a deal. But yeah, find your title company like we talked about today. You find your title company after you find the right market, okay? Just FYI, you just got to do that, and it'll help you out from there. And then we go here to step 3, is to find at least, and I'll tell you, minimum, I'd probably focus on finding around 5 qualified cash buyers. Now, the reason is because I feel like a lot of wholesalers get so confused where to market to. So I'll say try to at least get your feet a little into this business, right? Find at least 5 buyers. You can do other things too. You can try to find 12 buyers or 1 buyer, but I would say just try to find 5 just to kind of get a good grip on this and try to understand and find at least 5 qualified cash buyers. And now, the next one here is to pull 3 government lists, right?
Yeah, I mean, real straightforward. Where there's smoke, there's fire. So in wholesaling, you need the highest motivation humanly possible. And that's why we always want you going after government list. High motivation, they're free, but you guys are going to have to work through the process of getting this list. It's not the easiest in the world, but it's definitely worth it. Yeah.
And so let me repeat myself. I did not start here. 3 government lists. You choose 3. So it can be any government list that we've talked about, right? It can be a fire damaged property. It can be a code violation, a foreclosure. You have to choose 3. That is the rule. You have to choose 3.
That's it.
Drawing for dollars count? No, it's on a government list. Choose 3 government lists. Simple and easy. I will if you can reverse draw for dollars and replace 1, but pull 3 government lists all for the past month. And step 5, we are going to pull 100 drawing for dollars leads a week. Whoa, a little scary, right? And so if you're in person, you can do 2. If you're going to drive for dollars, even crazier. But it depends if you're virtual or not. Or if you're doing virtual, do 4 government lists. But step 4, pull 3 government lists. Step 5, we're going to pull 100 drawing for dollars leads a week. And I repeat myself, I'm not stuttering here. It's a little scary, but hey, we want to get successful, right?
Yep.
Step 6, we're going to skip trace all 1,000 records. Simple, easy, right? Pulling those 3 government lists plus those 100 should be around 1,000 records. Now, we kind of talked about before. You can do on cyberbackgroundchecks.com like we talked about yesterday, or truepeoplesearch.com. DMZack.com is going to be way easier for 1,000, like quick, easy, simple, on the snap of a finger. But you can do whatever you want. I would also reverse drive for dollars, but you don't have to. I mean, we'll talk about it a little later here. But you can skip trace all 1,000 records. Now, step 7, we start calling. We do the action. We do the work to get successful. We're going to call and text all 1,000 records.
Did I say some records? No, all. We're going to call and text all 1,000. It's not complicated. Is this complicated to you?
No, this is the action step, guys. This is like, if you don't do this part, nothing else you're going to do at work. So this is where a lot of you freak out. Just do it. I already told you, me and Zach prepared you. The anxiety is so much worse than the actual calls and the contacts. They're just people just like you and me. You're going through a process. Just don't let your feelings get hurt, because the only person that can hurt your feelings is yourself. So if you let them, it's just how you interpret the data. Make the calls. You're going to get more no's than yes. Prepare for it and have fun with it. For God's sakes, it's not that bad. You guys make it so much worse than it actually is.
You guys do, seriously. So 1,000 texts and calls. Guys, you can use Google Voice. You can use your cell phone to the text. It's not 1,000 is going to be 10 days of free texting if you do it the right way. Google Voice and your personal cell. Simple. We teach you at freewholesaling.com how to do this, right? Start calling and texting those 1,000 records. If you want to really know where exactly the script is, go to freewholesaling.com. It's right there. Number 8, we find these motivated sellers, write up a contract. Now you might be like, wait, how do I get a contract? How do I fill out a contract? Well, guess what you did yesterday? We literally made it part of this challenge, dude. So you don't have any excuses. Stop with the excuses. Stop with the games. Like, what are you stopping yourself for? You're literally keeping yourself in this perpetual cycle of being broke. You have to break the change right now and make a change. If you don't change, nothing changes. This is what you have to ask yourself right now, so you actually make this change right now. Go out here and do it. Right? Find the sellers, go after it, talk to them. Find the sellers and then lock up the deal. Step 9. Pretty simple, right?
Yeah, just sell your deals to cash buyers. Just make sure they're qualified. And the word cash buyers is very loose out there. You actually have to vet them to find out if they're real cash buyers or they're wannabe pretend wholesalers trying to make money off your back. No problem with JV deals as long as people are transparent up front with it. Most wholesalers hide behind their cash buyers and just try to pick off, because other people teach them. Just pick off other wholesalers to do the hard work, and you just find a seller for it. That's kind of called being a realtor, but the best way to prevent these people from wasting your time is vet them. We went through thorough questions to ask people, and it will shake every one of them out. Guys, if you skip this process, you're going to go all the way to the finish line, and you're not going to get there, because you need real cash buyers for these contracts, and you need people that are qualified so you can move your deal, so you can put cash in your bank account.
Yep. And step 10, closing day. Get our money. Done.
Get your money.
Easy. So let's go over this one more time, right? Screenshot this if you want. It doesn't matter. But this is it. Find the right wholesaling market. Find the title company or closing attorney. Find 5 qualified cash buyers, so when you get the deal locked up, you have no excuses. Step 4, pull 3 government lists, at least 300 each, I would say. 300, 900 plus 100 drawing for dollars leads, 1,000. Skip trace all 1,000 records. Start calling and texting all 1,000 records. Find this. There will be a motivate. There will be a deal there. Find the seller, lock up the deal, then sell that deal to a qualified cash buyer in closing day. What's a qualified buyer again? They actually met all the criteria that we asked them to, right? They're actually looking to do an assignment of contract. They're okay buying cash, all these things. It's all there. It's simple. It's easy. It ain't complicated. It's just wholesaling houses in 2024. This is going to be either the best year or worst year of your life. Best year because you change it, you make the financial freedom, and everything changes. Or it's just another year and just whimpering by.
Your choice.
It's your choice what you want to be here, right? I feel like so many wholesalers, I'm literally giving you the game plan. I don't know what else I can do for you. I'm telling you what to do. There's not even thinking. Like, you're like playing football. Like, I'm giving you the play. Stop overthinking it. Run the play, go it, and do it, right?
Yeah, I mean, the tools are laid out on the counter here for you. Who's going to grab them? And who's actually going to use the tool? Because just grabbing the tool and going in the freewholesaling.com, it's not enough. You got to take that final step. You got to believe in yourself. What's the difference? We all have problems. If you actually have money and you aspire, you can choose the types of problems you have. You're getting problems if you're broke or you're rich. The question is, how are you going to deal with your problems? And when you got money, you can do a lot more. And think about all the people that you help out doing this, guys. I have changed so many sellers' lives by like fixing their problems, and them entrusting me it's extremely fulfilling. Like I'm just telling you, wholesaling, the bigger the problem you solve, the more money you'll make. And once you get the skill set and you figure out this journey of wholesaling, it becomes a lot of fun. And in the beginning, it's a little rough. Why? Just because you're just completely uncomfortable. But if you want it, we could all be comfortable. You got to do the things that nobody else wants to do if you want a life that very few people will ever attain. The reality is most human beings are just complacent. They're lazy. They accept what's going on in life. And if you want to be the exception and not the rule, and you found wholesaling, but hopefully between me and Zach or whoever it is, just believe in yourself and take action. It doesn't take much. I didn't know any more about wholesaling than anybody else watching this. The only difference is I just stuck it out and I kept going. And I'm here 21 years later. He's doing it. He's having a lot of fun. It's all in what you make it, guys. There's plenty of money to go out there and get it. I love wholesaling because you're in control of your final destination. And remember, if time is important to you, and remember, time, in my opinion, is more valuable than money. Wholesaling is the absolute perfect fit for you and your family.
I agree. And so, guys, let us know in the comments. I want to know, the people watching this live are doing this. Are you ready to make a change today? I need you to say in the comments, I'm making a change. I'm going to get my first deal. I'm going to get my 100th deal. Whatever deal you're going to get next, write in the comments. Make it. Put pen to paper and actually make that decision right now. I'm going to make a change. I'm going to cold call and text 1,000 leads this month. Write it down. Write it right now in the comments. Let it stay here forever. And we'll put it on the screen and make it permanent, right? So we got Erica, MJ, Jessely. Let's get it. Let's get it. Yavani, Erica. This stuff's permanent too. This ain't going off the screen as the recording comes up. So I'm gonna get my first deal. I love it. Visionary, Laura, Diane. I love it. I love it. Erica, Maria, Dream Chaser, Jessely. We got here Raven. Awesome. Jabba. I like it. I'm going to make a change here, guys. We're seeing a difference being made here. We're seeing everyone going out here and making the change. Junior, Missy, everyone's out here doing it. They're going to do it. I'm going to make a change. This is permanent. This is staying here. Now, the question is, you're writing it now. You're going to make the change. Are you actually going to do it? Here's the problem. Biggest issue. You're excited here. You're watching this live event we're doing here. Like, we're pumped up. What are you going to do when you get home tomorrow or on Monday and now you're tired? And, you're a little hungry. You don't want to do the work. Well, what do you do? Like, what do you do when, here's the problem. Motivation only gets you so far. When the motivation's gone, you need this one thing called discipline. That's the truth. I get anyone jacked up about wholesaling, but it's more about when you wholesale, when you don't want to, than doing it when you do, right?
It's like anything else in life. I mean, the days that either you want to eat right or work out and you don't feel like it, maybe you got a headache, maybe you got a little bit of a sore throat. I just skip today. I'll start next week. I'll start next month. I'll start in 2025. Guys, you're here. We're in a new year, 2024. It's up to you to make that leap of faith. And I'm more charged up about wholesaling than ever. I've been around this thing 21 years. I'm not going anywhere. He's obviously not going anywhere. The question is, where are you going? Either you come along with us for the ride. You got to put in the hard workload. This is a train where you just don't hop on and you ride it. You actually have to shovel coal and you got to dig hard and you got to feed that engine. You got to feed it leads. And more importantly, you're going to have to take the action to go out and meet with as many sellers as you possibly can. And motivated sellers, not people who just need to sell their house. Find problematic properties, find challenged, distressed homeowners, distressed properties, and for God's sakes, go help them out. And when you do that, when you help out enough people, money's not going to be an issue in your life anymore. Is it going to be hard work? Yeah, it's going to be brutal. I'm going to tell you right up front. And if you can't handle it, admit it now. Listen, everybody says they want it. Let's see of all the people we put on the screen, who's actually going to do it. Everybody wants it. The question is, do you want to go through the journey to get there? If you do, it'll be the greatest ride of your life. If you don't, that's fine. Go back to doing what you're doing, but stop complaining about where you are in your life. Either make the change or move on with your life. I mean, just saying I want to do it, like saying it for 5 years, you're not going to get anywhere doing that. Just make a decision. by not making a decision, you've already made the decision. So we're not pitching you a course. I don't have a $5,000 product to offer you with you. We have dumped 3 hours in today and just gave you a virtual live training like you came to an event. So just pretend you just spent 20 grand, because I could easily charge for that, but I'm not.
A lot of people in here.
Yeah. And go out and take the best way you can pay me back is let's partner up, do a deal today, sellmypaper.com. Let's roll. Start at freewholesaling.com. Let's work our way through. If you guys need some additional help, Flip with Rick Plus. But as I said, it's never been a requirement. Everything we do, we have a free path.
JV deal, you get Flip with Plus for free.
Exactly.
Simple, right? So, guy, I mean, Jessley says is just watch. Here's the thing, Jessley. I don't care what you say. And I'm saying this in the nicest way. And I want everyone who's telling themselves they're going to do it. I don't care what you say. I want you to say it. But at the end of the day, I don't care what you say. I care about what you do. And it's not what you do tomorrow or the next, because you're going to be motivated for a while, right? It's what you do 2 months from now when it's 3 p.m. on a Wednesday and you're just not feeling it. That's exactly when you tell me to just watch. Not now when you're motivated. No, when you're not motivated, when you're tired, when you go off the shift and you're ready to go. That's really when the rubber hits the road. That's really when the wholesaling starts. You know, Muhammad Ali said this. He says, I don't count my sit-ups until they start hurting. And that's what you have to do in wholesaling. Don't start the cold calls or the work until you don't want to, or it's painful, and then you keep going. That is the main change, and that's what you got to see in your life. So, guys, if you got any value from us, do us a favor. If you want to learn wholesaling real estate for free, for the low price of $10,000, we're slashing it today to $0. You go to freewholesaling.com. It's our free wholesaling course, right?
Yeah.
I should have done the 10,000 slash the 5, right? I would have gotten this.
I think people are so worn out on that crap.
You didn't put your suit jacket on. But
I
guys,
did.
Go to freewholesaling.com. We have every guru shaking in their boots because they're scared. They don't know what they're doing. They're a little scared. And if you have a deal you want to send us, a JV deal, just go to sellmypaper.com. Send us a JV deal. We'll do it nationwide. We do a huge map where we do most wholesaling metro markets. And we want to help you become the best wholesaler possible. If you do that, you actually, for everyone that sends us a successful JV deal, you get Flip with Rick Plus absolutely for free, which is awesome. You get to see our next event in April to May. We don't know exactly when, and that'll be an awesome one. We're going to do a live event. You can come for free by just sending us a JV deal there, or you can pay and just come, but I would rather you go and send us a JV deal. But if you want to learn how to do a deal, go to freewholesaling.com. And like always, guys, smash that like button, subscribe, click that subscribe button, and comment below if you're watching the replay right now. If you're watching the replay, comment below exactly your declaration to the world that you are going to make a change. You paid $0 for this challenge. And so what you need to pay is a declaration and pay with your effort, your time, everything. Do it right now. If you don't do it, it's going to happen. Create that goal, execute that goal, stay disciplined, and do it when you don't want to do it. Think of Zach breathing down your neck when you're tired on a Tuesday cold calling and say, what would Zach do? Zach would say, get off your lazy bum and start doing it, or someone else is going to get rich and you're not going to be a retiring mom. Do it now or it's never going to be done. What would Zach do? What would Rick do? Oh, I'm tired today. What do you think we're going to tell you? You're tired. Work. Do the work. Get rich. This is what happens, guys. We became rich wholesaling houses. We've already made it. I don't need to do this anymore. I don't need to go tell you about it. I don't need to wholesale. I frankly don't need to. I like making my millions of dollars, though. What I'm doing it here is I'm just trying to show you something that helped me out. It saved my life, and I'm here to save your life. But you can never do it unless you do the work. So do the work. Do the dedication now. It's all about you. You're the last hope in your family. Either you decide to get rich, become a millionaire, or no one else in your family is going to do it. What are you going to decide right now? Make the change and do it. No excuses, all action. Let's get it, guys. I love you. Appreciate it. Love you, Dad.
Love
We're
you,
getting
son.
it done here. I love it, guys. If you want to get rich, freewholesaling.com. Subscribe. Flex on a Bro Guru. And I'll see you soon. This is Zach signing out.
Rick signing out.
Have a blessed one.